Every time we go 1-for-1, we're always surprised. Alright. Okay, how many tabs to start the day? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Not bad. Okay.
Plenty of YouTubers and streamers have failed and had their careers cut short, but one man refused his fate. He's been relentlessly targeted by trolls, or detractors, as he would put it.
You're a loser.
Some of whom were outright demented and obsessive. He accidentally streamed himself throttling his turkey.
Oh, the camera's on.
He's been copyright strikes, demonetized, had accounts of his terminated, he went bankrupt, and yet he's still standing.
Enjoy your live stream fails. I'll sit here making content, making money, and having a great time with my audience, and you can get bent.
Who's often been compared to a cockroach due to his impeccable survival skills in the realm of online content creation. No matter how objectively wrong he is, no matter how destitute his life becomes, no matter how much he has to
I can't close past the fucking clip. I've never seen that before.
kneel and beg for money on his streams,
Let's get some super chats. Let's get some tips. What is going on?
he will stand his ground, and through his screeching, nasally tone, mouth off to anyone who dares to criticize him. You may think you've seen egotism and delusion before, but you have seen nothing if you haven't witnessed the one-man army, Phil, wage his crusade against his detractors, which include trolls, the IRS, his gambling addiction, and ultimately, reality itself.
Okay, I'm gonna start my new attack. Clip this and put it on Reddit for me, okay? Hello, Reddit readers. Hi, everyone who sits on Reddit all day reading it.
I received $1 tip so far today. Wow, this has been a great podcast, huh?
Don't ever ask anything of me ever again.
Can't do it. I can't. Now stay in that miserable slumber, NPC. You are literally a bum to me. Now share this on your poverty, weirdo.
Cracks, you're gonna keep coming back. Why? Because you keep smelling the syrup.
Just get banned now and speak up so I can ban you now so I don't have to listen to you ever again.
Unless we get 50 subs by the end of tonight, now it will be 49, you're never getting text messages in your moral support ever again.
It's the worst support I've ever gotten ever in my history of streaming for games. I've never gone $5 a whole stream.
A lot has happened since my first video on Darkside Phil. I titled the video A Decade of Failure, and unfortunately, it looks like 10 years is turning into 20. We'll begin today's video in 2023 AD, which came to a close for Phil in a very dark manner. DSP was the victim of the vile crime of robbery. His words, not mine. But our courageous hero downplays the severity of this vicious attack, saying it wasn't a big deal and that he's fine. When he went on stream to reveal the full extent of this robbery, he explains that what actually happened is he left his shopping cart unattended for 2 minutes as he waddled through the entire supermarket to get cranberry sauce. And when he finally got back, the cart was gone along with his reusable shopping bags.
Why would you look for a cart of someone else's shopped groceries?
Holy shit, this
and
is a real
take
story.
that cart?
He then recalls having waddled for several minutes more in search of his forsaken cart, cranberry sauce in hand, as the realization set in that some heinous criminal had made away with his loot. The fact that rapscallions would engage in such foul thievery at the local Walmart in this day and age sickens me and is also a massive shocker.
Walmart is crazy today. She's hungry.
In all seriousness, Darkside Phil's story has continued down the beaten path. As dedicated detractors continued their work in tracking DSP's year-over-year downfall, his losses weren't just measured in finances, but also in aura, as he accidentally exposed himself on stream as being a victim of the dreadful Norwood Reaper. Frankly, I have empathy for Phil here. My recommendation, the Tower of Babylon hairdo. Nobody will suspect a thing. Let's not forget, however, that no weapon formed against Darkside
I thought there was
Phil
an ad
shall
coming.
prosper, as despite suffering from a shortage of money and hair follicles, to this day, he remains the immovable object he's proved himself to be in every way. For example, in December, he weighed in on the gaming news of the time regarding the Game of the Year awards, which he confidently stated would go to a mainstream AAA game like Starfield and definitely would never go to a computer RPG like Baldur's Gate 3.
What a
Baldur's Gate 3 is
terrible
popular
prediction.
right now, but once Starfield hits, you're likely not going to hear anything about Baldur's Gate
Oof.
ever again. Baldur's Gate 3 could literally be the best game of the decade, and it's still not going to get as much attention as a game like Starfield. You have to understand.
To the surprise of millions, DSP was actually wrong, and Baldur's Gate won Game of the Year. Phil handled the situation with all the poise you can expect him to have.
I am addressing directly people who are ridiculous or unfair. That's who I address with this nonsense. Were you foaming at the mouth today to come to my stream to say, I can't wait to call out Phil on being wrong because Baldur's Gate 3 won Game of the Year? If you were, you aren't.
As far as I'm concerned, Baldur's Gate winning just proves that the gaming industry is conspiring against Phil. Whoever picked Baldur's Gate to win the award just to spite him is probably the same person responsible for tweaking every single game that comes out just to make sure Phil sucks at them and rages.
I wasn't touching a single button in the game. What a piece of...
This is one of the things people latched on to DSP for in the first place. His constant rages at games and his inability to accept that he is simply bad at them. He'll blame the game mechanics, his controller, his internet, the mailman, literally anything other than himself.
You idiots at Nintendo. It's just endless kits with items you keep giving people behind me. There's no driving involved. You're so dumb.
His lack of skill is only matched by his lack of impulse control, as he has emotional meltdowns every time he loses, and he loses a lot.
I'm not doing it wrong. The game just doesn't want to give me footing there.
Some of his crash outs, however, are more questionable than others. For example, this one.
No skill or effort in anything you've done. Zero. Zero skill or effort. Just stand there and throw Sonic Boom. The game doesn't work right online. You can't react to a numbskull idiot. So if you want to do that, then why even play a fighting game? You can play a shoot 'em up. You don't have to play a fighting game to do it. Go play R-Type.
Buffoon, you mouth drooler.
The person beating him here and being called a mouth drooler who puts no effort into gaming is Spliced Helix, a father and gaming streamer who was diagnosed with MS in 2011. His condition clearly doesn't stop him from destroying DSP and Street Fighter though.
All you have to do is no effort here.
No skill or effort in anything he's done.
Obviously, Phil probably had no idea he was calling a guy with MS a numbskull idiot, but it is pretty funny and ironic to know that he got smoked by him.
Numbskull idiot.
As far as I'm concerned, it was either a level playing field or Phil was actually at a disadvantage here. No able-bodied person consistently has Phil's output when it comes to the quality of his playthroughs, or play troughs, as he put it in his channel's promo. It would be one thing if this was an isolated incident, but it turns out that Phil does a lot of friendly fire during his Street Fighter streams.
What does this mean? This is like something that someone who's mentally slow would do. Oh, look, I beat you, so now I'm going to scroll my menu. Why are you doing that? You look like a moron. You look like you have like a mental incapacitation. Why are you doing that? You're not taunting me. You just look like really incredibly stupid. Like, dude, I won a match, now I do this, dude. Like, why would you do that? It's the same as, oh, I won, let me play with my fidget spinner now.
There is an argument to be made, however, that Phil is actually good at Street Fighter, but he just keeps getting distracted by the scantily clad characters. If you're a Street Fighter gamer, then you may think I'm referring to Cammy or Chun-Li here, as they've been the focus of a lot of gooners for the entirety of their existence. But it's much more likely we're talking about the Russian wrestler Zangief, for multiple reasons. DSP has proved himself incapable of resisting the temptation to ogle at muscular men.
Or World Tour, I think. Oh. Hey now, look at this stud. You know, I looked at that once in my life, in my dreams. Alright, I guess we gotta make our avatar. This is gonna be very exciting.
If you want that, that's fine. Enjoy it in your own time, your own space, in your own playthrough. Or go to someone else's Horn Dog stream where they're doing that kind of stuff. You're not gonna find that content.
Oh.
Time and time again, he's made it clear what he truly enjoys in life.
Back then, McDonald's nuggets were actually like succulent.
You would bite into it and it would be like a juicy
Burst of meat in your mouth.
and it was salty, but
Jesus
it
Christ.
tasted really good.
Setting aside these instances of DSP showing side effects of being on heart medication, the fact of the matter is, images of huge, sweaty wrestlers are historically something DSP will spend thousands of dollars on. I mean, literally. One of the main reasons DSP has gotten so much flack for e-begging on his streams and constantly guilt-tripping his audience about his bills or whatever else he needs money for is that he has been repeatedly exposed over the years for spending thousands upon thousands of dollars on a mobile game called WWE Champions. His original account on this game had the same handle as his YouTube. They call me DSP. But he eventually changed it to Down from the Rafters to try and throw people off his trail. Detractors simply continued to track the account's activity and match it to DSP's on-stream activity. And obviously, whenever
This is the low tier god fucking strat. I didn't realize that he has low tier quality ops too.
he was busy on stream, the account wasn't active. And whenever he was gone, suddenly things started moving.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
I need that money. I really do. I need that money to pay my bills, the electric bill, the internet bill. Thanks for the money, dummies, because that's exactly what you are, a bunch of empty-headed idiots who paid me money to get absolutely nothing out of it. Thanks.
In one of these instances, a Twitter user named TJ Gamebox noticed something interesting. During one of DSP's bathroom breaks during stream, he instantly fired up WWE Champions and started burning through his bank account, spending $2,000 in one single bathroom break before he stopped. The sheer depth of this man's addiction is hard to explain. And this was not an exceptional circumstance either. Multiple times throughout 2024, DSP's account was documented as having spent up to over $2,000 in one single session. His behavior in the community is so infamous that talking about DSP is strictly forbidden in the WWE Champion subreddit.
We do not speak his name.
Imagine if you were such an insane gambler that the MGM Grand in Vegas banned its customers from even mentioning you. Now, despite how bad gambling is for gambling addicts, I'm not trying to moralize about gamblers here. I probably would be deathly addicted to gambling if I tried it, so I don't want to judge too hard.
No, I lost it all.
However, most gamblers either spend their own money or they are gambling streamers, and their viewers know that every penny and dime they donate is going straight to the house. DSP, on the other hand, conceals his addiction by misplacing his dopamine starvation onto his streams. One of life's hardest tasks is trying to psychoanalyze whatever is going on in Phil's mind. It appears to be mostly vacant, albeit with some thought-resembling observations peppered throughout. I will say, I think one of the things a lot of people miss about Phil's aggressive e-begging episodes, such as this one,
This game is the worst support I've ever gotten ever in my history of streaming for games. I've never gone $5 a whole stream. So,
is that his emotional charge in the donations comes from his attachment to WWE champions. I'm sure that his debt and his nostalgia for the times when his online content actually made any money has something to do with it, but nowadays, I suspect that's a much smaller factor than his need for juicers. I doubt he's ever going to get to the point where he's debt-free and won't constantly be looking over to the tip amount as he streams, because a gambler is never satisfied. Credit where credit is due, though. He does a really good job of misdirecting and making everything about him being an e-beggar or a man-child. But beyond that, in his deeper psychology, I think he's just yearning for that mythical Hulk Hogan pull.
Oh my gosh! This isn't happening!
Everything else is a sideshow, a hobby. I don't even think he can find joy in other stuff as much as he just tolerates it. For example, he used to be into fighting games, but he's clearly worn out and tired of them altogether. He doesn't seem concerned with even trying to be good, or at the very least, not being a terribly sore loser.
this is such trash gameplay, see? So you want to teabag me, huh? You're a trash player. You're a trash player playing pattern Cammy, online with lag, dropping half my moves, and you're gonna teabag me? No, you're gonna get blocked and I'm never playing you again. What a loser.
The funniest part is, he's gone out of his way to denounce what he just did on stream, which is quitting the match when you see that you're about to lose.
Because if you're pulling the plug on a fighting game online, that means absolutely nothing, and you somehow value your online rank. I mean, and there is no way that anyone can dispute it. The moment that you do it and you pull that plug, and if you're doing it publicly, that's even worse.
He doesn't care that he's a hypocrite, just like he doesn't care about ingratiating himself with the fighting game community or any community, even his own. One of the running gags and consistent elements of Phil's stream is that he'll often reward a big juicer, a donation, by wearing some silly article of clothing. The thing about this is, even this pathetic excuse of a reward for donos is something he's unwilling to do, even when he does get huge tips and blows way past his goals.
So I got a $100 tip. Amazing. The thing is, I would actually like to start playing, so please let me play for a bit. We can worry about hats and stuff later. I really want to play Street Fighter tonight, and if I keep getting distracted, we're never going to start. Let's play for a bit. It looks like I received another $25 tip. As I've said, I'm playing Street Fighter. I'm just trying to get warmed up. I'm trying to get back into the character. The first thing I should do is not slap on a bunch of clothes that are going to make me sweat when I'm already at a very high, adrenaline level. I can tell you right now, I already feel sweaty, and I'm just sitting here with absolutely nothing on whatsoever.
Wait, rewind that. What did he say?
And I'm just sitting here with absolutely nothing on whatsoever.
Last time he had nothing on stream.
Oh God, we're going into
Oh, the
this.
camera's on. The camera's been on the whole time, huh? I don't even know. Hello.
Let's hope he's not going to air out the old almonds again anytime soon. After complaining and dragging his feet like a kid for an hour, he eventually put on the hat, and 15 minutes later, the vest. But not without complaining some more.
All right, I'll get the vest on for you guys, and now for the next 45 minutes, I'm just going to be sweating profusely like an idiot because I'm wearing dunks trying to play a fighting game. Whatever. I wish people would just be understanding and understand when I'm playing a fighting game, I'm already heated, but no, everyone wants the stupid hat and vest. It's like, whatever. I'll do it. Fine.
Doesn't he have air conditioning? Where does this guy live? The Sahara Desert? How could a vest and a hat make it so hot that you can't even sit down to play a video game? He's up over $200 and whining about how it'll make him worse at Street Fighter, as if he didn't suck already. Despite his terrible attitude, not only toward his viewers not sending him money, but also towards the ones who actually do send him money, he consistently struggles to figure out why he occasionally fails to make money on stream.
On the YouTube side of things, we've got nothing. We got no contributions whatsoever. No memberships, no super chats, nothing. So let's get the tips.
Although Phil is not an evil person per se, it's moments like these that truly make you understand why he's so hated. From the shameless begging to pouting at the camera like he's owed something, it's actually hard to believe that this is a middle-aged man and not a 13-year-old mad at his grandma for not paying for his V-Bucks. One of the most impressive
This is
characteristics
interesting.
of DSP is that for all
Oh, we're just gonna go right into it, huh? Yep. Glass cogwheel tuner core. Shatter it by driving your sword through it with a powerful stab. So they want us to climb him. Oh my god. Well, this is certainly different. But buddy, I need you to roll, man. Wow. You're gonna have to figure out something with this one. Okay. Well, this is certainly a fucking start. Okay, how the fuck am I supposed to do this if I can't climb him? Oh my god. I can't do anything. Dude, the minute I try to get anywhere near this guy, I just get fucking mollywopped. Can I stun him, possibly? Okay, I really appreciate how I switched my weapon and he just didn't do it. Hey, thank you. Dude, everything hurts with this guy so much. Just existing around this guy hurts. Oh my god, like literally existing around this guy hurts. I can't fucking do any. Oh god, this is probably very easily the worst boss fight I've seen so far in the game. It's not even close. Like I don't know, man. Now my controls are betraying me too. He won't roll. It's just non-stop bullshit. I don't know, I might let this one go because I'm gonna burn through like 100% of my resources without actually doing any real damage to this guy. Now I can't move. This was clearly my opening to hurt him. The stun gauge reset completely. That's also good. That was likely my one out. Okay. This is like banging my head against the wall. I don't even know what this guy's name is. I didn't even look. I'm gonna res once. Keg Lord Garnier. Bro. The game just unpaused itself. What was that? Yeah, and I already see a Reddit fucking rogging out. Most unbalanced, stupid boss in the game. Yeah, I already feel that way. Probably ahead of most of you, but I imagine a lot of you will be fighting him in the coming couple of days. You'll get a stupid prompt, stab his head, ignore it for now, get 100 of whatever food you need a lot. Second phase, you want to stance break him once and then go for his head. Let's get ultimate weapon. Sit outside the arena. Use the wooden area and the boss will launch. Use meditation and nature snare. Collect all the missiles and launch them back at him 2 or 3 times. You only use this attack if you're outside the main area, so you're just launching missiles back and done. But this guy actually solved the problem. I think I know the move he's talking about too, and I thought that was such a long shot. Nature snare, right? That's what he said? Collect all the missiles and launch him back. Press right trigger while in focus to form a barrier or wind that blocks projectiles. I mean, we could try it. Nothing else is working, and I'm burning through all of my heals right now. Yeah, he catches the projectile and then launches it back. Interesting. Okay, well, we'll try it. There really nothing else is working here, so. Press the focus and then rotate the right stick to use it. I'm gonna assume I need to get one more to do the launcher. Now I can't even move. Okay. Oh my god. Controls, man. Where are my fucking meals, man? I have tons. Like, there's no way I'm out of everything already. Wow. Of course he's not doing it. Of course he's not doing it. course, instead of doing what it's actually supposed to do, it actually just launches me back into the arena so he can hit me again. How did that hit me? I'm on the outside. Again, outside. Bro, when I click, it just launches me inside for some reason. Come on, man. This is actually really... I'm not even doing anything right now. This is actually a horrendous boss fight. Like, actual. Like, this is terrible. Mm-hmm. Wow. That actually just one-shotted me. That's crazy. How many golds do I have? I'm actually tempted to just use one. Because I'm really running low on heals here. I'm going to use one. What's he doing? How did that hit me? Wait. Wow! Bro! That's insane, dude. Bro, that's insane. No, dick. Oh my god. Oh my god. The controls. The controls. Oh my god. Oh my god. Bro! I don't believe it. I don't believe it. This better be like an animation, like ending the fight. What the hell was that? Bro! I can't, I'm not putting out enough damage. He's just spamming now where I... I'm gonna have to do this one more time. Wow. There's no world where I would have figured out to do that on my own. That guy just fucking cleared me entirely out. I gotta keep that strategy in mind if I ever come across a fucking range spammer again. That was actually like legit god tier. Can hire contribution workers. What? Momentous powers your pass to recruit workers in each region. You can use contribution to hire workers. Contribution can be obtained by helping people. I didn't even read what that was, but it just gave us a bunch of materials. Okay. Yeah, my heals are completely depleted at this point. I think this is an item for domain. Oh man, wow, that is a fucking holy shit. This guy, man, you buddy, single-handedly.
All his faults, he truly does not discriminate between people. Whether you're one of his supporters or a detractor, he will treat you like a total idiot regardless.
You need to make your viewers want to show up.
That's the dumbest statement I've ever heard.
At least he doesn't play favorites. Obviously, I'm being a little bit facetious here. He does discriminate. Not among his viewers, but for whatever reason, against women.
I don't want to come across like a woke, but like, dude, women have it hard, and I empathize with them.
Now, you probably know me well enough to know that I'm not one to clutch pearls over this kind of thing.
I did it because I like it.
But one thing that Phil has in common with Elliot Rodger that I don't is that Phil wrote his very own incel manifesto. Back during his days of glory, when Phil still had human DNA and was a part of the fighting game community, he was relatively active on a gaming forum with an account called Punisher, where he randomly posted what I can only only describe as his screed. I don't want any of you girls here to think that I'm writing about you, because I really don't know any of you well enough to make a judgment call. Well, 99.9% of you anyway, so don't take this personally. It's just that every woman I've ever known has let me down. Are there really, truly interesting and wonderful women? Every woman I've ever known was either 1, extremely selfish and self-centered, 2, too busy feeling sorry for herself to do anything else, 3, too annoying and or geeky to stand for more than 30 minutes, 4, too stupid to listen to advice they ask for, doing stupid things and then complaining to you because they went totally against what you told them, 5, a total
he's not
6,
wrong on
a
that
total
one.
tease, leading you on and then crushing you under their boot when you finally let on that you like her, 7, a total liar, 8, so demanding that she expects you to read her mind like some kind of psychic,
Wait, why is he low-key fucking cooking with this? What the hell?
and never do anything unless it's with her. Don't be fooled. If she says you can go do something and she doesn't mind, she's lying, and you'll pay for it later. 9, too full of herself, or 10, just plain crazy. Every single woman in my life fits one or more of the above, and every single one has let me down. You want to know why so many guys are so uninteresting, full of themselves, thinking they are the shit? Because women demand it. If a guy has no confidence, then that's no good. Women always whine they want a nice guy and there are none of them left. Give me a break. Women walk all over nice guys. Use them, abuse them, play with their hearts, but in the end, they always screw them over. Cheat on them, break up with them, tell them, let's just be friends, or you need time apart, but then run off with some other guy, blah, blah, blah. The fact of the matter is, the women of America have become... I like how he says women of America. It makes him sound like he's recording a propaganda video for ISIS. The women of America have become so selfish, dishonest, and full of themselves, they have no idea what it is they really want from a man. This is why so many guys have become that same overconfident because if we're nice guys, we get walked all over and thrown away because we're too boring or whatever other stupid reason you give. At least if we act like total dicks, we can get laid once in a while. If you could make up your minds what you wanted out of men, maybe more guys would try to be like that. But instead, you're never satisfied. And you go on forums complaining that all guys are the same overconfident assholes. Well, maybe if you weren't sleeping with or dating that type of guy and or cheating on / turning down that nice guy.
Fuck? He's absolutely cooking. Is this supposed to be a dunk on him?
For that whole stereotype you so loudly proclaim to be so bad, so many guys wouldn't be trying to be like that in the first place. So yeah, Poon is good, video games are good, but women are a waste of time and the #1 cause of BS and drama that men don't need.
I rest my case.
You rest your case?
After reading all of this over, I agree completely. Phil, I crown you king
I was
of the
about
men
to say,
and destroyer of women. You are my
he
god.
did not
I will say,
miss.
after reading this, that clip of Phil drooling over a buff dude makes slightly more sense. He wouldn't have to complain
Actually, it
about
does.
BS and drama if he was getting the salty burst of meat in his mouth that he truly yearns for.
There are guys that go that route because they're like, yo, I'm tired of striking out on this side of the fence, so I'm going to shoot my shot on the other side. That does happen. I don't get it, but that's how people go about it.
But let's not dwell on the past too much, considering this post is from literally 20 years ago. Phil continues to give people plenty to laugh at in the modern day. In mid-2024, he decided to stream himself, quote-unquote, fixing his joystick. And by that, I mean he was trying to combine an Xbox joystick with a PS5 joystick, and became extremely perplexed when they turned out to be incompatible.
Like, why the f did they do it this way? Besides, they're morons, and they didn't test to see if another brand's joystick would fit inside the combo base.
Why on God's green earth would Sony or Microsoft care to make their joysticks parts compatible with the parts of other brands? They are competitors. Not that Sony or Microsoft are geniuses, but Phil sure is doing his damnedest to make them look like they are in comparison. Could it be that I'm incompetent at assembling electronics? No. It's the professional engineers who built them that are wrong. He's so goofy that he actually started calling the manufacturers of the controller scam artists right before doing what he does best, snarkily complaining about not getting enough money.
So, thanks Rare Tricks for the last super chat. And I received $1 tip so far today. Wow, this has been a great podcast, huh? Just everything's going my way today. How could possibly things go any better for me today, right?
Honestly, Phil should look into a career in financial domination. He'd make a lot more money than he does with gaming. To the surprise of no one, his joystick was now at fault for every single time he lost a match.
Yep, that's not good at all. Couldn't get a standard combo.
Fortunately, he did eventually get his stuff together and started streaming normally again instead of having his viewers watch him fidget with busted electronics for hours on end. Not that his normal streams were much better, as he just went back to his routine of moaning about donations, and somehow even getting donations couldn't stop him from complaining about donations. In one instance, someone gave him some money to complete the daily goal and have him put on the vest, only for him to remark that he hasn't worn the vest in over a month.
From Okie Dokie, let's get a vest on player. Wow, this is the first time that I'm wearing a vest on stream in almost a month, I think. It's been a long time. Like when we first started with this DLC, I think there was a stream or two, but it's been a while.
But the thing is, this isn't true. Just 4 days prior, he wore it because the goal was met. Not even giving this guy exactly what he wants can satisfy him. One of the only redeeming qualities of Phil's actual streams is whenever one of his detractors managed to interact with him directly through whatever game he's playing. Such as when he was matched up against a guy named DSP Hates N-Words. But our hero is unshakable. Even in the face of adversity and mockery, he continues to stand up for what is right. Being the ethically upstanding streamer he is, in August of 2024, he went on a long rant against paid shills and basically any streamer who will compliment a product just because they're being sponsored or rewarded by a brand.
It doesn't matter if a content creator outright has a contract that says they have to be kissing a game's butt or not. They likely are going to be more positive about a game they get early, they get exclusive access to, they make money on, than a game that they don't. It's just common sense. It's not even disputable in any way, shape, or form. You cannot be unbiased.
And then, half an hour later, he said this.
They thought at the time this would be like the future of games on streaming, and that's why they paid me money to promote the game and try it, but I don't think it really went anywhere.
If there is such a thing as being immune to cognitive dissonance, this guy has the most advanced case ever documented in human history. No sense of shame, no hesitation, not even a glimmer of concern for how people may use this against him. For other streamers who get into drama, you'll see them tie themselves up in knots trying hopelessly to defend themselves. But Phil is so adamant about digging his own grave, he never has the time to lie in it. Even if you take the sponsorship question out of it, literally everything Phil does is for money. He wouldn't do anything at all if he could. There is not an ounce of passion in this man's body, yet he confidently grandstands about sellouts. If Phil had discipline or public speaking skills, he could be the statesman of the century, the new Napoleon. I don't think I even need to say that if a company showed up and offered Phil money to promote something, he would jump at the opportunity. He just hasn't done that because no company wants to associate their product with him, which is why he's attacking people who do get sponsored, because he's probably jealous. I honestly think that something was really bugging Phil around the middle of 2024 because he started to show signs of cracking under pressure. For one, him begging for tips ramped up a lot, if that's even possible. And even after making $1,200 in one single day, he came back the very next day acting like he'll be stressing super hard if his daily goal isn't met.
Remember, my goal for today is 50 bucks of tips on stream. Everything else is great, and thanks to those who did contribute in other ways. 50 bucks by the end of the stream would be appreciated. Sooner rather than later, even better. That way I don't have to think about it. Anything is appreciated tonight, whether it be super chats, memberships, gifted memberships, or tips. But the goals that I'm talking about are the King's Tips goals, as you can see. The goals are 50, 100, and 150. So if we hit 150 bucks tonight in tips, boom, we have done it again.
Now, we don't hit it right away. I'm going to have to be mentioning it, of course, over the course of the night.
He also seemed to blow up at increasingly smaller bits of criticism in his chat. Even innocent suggestions were enough to set him off really bad. In one instance, someone simply told him that it would be better for him to set up his RGB lights off stream instead of starting up a stream and having a bunch of dead air as he tries to get them working. And this is how he reacts.
Hey, enjoy your ban. And seriously, I mean it. Anyone who's gonna come in here and be toxic and negative, just get banned now and speak up so I can ban you now so I don't have to listen to you ever again. Seriously. Like, why don't you do this before the stream? Why don't you do this? You're a waste of life. No one cares about you. Shut up. Stop.
Stop.
Usually, you only get this amount of rage from DSP when you beat him at Street Fighter. To his chatters, he usually gets dismissive and insulting, not mad like he got here. It was a clear sign that something was amiss, and this was only compounded by the fact that soon after, DSP took part in a stream with 3 other people. Kino Casino, which is a drama live stream that covers whatever is currently going on in the e-celebrity gossip world, and Null, the owner of gossip forum Kiwi Farms. For someone who spent years railing against detractors and essentially blaming them for everything that goes wrong in his life, it's interesting to me that he seemed very comfortable rubbing elbows with people who are largely known for their documentation of figures like Phil. To be fair though, neither party was particularly hostile towards him. They did take the time to ask him about his WWE Champions account though, which got an interesting response.
So was that down from the Rafters account yours?
No, it's not.
No?
It's really not mine. I do have another account, and I do spend money on it, but that is not my account. And they have been whatever who this guy is, because people have asked me over the years.
If it is you, you're the best in the world.
So what he's saying here is that he does play WWE Champions, and as another part of the interview has him clearly state, he was deeply addicted to mobile gambling games and spent way too much money on them. But the Down from the Rafters account isn't his. To make this story even less believable, he inadvertently admits to playing the game for exactly 7 years.
This is a new account that I'm starting fresh, and it's not going to be as entertaining as if I were playing, the game for 7 years, but I'm not going to show you the account on which I've been playing for 7 years. I already said I'm not showing you my personal information. Some idiot just said you oddly know way too much about the game. What are you talking about? When did I say I've never played the game? I said I played for 7 straight years on my real account, you dummy.
Which is exactly how long the Down from the Rafters account has been active. Does he expect people to truly believe that this is just another coincidence?
I think not.
To me, it just seems like he's doing the oppositional defiant thing of just saying his detractors are wrong for the sake of not giving them the satisfaction of being right, even if he is incapable of fully proving them wrong. He's not a good enough liar or resilient enough to keep up the facade as if he has no idea what WWE Champions is and isn't spending money like a maniac, so he does a partial admission to try and eke out a victory. Then, to try and further own his detractors on the issue, he did a WWE Champions stream, inching step by step closer to becoming a gambling streamer.
Oh, we're getting a character. 3-star, 4-star, 5-star,
6 stars? What?
I got a 6-star character on the first pull, and it's a Steiner brother, and that's a good character. He's pretty good. We got Rick Steiner right out of the gates. We got a 6-star Steiner right out of the gates, the first pull. That's a rare pull. That's not like a common shitty character. He's actually good.
This arc of owning up to it and embracing the accusations had him develop a delusion that his public perception had changed, that most people were now laughing with him and not at him. He even retweeted reputable sources such as Poopy N-word Man talking about his redemption arc. While it's true that admitting you have a problem is the first step to fixing it, you still have the other 11 steps to do, all of which ideally get you to no longer have that issue. By publicly gambling on WWE Champions, he's just making it worse.
A bunch of scummy tabloid people who have absolutely nothing to actually say about anything.
So what they do is they literally make up.
Although Phil was leaning heavily on the idea that he was owning up to it, he continued to lie for no reason, and very poorly at that. At the beginning of September 2024, for whatever reason, he decided it was time to set the record straight as far as his WWE Champions problem, only to add even more questionable wrinkles into his story.
I'm about to tell you the actual truth. However, there's still people who aren't going to believe it. There's still people who will never be satisfied no matter what I tell you. They're going to say I lied. And so this is only for
2 seconds. I need to go check on my lunch. I'll be right back. Okay.
For those who actually are capable of like rational thought and considering the truth and things like that. You already know I have a history of spending money on mobile games. I've already admitted it, okay? Everything that I said in that segment on stream was a lie. Literally every time someone asked me about WWE Champions, I lied. Because to me, my personal spending, things I was doing off stream, was no one's business, okay? And every time someone brought it up, I'm like, this is so stupid, this is dumb, you know what I'm saying? And I just lied to get it out of the way. And I tried so hard for so long to lie about it, to get people to just forget about it. But I forgot, well, not really forgot, but I definitely underestimated the nature of these people who stalk me.
For starters, how much can we trust that Phil, as someone who has just admitted to pathologically lying about this subject, is now telling the truth? And to make him even less trustworthy, he can't even keep his approach straight, since literally, while he admits to having lied, he complains about how obsessive people are about verifying the things he says, calling them stalkers. Given that DSP lives off of other people's donations, and that he's literally admitting to lying to everyone here, I think there's obviously a decent reason for people to not trust anything that comes out of his mouth and double check every claim he makes. He continues with his on-stream confession.
Yes.
Wait, but that's retarded. And yet, in this exact scenario, you're implying that he's lying about lying. That's the one time you could probably trust what he said, because he's admitting that he lied about something that we saw that he was lying about. This guy is not that intelligent to do a fucking double lie.
They call me DSP account in WWE Champions is my account, okay? That's mission number one. It is. It always was. So I never in my wildest dreams thought that it would ever blow up in the way that it did.
It may be hard to pick up on here, but he's lying by omission, being deceptive instead of outright lying. The account did not blow up. This was not an acute issue that just turned up overnight. People had been bringing up the account for a very long time in the specific context that, for years, Phil was begging for money online so that he could pay his bills, his mortgage, his taxes, etc., suggesting that his life could be ruined if he failed to pay, all the while splurging thousands on a mobile game. The problem isn't the game, or that he gambled some money on it. It's that he gambled a lot of money on it while telling everyone online that if they didn't donate, he might go homeless. He's now acting as if he doesn't know that this is the context and source of the criticism, which is impossible because otherwise, why would he lie about it? In another part of his confession, he mentions other mobile games he's been public about playing and how no one took any issue with them. But that's because he didn't spend tens of thousands of dollars on them and then lie about it, which is what he did with WWE Champions. To add insult to injury, he then attempts to misdirect the entire thing.
And I'm not here to tell you I didn't spend money on the game. I absolutely have spent money on WWE Champions. Okay, a good amount of money on WWE Champions over the years. I'm here to fess on this, right? This is the big moment. My detractors, seeing that there was this name that said they call me DSP and had spent money in the game, went on this insane stalker spree, basically trying to get me like banned from the game.
Notice how he pivots to talking about this, but is incapable of actually saying how much money he spent on the game, leaving it at a very vague, a good amount of money over the years.
This is a very weird line of framing or argument that kind of doesn't really add anything to anything. I don't know about the writing on this exact section here. The writing is a little weird. I don't know. This is just, I wouldn't have actually called any of this out. I would have just kept it pushing on to like whatever the bigger point was.
In my last video about Phil, I brought up the confirmed figure of $45,000 that he had used on microtransactions, which was largely made up of WWE Champions purchases. Now, the thing about that figure is, it only accounted for a bit under 2 years, from 2020 to 2021. But Phil has been playing the game since before then, and has continued playing since then. If he spent up to $40,000 over less than 2 years, how much more did he spend in total? We'll probably never know, and he'll probably never say. play, but it is pretty telling that he's now dropping $2,000 on it during random bathroom breaks like it's nothing. Finally, Phil admits to what everyone had been claiming for a while now, that the They Call Me DSP account had its name changed. But strangely, he does his best to avoid mentioning the Down from the Rafters handle specifically, which suggests he still doesn't want anyone to look into that account and is very insistent on trying to get everyone to just forget about it. This is what he had to say on the matter.
Up to now, all right, all this kind of makes sense, right? Because it's kind of what my detractors have always said, all right? Now I'm going to tell you the part of the story absolutely nobody knows whatsoever. As of today, I don't have any control or ownership of that account anymore. I sold it. At the times when I was like desperate for money, I sold the account. I have nothing to show you to prove, you know, they'd call me DSP and then the names that change, you know, that last name was Down for the Raptors. I can't show you anything. You got morons in the chat, really morons in the chat. Show proof of sale.
He definitely did just kind of acknowledge that it was a name. Like that little slip up right there, like a few seconds ago, that was the full admission. I have nothing to show. What do you say exactly?
Show you to prove, you know, they'd call me DSP and then the names that change, you know, that last name was Down for the Raptors.
Right there. That's your admission right there. That is literally your full commission. Your full confession. I have nothing to show you that I sold, no proof of sold of the account from They Call Me DSP to the name change. Then he lists the exact name that he's been accused of the entire time. That right there is your full confession, and he did it by mistake. Like, case closed. That's literally it right there.
I can't show you anything. You got morons in the chat, really morons in the chat. Show proof of sale. You really think right now I'm going to open up a PayPal account and show you anything? I'm going to open up a bank account and show you anything? You're an idiot. No one would believe it anyway. They just say I photoshopped it, or you know what I mean? I lied about this, I lied about that, right? So it's this simple, all right? You can believe my story or you cannot.
There are a lot of things that I find interesting about this part of.
I mean, that last stance is absolutely fair and correct. You can choose to believe him or you can choose not to. There's nothing controversial about him saying that.
His confession. First, I like how he prefaces it with,
Up to now, all right, all this kind of makes sense, right?
which suggests that it's about to start.
Hang on. Taking my plate back. I'm done eating.
stop making sense. Surprise, surprise, it does. It's as if he's banking on you believing in the lie he's about to tell, just because what he's said so far has been true. Secondly, the excuse that he sold the account because he was having money problems is no excuse at all, since he was having money problems throughout all of his account's existence. It doesn't make it any more believable. Lastly, isn't it interesting how he only stops to do a double take and respond to the chat when they start asking for the one thing which would verify his story to be true, followed by the classic pathological liar tell of
No one would believe it anyway.
the honorable mention moment of this non-confession is how he rushes out a mumbled down from the rafters
And the names that change, you know, that last name was down for the Raptors.
right before he looks at the chat and gets
can't
pissed off.
show you-
You got morons in the chat.
If he knew that he was incapable of providing anything
I think Tom completely missed that one. That wasn't a Freudian slip. That was the full confession right there, and he completely missed it. Despite calling it out. Because some of these guys are actually, like, alarmingly retarded, despite the fact that they have, like, a lot of fucking influence. He's got 1.6 million subscribers. Ugh, Jesus.
thing to prove what he's saying here, and then boldly doubles down on how unimportant it is since people would just choose to think that he's lying, then why bring up the situation at all? My guess is just to try to control the narrative and proceed to act like it's addressed when, in fact, he's addressed nothing. It impresses me not only how much he thinks he can fool people, but also how little effort he puts into actually
I'd argue he's kind of fooled Tom here in thinking that he's confessed to nothing.
It. If he's fooling anyone, it's himself, as he actually thought that this confession was so solid that he then decided to publicly hop on a call with Stuttering Craig, which only served
Also, to be clear, it's not that it's a solid confession. It was an accidental confession, but it's still a confession nonetheless.
to humiliate Phil, as Craig dismantled his narrative with no effort.
You're wrong about all that.
Okay,
right?
fair enough. But you asked me for my opinion, so that's there you go.
Sure. And that also tells me where your head's at. We were mad because we were lied to.
Phil claimed that he had emailed Craig and was just about to privately show him the receipts that proved he had sold the account. But then Craig did a stream where he engaged with detractors, and that made Phil permanently change his mind. Of course, the notion that Phil had receipts ready on hand that he didn't use to clear his name just because Craig was too mean is such an insult to Craig and everyone else's intelligence that this conversation could only end in one way.
I've been doing this for almost 20 years. So people have a pretty good idea of me and my character. And for you to attack my character, I mean this with all due respect, Phil. Go yourself, because you don't know. I've gone out of my way, Phil, to treat you with respect via email the entire time. I've gone out of my way to treat you with respect and be courteous to you continuously.
You know what? That is something that I think anybody who watches Craig, who's seen Craig over the years or whatever, I have actually never once seen Craig go at somebody like on a disrespectful tip. I think even without full context, his stance and his reaction here is probably 100% valid. Like, he is definitely a guy that does not like bring people on to like absolutely like crucify them at all. And I think that sometimes it's to his detriment that he will provide a platform in like complete good faith for like people that probably don't deserve it.
Honestly, this is a complete blunder on Phil's part as far as his PR goes.
Yes, that I will agree with Tom on. Like, this was probably like the ultimate fucking place to go to like clear your name, where you weren't gonna get like destroyed just for like existing.
If he really wanted to, he could rebrand himself as the WWE Champion Streamer Guy. It honestly couldn't get much worse than his current state. Instead, he's chosen to exist in this limbo where he suffers from all of the negative reputation of being a degenerate gambler who wastes all the money he's given, while also facing the scrutiny of pretending to be normal, or redeemed, as he put it. No character development, no self-reflection, just more of this.
Let's make the Tips Goal happen and continue the King Street. Oscar, you think the begging is incessant? Well, then maybe you should contribute, and I would shut up about it. But, you know, instead you're just going to sit there and whine like a little... This guy just said in chat, I counted at least 50 begs last night. It was a sight to behold. It's part of the game, you stupid idiot. That's part of the game. That's how it's played. If you don't like it, then don't...
So it always kind of triggers me a little bit when people like actually say those words back to back, stupid idiot. Implying that there's such thing as a smart idiot.
Sit around and watch it. No one cares about you.
It's like saying, like calling someone like a gay F word. Like, what?
The king
will not be bothered by such rap.
The Down from the Rafters account kept moving sizable amounts of money regularly whenever Phil was off stream, while Phil himself, for
But admittedly, if you call somebody a straight F word, that's actually pretty funny.
reasons I have yet to comprehend, insisted on trying to reach out to detractor figureheads, this time aiming for Mr. Medicare, a famous lolcow critic who had targeted him prior. When this didn't work, as Medicare just ignored him, Phil managed to outdo himself in stupidity. He tried to do a collab with Low Tier God.
What?
Pulsate like moving liver.
Suck it in front of your son.
Now, if you don't know who Low Tier God is, he's another streamer who's in his 40s, and his main claim to fame is having abandoned his child.
I've abandoned my boy! I've abandoned my boy!
He also went viral not too long ago for telling someone to
You should
off
kill
themselves.
yourself
Your
now.
life literally is as valuable as a summer ant.
And he's also well known for being racist, but against himself. Now, an additional wrinkle between Low Tier God and Darkside Phil
Fucking
is that
classic.
they've both been compared to one another due to both of them being broke, being really into fighting games, and being complete.
Is that a ghost? There's audio coming from here. There's also something's here. You can see the red. There's something hostile in here. Okay, I'm getting the fuck out of here because I can't defend myself from something I can't see.
Completely unable to deal with losing. And for all of these reasons, it's not really shocking that when Low Tier God demanded Phil pay him for a collaboration, Phil was
Oh, of
totally
course he
unwilling
did.
to do it. When it comes to money, Phil only swings one way. So Phil then attacked him on stream, which I can only assume is because he wanted some drama out of it.
Kind of sits around on his streams by himself, isolated. Doesn't really collab with anyone. Doesn't really do much besides just sit there and rage at fighting games and suck half the time. Because I've seen some of his content. Sometimes he plays really well, and other times he's awful, right? And what's funny is people are like, yeah, he gets lots of views and subs. And you look at his stream and you're like, the guy's terrible. Half the time, he's losing, and he's so upset, and he bans all these people.
Well, he
It almost sounds like he's talking about himself too, despite the fact that it's true.
got what he wanted because Low Tier God did what Low Tier God does. His last message to Phil was him trying to charge him $5,000 and getting no response. But after Phil spoke about him publicly, Low Tier God went over their Twitter DMs on stream and wrote Phil a new one.
This was my final response. I said, I'm gonna let you know one thing. Don't ever in your life talk money to me. You cannot compete with me in any category in life. I promise you. I'm knowing you in any category you can possibly think of.
This desperate attempt to create some beef to clip form my name is
As pathetic as your entire internet presence and demeanor.
I on you in revenue across the board, and have been for years.
I do not need your bum ass. You need me.
Now stay in that miserable slumber in PC. You are literally a bum to me.
Finish him!
This is like the one guy Low Tier can beat.
Now share this on your poverty stream, weirdo.
Fatality.
Regardless, Low Tier God succeeded, and Phil quietly retreated into his mobile gaming streams, the only thing he had left at this point. But even then, his gambling piece was short-lived, as in late September, a clip of him playing Oblivion and struggling to deal with a lock went viral on Twitter.
This system is complete. This
Bro.
system is the worst lockpick system I've ever seen in any game.
That's brutal.
Just to explain what's going on here really quickly, if Phil paid any attention and tried to learn how the game works, he would have known that you're supposed to press X only when the spring hits the top. Otherwise, your pick breaks. Instead, he just spams X, breaks all of his picks, loads, and then does it again.
It doesn't make any sense. The system doesn't make sense.
Every time that Phil gets more attention, he also gets more detractors. Almost exactly 1 month after this tweet popped off, a Twitter user named Franny the Tracker made a tweet sharing his beg counts playlist, where he tracked how many times Phil begged his audience over the course of 1 month. With his conclusion here being over 3,000 times, all of which are contained in 43 videos.
Let's get some contributions in. I'm seeing a lot of great names in chat. Today would definitely be a good time for Get the Memberships. But in addition, of course, the King's Tips, we're trying to continue the King streak. We know it's going to continue. It's just a question of who are going to be the first people to contribute. And we're about to find that out.
Now, Phil saw this, and he needed some kind of response, some kind of way to own this person, to destroy them, and to dispel the allegations that he was perhaps the most prolific e-beggar of all time.
Let's go ahead and get a new super chat in, because that Spawn Killer top super chat has been there for over an hour now.
So his response was, "So you're did?" This post was made at 2 a.m., by the way. What a life this man leads. It's important to remark that the criticism of his begathons doesn't just come from detractors. Phil has an audience of a little over 100 regulars who are consistently active in the chat and who genuinely try to help him, or at the very least, enjoy watching his stuff. A few of them criticized Phil's insistence that the daily goal be met every day, which led Phil to constantly complain and whine and sweat it whenever the donos weren't coming in.
Any contributions are greatly appreciated. Super chats, memberships, gifted memberships or tips. I do wish, obviously, to continue the King streak. 11 now it will be. Straight streams hitting this tip's goal. Please send a tip tonight. You can do that by looking at the description of the stream or just type exclamation point tip into the chat.
But Phil wasn't hearing it. Here's how their conversation went. So here we have this guy saying, the goal should be a pot that grows over time, not a streak, and when we hit certain numbers, we do something special. And Phil responds by saying, yeah, except the stuff you guys say doesn't work. I can't just play games I like. I'd go out of business and lose everything. I love RPGs and can't play them because this is my job. It's a double-edged sword having your hobby become your job for sure. Now we have a response that says, Phil, I think you should try again. It'll be rough for a short period, but we like seeing you enjoying stuff. That's when the passion comes through, when the conversation becomes easy. And
I mean,
Phil
your
says,
actual
I've been working my butt
watchers,
off this year. If
your
not,
actual viewers who are there to support you, that is 100% true. But if you're on the other side of it, where you're catering to the people who hate watch you, that's where you kind of get stuck, like having to make a decision. Are you playing stuff you genuinely enjoy for one side, or are you playing stuff you genuinely hate for the other side? Glad to never know that problem.
haven't noticed. So how about you stop trying to just unload on me, acting like I'm doing everything wrong, and realize the world isn't perfect. I'm a gamer, and making game content with subpar games and all the indie games and RPGs you guys ask for do not bring in viewers or money. Phil, I don't know what more they can say. These are your real fans who care about you, and you just won't listen. I have listened, but the things being said are just nuts. No. Dropping major AAA games to play only indies and RPGs won't save anything. It will literally end my business. The facts don't lie. No, bro, the streak needs to just go. It's making the entire stream atmosphere so toxic. Okay, no streak. Back to making $50 a stream and barely getting by. Sounds like genius. Somehow, Phil manages to be even more irritated off stream than he is on stream. It seems like every piece of constructive criticism gets interpreted as an attack. He won't give anyone an inch, and he thinks he's right, despite being aware of the looming possibility of making next to nothing off of his streams. I'm convinced that if he lost every single one of his viewers, he'd only become even more confident that he was right all along.
You got morons in the chat.
Surprisingly, this one time, Phil's defiance of what the remnants of his fan base wanted actually had consequences. One of his most prominent moderators, named Iron Chef Sakai, began expressing his frustration with Phil during one of his reaction segments because he kept pausing the video to do nothing or eat. In the face of this, Phil reacted in his usual manner.
Iron Chef Sakai, could you please actually moderate over on Kick for a change? There's people in there outright saying stuff that you should be moderating and you're not doing it. So, you know, please moderate. If you're not going to moderate, we don't need to have you as a mod over there. Because you're just sitting there, there's people right next to you doing it, and you're not doing anything.
And just like that, a mutiny had begun on Darkside Phil's
Oh,
shit.
no.
Sakai proceeded to further attack Phil in the chat. See, I would normally tip, but why would I want to drop a tip or sub bomb while this stuff is being talked about? Why isn't this a drama channel? Just rebrand. React to drama. Easy money. Why are we here? Everyone should just walk out. He stays ignoring his mods. Like, who does that, man? I'm gonna go live and talk about some insane stuff about you if you try anything. I could care less, Phil. I came for the video games, not the BS drama that you say isn't drama content, but it's all drama content. I've pulled you through so many streams, dude. I'm not gonna back down. I'm done going on about this. Just hit play or ban me. I don't care. Now, on one hand, Phil is free to do whatever he wants to do on his own streams. And just because
Sure.
someone in his chat wants him to do something does not mean that he should or has to. But part of
Sure.
Sakai's indignation here is that despite claiming to not be milking for drama, Phil kept repeatedly trying to get the attention of everyone who gave him the time of day. Even Mr. Medicare, who who had repeatedly ignored his request for a conversation, was still regularly targeted by DSP as he desperately tried to get him on a call. I actually don't know what he expects will come out of this, but I don't think he's ever been this delusional in his entire online career. Now, in a stream from December 2024, he dropped this generational rant on his detractors, where he subtly implies that by being so hated for over a decade, he has somehow greatly benefited the world.
That's what happens. Remember, before all that happened, I used to be someone who could make a video about an impending law or bill that was going to be passed in the United States that could very negatively affect a ton of people, and people would listen. I made that bill about SOPA, PIPA, S.97A, all that back in the day, over 10 years ago. Those videos got hundreds of thousands of views and got people talking about the subject. They got more people informed and involved and active in our government and to stop it, and none of that passed.
I'm gonna stop him right there to clarify that SOPA and PIPA were two intellectual property related laws that were widely opposed in the early 2010s. And at that time, there was an enormous wave of content criticizing these laws. Phil was just riding that wave, as he's tried to ride every single wave since. And he is deliberately misconstruing it here to imply that he somehow contributed to these laws not passing, which is ridiculous and absolutely not the case. Even in his heyday, when he wasn't as maligned as he is nowadays, he was still just a YouTube gamer guy with very little to offer besides playthroughs recorded by a camera pointed at his television. There's nothing necessarily wrong with that, but I don't think we should pretend that Phil ever ascended past that point to some kind of orator, some kind of man of the people. But let's allow him to finish his statement.
And then all of a sudden, oh, Phil's a joke because this is how you don't play, because of this reason or that reason. It's like, you pathetic excuses for humans. Allow me to repeat myself. You pathetic excuses for humans who thought that it was in everyone's best interest to try to make someone a living joke for a decade, who used to actually try to go out of their way to help people. You know, as long as everyone can laugh at this meme that they recognize, that's cool. Forget about the fact that, you know, I've been around for 16 years, I'm well informed on internet, gaming, YouTube issues. I could definitely give informed takes and things like that. Who cares about that? Instead, we have to laugh today collectively at something like a bunch of brain dead cows, sheep, have to have this herd-like mentality of just dunce-level intelligence.
Calling his detractors brain-dead cows and pathetic excuses for humans is honestly far less absurd than acting like he's ever gone out of his way to help people. I'm really at a loss for what he's even referring to here, because if he means that giving his opinions online is somehow helping the world, then the detractors have clearly done nothing to stop that, because Phil is still going. Now, if he means something else, then I'd like to know what he's talking about, because as far as I'm aware, never in his 16 years of his career has he done much of anything besides obnoxiously playing video games on camera, which is still exactly what he does. The only charity that Phil is interested in is raising funds for Phil. This isn't to say that he's evil or something. Everybody wants to make money, but this is only egregious because he continuously doesn't play it straight. There are people out there like Bellular News or Linus Tech Tips who do play it straight and try to be informational, and then there are people out there like Tom Dark who are there to capitalize off of the swap and very little else. Both are totally fine, but the problem is Phil wants to have his cake and eat it too. He wants to put barely any conscious thought into what he does and still rattle off Homelander-style speeches at his detractors like they're doing something evil by attacking him.
Because for a greater part of a decade, you're the ones who degraded human existence and fried everyone's brain cells with your idiotic...
Well, I'm still here, and I'm happy with what I got.
It's just so trivial, nonsensical garbage.
I don't give about what the trolls say, what idiots on Reddit say. You can make up whatever you want. You can make fun of me, whatever you want.
But you got your lols, you got your laughs, right? You made a buck on the internet, right? Yeah, and now we're all dumb. Now look at the world, right?
Look how stupid people are on the internet. Because this is what you did. You made a joke out of everything.
It really boggles the mind how Darkside Phil is the one who thinks that he's making a stand against the stupidity of the world and enlightening people. Of all content creators to have that sort of pretense, it's so insane that Phil is the one showing it. Personally, I think getting lols isn't necessarily inferior to being informed. At least with the way things are now, you're probably better off watching PewDiePie play prop hunt than you are watching the news.
Okay, I got away. Don't worry about it.
I could have been someone to help people with this kind of stuff. I would have liked to. I was at one point. But you just had to laugh. Well, now people have lost their livelihood and their YouTube channels. Is it funny? Are you laughing? What if it was you? Ha! And it's your fault. You're to blame. Sorry for me, I'm about to drop a little holiday truth bomb on everyone. If I had never made a YouTube video, if I had never had any prominence on the internet, If I had never bothered turning on
That's a
camera,
huge upgrade
pointing
we
at a
just got.
TV and doing really stupid commentary, if I had never made tens of thousands of videos, all right? Here's the truth. Tons of people never would have been YouTubers. Tons of content never would have been made. People wouldn't have been inspired to do what they did. And the world would be a very different place, okay? If I never existed, a lot of positive things never would have happened on this planet. Whether directly or indirectly as a result of my actions, my existence has actually prominently impacted the internet. Life, quite frankly.
I legitimately don't think he's just saying this because he wants people to think it. I think he wholeheartedly believes it. When you're the kind of person who does good things for others, you'll still do them when you aren't popular or rich, just on a smaller scale proportional to how much you can actually do. In contrast, now that Phil has very little going for him, he doesn't do anyone else good besides himself. The money he gets, he uses exclusively to self-indulge. And back when he used to have some motion, he did things like getting a condo he didn't need and then mismanaging what he had so badly that he went bankrupt. More money or more popularity is not going to make him do more good things. It's just going to make him do even more of what he does now, which isn't something that almost anyone wants more of. If you gave Phil $250,000 today, he wouldn't become an excellent games journalist or an internet intellectual. He would just spend $10,000 instead of $2 during his WWE Champions bathroom break sessions. It's impressive how boldly he guilt trips people and says that it's their fault that he's now incapable of being an online superhero just because they laugh at him. But I guess that's one way to cope about how impotent he is in the face of his own ridicule. To summarize all of this insanity, Phil clearly thought he was cooking here, and he even zoomed in on his face to emphasize his points. But the fact is, if he actually had anything insightful or valuable to offer to the public, people would get over his incidents or how bad he is at video games. But he doesn't. So let's get back to the one thing that Phil can offer people: funny moments. As 2024 came to an end, things slightly changed for the worse. You see, for a while now, Phil has been streaming simultaneously on YouTube and Kick, which I don't really understand since he doesn't have like a huge support base on Kick to justify this. It basically solved nothing, and in fact, it created a new issue, because even if Phil still got plenty of donations on YouTube, he is under the impression that also streaming on Kick should mean that he should be doubling the amount of money he gets, which obviously did not happen. All it did was move a splinter of his already existing audience over to a different platform. But despite his Kick viewers being 1/10 of his YouTube audience, he still thinks they should be contributing comparable amounts of money, which is ridiculous. And so, ever since his dual streaming started, clips like these have become increasingly common.
Over on Kick, we've got one person who supported all night, your future stepdad, and it was one sub. From now on, I'm going to be very abundantly clear with all of you on Kick. Don't ever ask anything of me ever again, because until people on Kick actually support the content, you get nothing. You got an hour left. Get to it. And thanks to those again who supported. And what I mean by that is basically everyone but the Kick viewers, because there was zero support on Kick today. Zero. I'm just going to continue to ban all your sock accounts and laugh at you, okay? It's been a great night, but man, I've only had one contribution in the last hour from Meconium. Are you kidding me? That's it. One contribution? We could do better than that. Let's get some super chats. Let's get some tips. Let's get some subs. Let's get some kicks. And for goodness sakes, let's get some memberships. What is going on? Well, I guess I'm just gonna have to take away your moral support messages then.
This kind of faulty thinking has always been a staple of Darkside Phil. Stream on a different platform as if 100 more regular viewers would magically materialize, thinking he can somehow game his way into making more money. Back in the day, he did things like cutting up the episodes of his playthroughs into very short segments to artificially inflate his video and view counts. Or he would tell his viewers to click the ads that appeared on his channel to get his revenue up, which ultimately got his AdSense completely banned. And somehow, this has now been retconned by Phil into his detractors somehow being at fault.
Oh, well, he was talking about how over 15 years you begged for your audience's money. Literally never, ever asked for contributions until my trolls ruined my YouTube channel and made it so I couldn't make a living on ad revenue. All the way up through that when they got me those false copyright strikes, which ruined my channel and made it so that I couldn't make a living on ads anymore, that's when I had to start asking for crowd support. Before then, I never did.
The funniest part of this is that despite it being true that one of his old channels was heavily damaged by copyright claims, Phil himself is known to have abused the copyright system against his trolls. But he wants you to feel bad for him when he suffers the same fate. It may be tempting to pity Phil as a slowly degenerating old guy coming up with new demented delusions every day because he's struggling to adapt and survive in a constantly changing gaming and streaming environment. But it's not tempting enough that he actually warrants any sympathy.
Look, what am I supposed to do? Are you kidding me? This game is ass. This game is complete
ass. They're absolutely insane, dude.
The most you can ultimately do is laugh at him, which is more than a lot of people get, in fairness.
Take all your genders and shove. Don't care what your gender is. You're dead now.
But I think that deep down, Phil knows this, even if he can't consciously acknowledge it. As of late, he's edged closer and closer into becoming a drama streamer, using almost anything as an excuse to start beef or some kind of interaction with other lolcows. Whether it be on his streams, like his prolonged Cold War with Low Tier God,
This guy is the textbook case of someone who is an egomaniac.
or on Twitter, like when he replied to a viral tweet that showed him and Pirate Software. The caption on this tweet is, "These two end up locked in a room together. They cannot leave until they admit to being wrong. Who leaves first?"
Nobody,
To which
they
Phil
both die.
replied, "Who the f is that?" It's moments like these that make it look like there's still a glimmer of hope for Phil. Obviously not as a genuine streamer, but more so as a self-aware lolcow. Someone you can witness live, struggling against their impulse to put their foot in their mouth. He did have a brief window to go in this direction during his redemption arc with Kino Casino, but the opportunity slipped away as Phil went back to morally grandstanding over his haters. Fortunately for him, he did get a second opportunity, and this time around,
Did that
he
do
came
anything?
even closer. In October of 2025, Phil did an interview with none other than Wings of Redemption, who honestly has a lot in common with DSP. They've both been running gaming channels since the very
didn't do
early days
anything,
of
okay.
YouTube. They both had a few incidents of their own, which led to them attracting a fan base of hate watchers and trolls. And most importantly, despite how hated they are, these guys are probably the most normal and human lol cows available. While I don't think the contents of this interview really concern the narrative of Phil's story, it is a great watch if you're interested in the psychology of these people and humanizing them beyond their funny moments. If you look at the comments, plenty of people share this sentiment and express that despite being trolls of theirs, this interview was much more enjoyable to watch than anything else Phil had ever put out. Right around the same time this came out, and there was a minor but noticeable warming up on Phil from the detractor community, popular streamer Asmongold reacted to one of his clips on Twitter, getting well over 1 million views off of it.
So nobody gave him any bits at all?
I'm going to be very abundantly clear with all of you on Kick. Don't ever ask anything of me ever again.
Damn.
Don't ask for me to add you messages,
Damn.
new emotes, pop-ups, nothing.
What?
Because until people on Kick actually support the content, you get nothing.
You letting them know.
As you can imagine, this introduced a ton of new people to the ever-expanding DSP universe. And to capitalize on this, Asmon followed up by doing his own interview with DSP. A lot like the situation with Wings, if you check the comments, there's plenty of people who thought that Phil came off way better than expected. Granted, he did tell some of his usual lies to make his past misdeeds look less bad, but regardless, the same effect was achieved. Once again, a door was opened. An opportunity presented itself. All Phil had to do was change once and for all. Clearly, it was his streams, and more specifically, the way he sets his streams up so that he necessarily ends up begging for money and guilt-tripping his viewers, that regularly produced extremely hateable moments. If Phil, at this exact turning point, decided to take advantage of this situation, he could actually find himself some success. Did he do it? This is the point in the video where I say,
Of course not.
Despite repeatedly telling Asmon in the interview that he wasn't looking to become a drama channel or to purposely rage bait people, this is what Phil was up to just a few months later.
All right, clip this and put it on Reddit for me, okay? Hello, Reddit readers. Hi, everyone who sits on Reddit all day reading it. Normal people don't sit on Reddit all day watching out-of-context crap and think that it's fact and talk about it and make it go viral. No one cares. You're a loser. You'll always be a loser. That's why you sit on Reddit all day. Enjoy your live stream fails. I'll sit here making content, making money, and having a great time with my audience, and you can get bent.
This is the textbook thing to not do if you find yourself in a situation where you're getting hate online. But unfortunately, it's all that Phil knows how to do. He literally lives for the next moment of getting a popping thread on live stream fails, another reaction from Asmongold, or a low-light clip of him being horrible at video games going viral after decades of playing them for money.
Oh my. What the? This is insane. What is going on? How do you play this shit? Whoa. How do I fire my gun?
Undoubtedly, in the future, Phil will get more opportunities to try and seize a slightly bigger audience of people who only know him from the funny clips. And undoubtedly, he will keep fumbling every single one of them. He still thinks it's worthwhile to keep trying to scrap out his livelihood from e-begging and arguing with random trolls online, all while doing bare-bone gameplays that wouldn't succeed even if it was Prime Gaming YouTube in 2011, due to how bored and uninterested he always is during these playthroughs. Will Darkside Phil survive? Probably. I doubt he's ever going to stop making a living off of what he's doing, but he'll also never improve. Ultimately, this is the nature of Darkside Phil. It's almost like his genetic fate to be in the same spot he's been for the last 15 years. Never improving, never ascending, always, constantly, every single day, maulding.
No one would believe it anyway.
And begging, obviously.
We're only at 20-something bucks.
I've been Turkey Tom, thanks for watching, and until next time, leave me alone.
Hey, what's up guys, Ruff here. So in this video, I'm going to be talking about the current
Crimson Desert. Dude, what is Crimson Desert? I'm so out of the loop. I feel like something dropped and I don't know about it.
state of Crimson Desert a few
Do you like it? Do you not like it? Is it good? Is it bad?
days after its official release.
Okay, again, you're such a smarty pants. Is it good?
Now this game got off to a
He doesn't look ugly, so he must be good.
hot start, but it found some trouble thanks to very negative.
Literally, this is how I will have to tell whether a game is good. Is the character attractive? If the character is attractive, it's on neutral to good. If it's ugly, it's DEI, therefore it's bad.
Reviews provided by games journalists and a bunch of scrutiny provided by the usual suspects
Korean.
on social media.
If it's Korean, then it's gonna be grindy. Okay?
She
Korean
knows.
games are always hot, but they are grinding their suck off.
However, as the days
Buddy.
have passed on since its official release, this game has actually attracted more and more concurrent player counts and more positive reviews because people are finding out the truth. This open world action adventure game that features no woke nonsense is—
Whoa! Attractive characters are still back, gentlemen. Show me the women. Let me see the girls.
It's actually very appealing to people once they give it a chance. However, on release, games journalists and activists on social media came out with a slew of incoherent complaints about this game, including complaints about a lack of diversity in the
Of course. Of course. Of course.
game. But here's the shocking part. It actually worked for a bit. At one point, this game was at a 50-50 reviewer rating on Steam. However, as the days have gone on and more people actually tried out this game instead of listening to journalists and activists, it's raised from about 50-50 to nearly 80%, a mostly positive set of reviews for this game, much to the dismay of woke journalists who are crashing out on social media now that this game has turned things around, including people like this, saying the loser gamer chuds are celebrating this as an anti-woke victory.
Bro, it's a Korean game. Can't you let the Koreans do with their games what you want? Why is it that you have to have literally 50 shades of every humanity? If they want to do what they want to do, then just let them do it.
And it's making
So
them
lame.
very, very upset.
Get
So
in
what's
line,
going on with
okay.
Crimson Desert? Well, this was
It has an arc. Is that not? He's green.
a much hyped up release. Again, this is an open world action adventure game, and of course it had a great level of success.
Let me see. What is Team DB, my beloved? What is this? Crimson No? Prime? Hello? Let me see. Crimson Desert. Oh my god! Oh shit, it is popular. Wait, is Marathon still out and open? I think Marathon is doing kind of well. I mean, they dripped a little bit, but that's pretty good. It's not dead yet, gentlemen. Not dead yet.
Nearly 15 minutes out of
42k is not great. It's not bad either. It's okay. How do you not know this game? I don't know. I live under a rock. I'm sorry.
Okay, it broke 100,000 concurrent players, which...
I will be honest with you, I am not too keen on Korean MMOs or open world thingy because it always requires me to do the same thing for 10,000 hours. You know? And ain't nobody get the time for that. It's just too much.
That's sort of a number for a game like this. That is a great start. However, almost immediately, this game was bombarded with negative reviews from reviewers such as IGN, who gave...
I want you to know that I think Concord had like a 7 rating or something from IGN. So I will not take them seriously. Yeah, it was wait. Concord IGN rating. Oh, that was a 7. So let me just not take anything into accounting, okay? Like, how long did that game live?
I'm
Like
so
a few
used
weeks?
to listening to your videos at work that when you were done with the last video, I was thrown off by you actually finishing watching it.
Aww, I'm sorry.
Gave this a 6 out of
12 days.
10 rating, basically saying it's very underwhelming and boring. Now that's very rich coming from IGN.
Dustborn. Oh my god. Wait. Okay, let me see. So, Dustborn. I'm sorry. How much was the all-time peak 1.5 years ago? Wow. Damn. Nice. Yeah, sure. Nice.
Who once gave Dustborn and Concord 7s individually, and even gave Dragon Age the Veilguard a 9. So any sort of...
Dude, we just have to start ignoring these people. These idiots, they are not gamers. They don't like games. They are just preaching whatever popular current agenda is on the table. Like, who fucking cares? A game journalist. Dude, game journalists, back then, they used to be those people who played the game so fucking much that they had so much hidden information that they wrote it down and the gamers were like, oh my god, these are the smart people. Now, game journalists are like, I want to be a journalist, but no one is hiring me, so I will take this lesser thing, hoping that I can climb up, but I just become ridiculed by the
There is
internet.
probably a measure of truth to
rating
that.
coming from IGN, especially a 6,
Long
means
ago.
absolutely nothing, but it did seem to have an impact on whether or not some people are willing to give this game a shot in the first place. Let's move on to some other reviews. This one coming from Jason Schreier, who is...
Jason, why are your tweets protected? Jason, we gotta no longer on Twitter. Why we have Blue Sky? Jason, why are you Blue Sky?
is retired from Twitter for facing valid criticism over the years, and eventually moved on to the echo chamber known as Blue Sky. He left a review for Crimson Desert, calling it boring and soulless, and that he didn't want to play this at all anymore.
He's going to be shocked when he realizes that some games are not meant for you. I will be honest with you, I wouldn't like it either, but it doesn't mean it's a bad game, it's just not for me. That's like saying that, like, I don't know, Dark Souls is boring because you can't go from point A to point B because suck ass, and your character is a failure.
And said this game feels like it was designed for people who just want to consume content. Now, of course, nobody likes a consumer who will simply buy whatever slop comes their way, because that's just what they feel like doing, and they just want to buy something no matter what the quality or...
Feels like a game designed for people who just want to consume content.
Wait, can Royler walk on water yet? Or is that level 5?
So...
I think it's level 5.
What? What? So, consumers? Is that bad? Is being a consumer
Water
now
sprint.
a slur?
Yeah, that's level 5. Okay.
Oh my god, you don't even care. You just wanna watch your whatever and enjoy it. Oh, I get it. Do you? I don't. I'm afraid to say, but he might be a little bit retarded. He's referencing a meme. Dude, fucking Blue Sky, man. I'm just looking at like the likes and everything. Who is even on Blue Sky?
Democrats.
Honestly.
what the messaging is for a particular product. But yeah, at the end of the day...
I remember I registered to Blue Sky because everyone was like, oh my god, it's going to be the next big thing. And there's like 5 people on it. Maybe 6, if I'm generous.
Not a very
People are
pretty sword.
consuming content. These are video games. It is content that you are consuming. So just calling it something that people wanted to consume.
I sent you the meme. Okay, I'm looking. Apparently, I'm missing something. Let me see. The consumer, always illuminated by blue screen light, lives the consumer product and gets excited for next product. Willing to eat bugs if the marketing is viral enough. 8-second attention span. So this is like just kids? Question mark? They wouldn't be able to sell
Not
it
far
if it
off.
was bad for me. Decorates with marketing mascots and product logos. Oh my god, these are the channel bag girlies. Doesn't use ad blocker. Okay, everyone uses ad blocker. Don't be like that. Oh, that's just a slur.
As a form of content is not really a valid
Everyone
criticism unless
does.
you provide some sort of rationale as to why that is a bad thing in this case.
They like the ads.
Asko has me
my
trapped
beloved.
in her basement.
Uh-oh.
Please send help. I can't pick the locks to save my life. Holden, there is food down here, but I am being forced to use Blue Sky and it's torture. Here.
Alex,
Think Disney
what?
adults? Oh,
This has
no.
lifesteal?
Why did you have to put that image into my head? Dude, Disney... close your eyes. If you think about Disney adult, do you think the same thing as I'm thinking, and it's a morbidly obese white woman with like Mickey Mouse ears and probably a pair of glasses and like nose rings? We are still thinking about that, right? That's the one.
I may
Hey,
yoink
Farrah.
the health siphon off with this one sword.
Yeah, right.
And swap
I
it over
wanted
to the
say
other.
Fat woman, but it's listen. You're fat if you have a little chub. These people cannot sit into the fucking chair. They cannot go on rides. Rides. That's
Crit
morbidly
rate
obese,
4.
I'm sorry.
Holy shit.
But then again, just like with IGN, you think about
Alright, yeah.
who is sharing this message, and journalists like Jason Schreier are completely immune.
Hot take: Pokemon fangirls are just the video game equivalent of Disney adults. Leave me and my Pokopia out of this, okay? I didn't come here to be called slurs, okay? I came here to make fun of other people. Thank you very much.
To predicting the success
Okay, they're
of the
actually
game.
not for him.
This
I
is
think
the
they're for
same
Unko.
guy.
I am covering my Mimikyu's ears so that he cannot hear this kind of bullshit. I'm sorry, Mimikyu. He didn't mean it like that. He's just an asshole.
Who looked at the initial launch of Dragon Age the Veilguard and saw 58,000
So mean.
concurrent players on the
There's
first
another
day of
Spire
release
over
and said,
here.
"Go
I am not
woke,
in the mood to
go
do this shit.
top the charts." And of course, we know that Dragon Age the Veilguard
Oh, it's that
Kitsunero
guy.
did an experiment.
Ah.
Anyone with an ad block will not be counted in viewers, even if they are
The
subbed.
Spire of Soaring.
What? No.
Oh, God, man.
No. Really?
I
Listen,
do
don't
want to
care.
fucking...
Don't show up.
I do want
Use your
magic,
ad
but
blocker.
I don't know if I have
Not
it in me right
using
now to
ad
do this
blocker
air shit.
It's like going into a whorehouse and fucking without a condom. Okay? Just
Like, I'm actually really sour on the Spire stuff after doing the one that I did yesterday, and then I got all the way to the end after completing every single fucking puzzle. It took me like 45 minutes to do all of it. I completed every puzzle completely stressed out the entire time from fear of falling down. just to reach the end, and then for them to say you cannot access this content right now. And then I go on subreddit and it says you won't be able to go there until the very end of the game. It's like, God damn, man.
Just use it. I don't even care about my stats. You have to put it on.
Oh, I really didn't.
It's not safe out there. Please take this.
Veilguard completely ripped BioWare apart and was a massive failure. And think about that 58K number, right? Like, Crimson Desert nearly doubled that in the first 15 minutes of its release. But when confronted with people asking whether or not they genuinely enjoy turds like Dragon Age the Veilguard, Jason Schreier, in his professional capacity as a games journalist, said,
Morbidly a beast.
Morbidly a beast.
I actually don't like the game very much, but I like seeing you chuds get dunked on. Yeah.
I feel like Jason is way too old to partake in high school bullying. This is basically like high school, like the mean kids, the mean girls. Sir, you're balding. It's time for you to do something more useful with your time. I don't know, just literally anything.
Yes, this is a 50-something-year-old man unironically calling detractors on the internet chuds. But we keep moving forward. There's some reviews on Metacritic complaining that Crimson Desert does not have enough LGBT.
What? There's no gay in Crimson Desert? There's not even a crumble of dick sucking? Unacceptable. -10 out of 10. What do you mean there's not even a crumble of dick? What do you mean only the women gets to touch the... Oh, disgusting. Simply disgusting. Mind you, if this is a Korean game, like being gay in Korea is still kind of sort of like a taboo. Like they are not gonna pat your head and just like stroke your dick like good job. You're gonna be probably ostracized. So if they are aiming it for like a more Asian audience or something, I can see why they wouldn't want to put something like that.
EQ plus representation. One review that provided a 0 out of 10 said this game is disappointing because it had no LGBTQ representation at all.
Man, how am I going to enjoy my fantasy game with dragons, magic, fireball if I don't see someone sucking some dick? Honestly, I just... It's so unrealistic. Come on now.
It's disappointing in 2026. This isn't about politics. It's about feeling invited to play and included in the world the game is trying to build. Amazing stuff. Stunning and brave. Now, you think all these reviews and complaints are ridiculous, but it was working. Like I said, it prevented some people from even trying this game, and it even had an impact.
You know, we should have North Korea make a gaming company or something, and we should see what kind of inclusions and diversity they would put into that. I think that would be really nice, you know, because isn't North Korea like communist? And these people always love communism, so surely whatever North Korea puts out would be perfect. Definitely perfect. Straight to Gulag.
On the studio who designed it, Pearl
Dictatorship,
Abyss.
even better.
Pearl Abyss and their share price plummeted nearly 30% after the first reviews arrived for this game. This is a very big deal, okay? A 30% drop based largely on the negative reviews. And like I said, on Steam there for a moment, it was sitting at a 50-50. A lot of people were reading in.
Bro, who has time for this? Honestly, when was the last time that you bought a game and you were like, I am going to actively downvote it because I have a strong opinion because it doesn't have like, I don't know, the unemployed? It's just actually insane. Like, who has time for that?
Wait, this looks like where that other fight took place.
There's not enough balls to balls action. I will have to leave a very
Oh,
angry
this isn't a
opinion
fucking
about it.
Spire? Okay, this is where I fought the Raven
And
guy.
having a very negative outlook
Never
on
mind.
this game,
Are
or
you saying that this is massive day for the unemployed?
giving it a very small chance. To add on top,
So I have this thing that's called a job. Sorry, that's a slur. Please censor that. It's very offensive to us who don't have the J word. Thank you very much.
For that, there were complaints about AI usage in this game. A Redditor discovered an AI generated.
I'm sorry, is that a horse? Is this? So there's one leg, there's two leg, there's three leg. What is the horse merging into a person with a bowl cut? Oh my god. That's a tail. That ain't no way that's a tail. Which one is the tail? Because that's a feet, and that's a feet, and that kind of looks like a feet. I don't fucking know, man.
Artwork in Crimson Desert, and you know how certain pockets.
No, because that's the end of the horse, right? Because the head is like right. Wait, no, this I don't know, man. It's sort of like a fever dream.
The people on social media are when it comes to AI, they get very upset. Now here comes the irony once again. Consider the source. One of the journalists reporting on this is IGN, who complained about the AI-generated art assets contained in Crimson Desert, while of course using Sprout Social, which is an
I have no idea what that is.
AI tool. They literally made this article using AI tools.
Hypocrisy in my video game. Oh my god, I hate AI so much. Written by Gemini AI. What? Another one. We have so many hippopotamus people in this industry. That's crazy.
In order to complain about AI-generated art assets. The irony is palpable.
Bro, I don't know what that picture is supposed to be. The more I look at it, it looks like he's trying to get a blowjob from like a trunk. Like a tree trunk or something. What does this mean? What does this mean?
It's palpable. However, some people made a big fuss about this on social media, saying that they're refunding this game immediately. Despite the fact that
the
Crimson
art on the
Desert
wall
came
that
out and
we're not
addressed
even
this
going to pay attention
immediately
to.
and removed any sort of AI
Refunding the game immediately. Absolutely unacceptable. Okay, Karen. Okay. Listen, I'm good for you.
generated art in the game.
Hit
But then again,
7 mounted enemies while riding a horse.
Beef against if like, you know, if you're like, oh, you don't like it, you think it's slop, you want to uninstall it, whatever. But this is such a, oh my god, I'm going to tweet about it and
It's
tell
performative
everyone
outrage.
how much of a good person I am because I cannot tolerate AI. But also they are going to watch like AI content all day long. Like, oh, come on. Who cares?
Who's the source? Look at the person making this complaint.
Game dev, Intergalactic. Oh no, The Last of Us. Oh no, the bald girl game.
Thank you.
Also, is it? I see a piercing. I can't tell if she has a nose ring. I think she might have a nose ring. I'm sorry, that's like a red flag. Having a nose ring.
Let me forge you a blade. My skills are all.
Septum
How many
piercing
buffs does she
theory.
have? So many.
A game dev for Intergalactic. Yes, this Intergalactic that has a.
I am not gonna play it. Maybe with a mod. We could mod some hair onto her. Maybe. It's a shame because the game looks good. It's just
This looks like a
pump,
mage.
you know? And I
town.
feel like that is going to be a very annoying experience.
Oh, it is the main.
You know?
Brutal. Like to dislike ratio for its official trailer.
Oh, it's gonna be PS5 only. No, I cannot put a hair onto her. No. God damn it. What if I will just glue a wig onto my screen?
YouTube.
Damn
and
it.
that is the person who is whining about this. Very interesting behavior coming from a game dev who is immediately pitting themselves against Crimson Desert. Meanwhile, they should be worrying about what's going on in their own backyard as opposed to what's going on at other studios. But of course, self-awareness is not really in the making of these sorts of game devs or anyone who'd be working on Intergalactic for that matter. But it's not just game devs and journalists complaining about it, social media users as well. We see this sort of sentiment from some users saying, is this game actually going to be good, or is this going to be another Wukong situation?
Wait,
What
I
the hell
thought
was
that
wrong with-
people loved Wukong.
Yeah.
Didn't wasn't that Wukong game like extremely fucking popular and everyone was like gooning for it because it was so fucking amazing?
Another Wukong situation, the rewriting of history when it comes to Black Myth Wukong is very strange. I mean, look at this game, right? This is a single-player game that released nearly 2 years ago, and it's still sitting at 4,200 in-game players with a 96% positive.
Jonas hated it. Why? It's about the monkey person god thingy. I don't fucking know. Why?
Positive rating.
No, gays. It's a monkey.
They
I don't want to point out the obvious that maybe gay sex with monkeys might not be the hottest
They
idea
were
to put
complaining
into
that
a
they said that
game.
there weren't enough like female characters,
Do
but
I
there
really?
were like a number of them for sure.
Really? I don't
It's just
mean...
there was an asterisk that like the bulk of like 4 or 5 of them were spiders, but still like in their non-spider form they were women.
Enjoying the day?
to be like that, but
Okay, this was a triumph. Peaked at over 2 million concurrent players. This was a massive success, but now it's being considered a game that's overhyped. Like, this is crazy. And you can see right here, on the same vein of these reviews being very misleading, Crimson Desert has around just shy of an 80 Metascore from the critics, but compare that to Black Myth Wukong, that had an 81. And also Stellar Blade, that also had an 81. So, like, even the meta scores here are very...
Okay, but don't we have this everywhere? Like, even on, like, Rotten Tomato, whenever there is the critic rating, the critics are always just such obnoxious little bastards. An absolute, like, a handful of miserable people. Every time I go to Rotten Tomato, I check the critics. If the critics is negative and the audience is positive, I know it's a good movie. If the audience is
Ooh, this
bad
looks
and the
fucking
critics is
cool.
positive, then it's also a bad movie.
Ice resistance
Very-
level 3?
hard to rely on, especially given their history with games like Black Myth Wukong.
Oh, but it's lower res.
But of course, I think there was a big issue with the influence of journalists and people having a very short fuse and tolerance for this game. In fact, there was a large number of players...
Some players reportedly quit Crimson Desert because the first puzzle is too hard. I see. So what I'm hearing is that it's a skill issue and you're just really fucking dumb. Okay. Fair enough.
quitting Crimson
Oh,
Desert,
is that a bell?
even getting refunds.
Is that a bell
because
tower?
The first puzzle in the game was too
Oh, I don't
hard.
think it is.
Oh,
Yes,
no.
people were giving up.
Wait, maybe it
that
is.
fast, and I think a lot of it is because of a super negative perception they were getting from journalists, game devs, and social media users who said this game is garbage. And when they saw the first obstacle in their way, they immediately quit because they already want.
But square block is square hole, click or round thing. Yeah, that's hard. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know that you were such an elitist. Wow, you bigot. You don't understand. Dude, every time I see any news out of DSP, is that he is very, very bad at games.
Empty
and
book.
I am
God
very bad
damn
at
it.
games, okay? Like, I play very cutesy and whatever games. Maybe sometimes some, I don't know, like something pew-pew.
Oh.
But I am not at all good, and I never had these issues. You're literally better than DSP. That's not a compliment. He's really embarrassingly bad. Okay? He should lose. His balls should fall off because he's so bad.
What are the odds that DSP would come up in back-to-back videos?
We also had people like
I just saw like a clip that apparently DSP was playing Resident Evil 9 and he was like stuck at a part, you know, where the elevator is like closing, and he like there was like a bag or something you had to push out, and he just didn't fucking look down. And he just kept dying and he was stuck on it because he didn't know what to do. Like, that man is an embarrassment.
is trying to take an early
Like, what?
victory lap the day or so after its release, tagging content creators like Smash JT, Vera Dark, and Top G8 here, saying, can you explain this discrepancy, referring to the reviews on SteamDB for Marathon versus Crimson Desert, saying, I thought Crimson
Well,
Desert
yeah,
was
one
going to be
sold
the
5
game
million
to own
copies
the
and the other
libs
one
or
didn't.
something, and somehow it's getting worse reviews.
Why do we always have to bring in politics? Why is it always that, oh, something releases and it's about owning... who can't... Bro, what the fuck? Come on. It's not everything is about politics. Can we just, like, stop with it?
Than Marathon. Well,
So
that was a big
boring.
mistake. Never spike the ball in the end zone too early here because, well, things would turn around quickly. As you can see, it went from a 50-50 rating to well over 70 in just the last 24 hours or so, completely turning things around. In fact, it got close to 80% at one point. And look at the peak player
What the
count
hell?
for the day. It's around 205,000 in-game players as of recording
What's going
this
on?
video.
Not bad,
and overall,
not bad.
it looks amazingly healthy. The peak concurrent count
Scripted
has
loss?
actually increased the last couple of days, reaching the all-time peak.
RE9 is cute. RE9 was adorable. Thank you very much. It was the cutest shit ever. How can you even question it?
Several days after its release, it's actually
Hey guys, it's only white guy YouTube white, but guess who the villain is?
improving over time because people are coming out.
Oh,
and
that's a
giving this
different
game
area.
The game has received poor reviews in the Chinese-speaking region. Okay, but I guarantee you that the Chinese people's problem wasn't that there
Alright.
isn't enough gay people
Time
in
to
it.
test out the boots.
I am like 99.9%
I don't
sure
have
that
the
the
boots.
Chinese wasn't like... I'm sorry. There isn't enough gay people in this. It must be bad. Unless...
chance
Nah.
in spite of everything games journalists and
Nah.
activists on social media are trying to say about this game. And part of the reason things are going better is because the developers have been on top of things. They have come out with a lot
Oh my god, a developer who is listening to their gamers in 2026. I'm so proud.
of changes, and of course the developers are Pearl Abyss, and they've been very quick coming out and addressing all of the complaints and making a lot of moves, and people are responding very well. It is no
Amazing.
secret that right after this set of new changes through this patch, they reached their all-time concurrent player count. That is a very good sign. Now also realize that
job.
user pointed out Marathon. Yeah, Marathon has an 85% review rate.
I will never be able to forgive Marathon that they didn't give butt cheeks to the robot. Like, there is one bangable robot chick, and she has no asshole. She has no curves. It's just like a... It's like a square. Like, there's nothing. There's no butt. There's no nothing. It's so weird. I can't... How can I even jerk off to that? Like, honestly. And I had some challenging vanks during my lifetime, but... I'm sorry, that's a deal breaker for me.
But right now
Yeah,
it's sitting at
literally unplayable. What are we talking about?
34,000. I mean, only a tiny fraction of what Crimson Desert has right now. And just look at the all-time here. It has been dwindling consistently every single day, despite having some changes come out. It hasn't really impacted much. Like, Marathon, like I said, was never going to be a gigantic flop. It wasn't going to be a Concord, but like these numbers seem pretty disappointing for a game that had a budget in the hundreds of millions. But I guess that is a comparison point now people are using. You can see some journalists like Paul Tassi, I mean, another positive impact by Paul Tassi here.
The fucking Shrek gift.
Me, when I see Crimson Desert increase from 58% to 78% positive Steam reviews in 72 hours. He is on the right side of history as a journalist for another release in a row. Good on him, but not every person in the games journalism scene was happy about things turning around for Crimson Desert. You see Andy Cortez here, absolutely losing his mind, saying,
I will not take a person like this seriously. When you have a blue mark, but you're so embarrassed to have a blue mark and you have to write it behind your name that you didn't pay for the blue check mark. It's like, oh my god, I didn't spend money. I would never support Elon Musk. I hate it. That blue mark, it was just a gift. Oh my god, like, no. Like, bro. I'm sorry, that's just embarrassing.
Truly had no idea the loser gamer chuds were claiming Crimson
Defeat the
Desert
lion?
success as An anti-woke
Well.
victory. LMAO.
Oh, shit.
They just make up the weirdest nonsense.
I fucking had a brain fart there and I forgot my buttons.
Guy's Jimmys are totally not
First time
Russell's
seeing
here.
lions.
He's talking about loser gamer chuds, aka anyone who disagrees with him on.
See, this is why we have to. This is why we have to gatekeep. Because a game releases and no one cares whether the game is actually good, whether the mechanics are good, whether the performance is good, whether the game is fun and enjoyable. All they think about is like, is current politically trending thing in it? No? Then it's a bad game. Like...
anything, and he is saying that people are claiming this as an
Okay, nothing unique
anti-woke
there.
victory. I don't really know about that. I don't really see many people doing that. I just think people are saying the game is getting more positive coverage and positive reviews the second
God
people
damn it.
stopped listening to games journalists. And
Do you think that these people like go to bed and they just like brush their teeth and whatnot, and they just like angrily think about that? Oh my god, the chuds are winning. I just can't. I have to go and downvote something because the chuds are winning.
actually tried out the game for themselves. I think there is definitely a lesson here. And just look at this guy. Like, what is this guy even doing? I mean, this guy's so audience captured by his own agenda. He has to include this in his handle, saying that he didn't pay for the blue check mark. He has to make sure to all of the people that follow him that he is not supporting Elon Musk with this blue check mark. He didn't pay for it.
See, I told you, I didn't. I told you, it's because it's fucking cringe, man.
He has to make this clear because otherwise he's going to get eaten alive by the progressives he is trying to appeal to so desperately. You know, the totally normal person over here who recently directly
It's
tagged
everything to them.
Asmongold and said that when his father passed away, it made things worse for him because the guy had...
How is a cretin not a slur? I feel like if retard is a slur, cretin should be a slur too. I don't know. I'm just bawling here.
No one left to disappoint, and then called him a ugly, racist cretin. Yes, totally progressive and empathetic as usual with these individuals. But there were some more responses from Mighty Keef here, one of the shills in the industry, saying, I was shocked to not see the usual grifters posting 50 times a day about Crimson Desert's negative receptions at launch, until I found out they, for whatever reason, tried to adopt it into their culture war. Their hypocrisy has no end. Had this been a game they thought clashed with their ideals in any way, you would see headlines like Crimson Desert a failure, everyone hates Crimson Desert, and other hyperbolic...
These people are just so miserable. They're so obnoxious. Like, Jesus Christ. It's a goddamn game. I'm surprised they didn't try to cancel Pocopia. There's no gay stuff in it either. I mean, there's no sex at all, so therefore it must be awful, right? Like, you can't even pick, I don't know, your penis size. You cannot say which direction it goes into. You cannot diddle the Pokemons.
Rhetoric. I think the lady doth protest too much. I think Mighty Keef here is projecting because...
Okay. Sorry, Diglett is very important. Okay.
As if this game was presented, as they're trying to claim, as
free speech is wasted on these freaks. That's so true, bro. So true.
Some anti-woke triumph, these people would be dancing in the streets if it was failing. Okay, but because this game turned things around, in spite of what journalists were trying to do to it for days, all of a sudden now they're seething and coping about it, trying to say that people would have not talked about its failure because it's some sort of agenda push here. I don't really understand. I think this game is just a regular game. I don't think there's really an agenda here at all. I think it just came out and gave people an enjoyable experience without any woke nonsense. That's kind of like what the standard is supposed to be, and now it's succeeding because people are enjoying the content and ignoring what a bunch of whiny crybabies like Andy Cortez have to say about.
Bro, who reads these people's whatever anyways? Who cares?
Like, nobody actually cares what this guy has to say. And now that his little victory he thought he had, and journalists thought they had with the tough starts, or at least the not perfect start for Crimson Desert, it's been evaporated. Now they're whining about the loser gamer chuds and making this all about the culture war stuff, which of course now people like this are accusing their ideology.
I don't even know what the word chud means. It's like another random word that people say when they don't like someone. I feel like they kind of use it as a slur. I don't quite know what it exactly means. But
Pretty much, but like it became our go-to. It became a thing that we wear with pride.
Opponents of doing while doing it themselves.
As all of these insults tend to become.
Good for them, bro. Good for them. Like fuck these people. They are just miserable. Why are we listening to? These are the kind of people who are, I don't know. They are just going to argue over. Like they will not be able to tell you what a woman is, okay? Like because they don't want to ruffle any feathers. Like come on. Remember when there was like a few months ago there was like a gynecologist who was like getting interviewed, and it was I don't know if it was like a whatever person who went there, but they clearly had like balls and everything, and they wanted to go for a gynecologist testing, and the lady doctor couldn't say that you don't have the right organs. Like I literally cannot check you because you physically do not possess the right things that I would have to check, and she just couldn't say it. And I was like,
oh, that's so bad.
What?
Sir, I cannot give you this exam because you have massive balls.
That's a bit too far for me, man. We are cooked. We are so cooked. Like, I understand being polite and being nice and inclusive and everything, and you want to make people feel better generally about themselves, but like, stop. You don't have the main entrance? Ma'am? Where am I supposed to go? There's only a butthole. I'm sorry. What am I looking at? You know? Oh, the female expansion pack not enabled. Oh man, they need the mod pack. That's what they need. They just fucking need a mod pack.
You should know I can't read your mind. You should know I can't read your mind.
I don't really need lifesteal on this.
Alright. So when every single company is moving away from wokeness, they got Blizzard stepping up to the plate. And they're basically saying, you know what? Our game that used to have different races trying to genocide each other, and that's pretty much what made it cool. We're going to have pride events. You're going to have to see trolls fucking with each other in Ogrimmar. You're going to see like that drag kids story hour where a two-headed, morbidly obese ogre cosplaying as a night elf is going to read a nice story to the little children of Stormwind. Now, let's cut the crap, okay? Let's cut through the culture war and actually go to the meat of it. What is actually going on here? Well, I think that this is not ESG anymore. Like, this is pure ideological. This is the people that genuinely work at Blizzard wanting to push back against the conservatives that are suffocating them. And the question is, can they do it?
May fortune guide your
I think they can, actually. I think they can, and I will explain why. There are currently two types of World of Warcraft servers on the official Blizzard Battle.net. You have the Chad server that I played on, and you have the retail version, which is a little bit gay. So the retail version, like the official Midnight server, is actually filled with people that either don't care or they actually like this shit. So I don't see many people unsubscribing because Blizzard is doing another corporate virtue signaling. The other server, which is the people that would have unsubscribed, is the vanilla server and also the Burning Crusade anniversary server.
And I played on those, and those servers are filled with dads and fathers that used to be players back in vanilla, and now they're extremely elitist. Like, if you run a dungeon with them and you die once, everyone leaves. If you don't have the correct gear score, no one takes your rating. So, like, those people would probably leave if you pull this shit there. But that's the thing, right? Like, Blizzard is only pulling it on the retail server. So, basically what they did is that they segregated the chads from the woke people, and now they have, like, 2 different servers, right? And so when they pull something like this, nobody will care. Again, it's just like performative cultural bullshit. Now, there's also something else that I found interesting. And there's many comments like this where people are saying that the conservatives are bringing the woke back. The conservative got control of the culture for 1 year and then squandered it again by their sheer cruelty. I gotta say, that is like a tiny grain of truth to it. And let me explain what happened. You had like this massive alliance between anti-woke people that had like different ideologies and different beliefs. So you had like Asmongold, you had Grooms, you had Synthetic Man, you had like a lot of people with huge fan bases that normally would disagree with each other, all joining hands and basically saying, you know what, we need to start boycotting this shit. And that actually worked very well until, I believe, there was a subversion coming from the corporate media. So, you know, Melanie Mac, that used to work at IGN, and many other people, they simply came in and they started this whole thing. It's like ban pornography. It's like, yes, we're anti-woke, but we want to ban pornography. And their definition of pornography was literally anything that can get a straight man's dick hard. So, like, if you have a chick with cleavage, you need to ban it. If you have a chick with boobs, you need to ban it, right? Like, we need to live in a monastery online. And this actually created a huge division in the previous alliance, because there were people that genuinely just wanted, like, let the creator create whatever the fuck they want, and if people don't want to buy it, they don't want to buy it, right? But just, like, allow the same freedom that we had in 2010. Like, we just want to get back to the time of Mass Effect, Dragon Age, and all the shit. You know, like, back in Mass Effect, you had lesbian relationships.
But it doesn't look like it is.
But what you didn't have was, like, a lesbian sitting you down at the table and lecturing you about pronouns. Because, like, what's happening now in the game industry is actually censorship. Like, you do have artists that want to draw one way, and the people at the top of corporation, for ideological reasons, they're telling them no. Like, your female characters needs to have a strong jawline, massive shoulders, and small tits, right?
Unequivocal.
And so, like, people just want to...
You know what? Let me just double check. Am I holding on to these items for nothing? Unequipable armor. Offering high defense. No. No. This is literally doing the opposite. Unequipable armor. I'm assuming this is for other characters. Maybe those can only be equipped by the other characters? Makes sense. It's other characters. Cliff can't use right. Different language. I'd be shocked. It doesn't look like they allow Unka to use like full plate armor, but I would also be very relieved to find out that he can. Because that was actually my big fucking letdown with Unka. I liked his playstyle, but I didn't like how fucking squishy he was because he had no defense. But giving him a full set of armor, like, literally solves that.
Free the artists again. They, like, literally generally went like,
I guess I'll
like,
stash
can we
it
not
away.
have what Japan is having now or what we used to have in 2010? And so those people, I think, were actually the largest in the crowd, you know, and they would listen to their content creator, and you had like Cabrutus or someone like that saying, don't buy this game. And so everyone was united. And then when you have like the Melanie Mac Twitter evangelist, I'm a Christian on Discord only, zero mysticism, just using it to lecture others about how they should live their life, which is completely different to how I live my life. now you have like this little civil war in the right. And you definitely do have like some people that were like, no, like artists shouldn't be free. They should just do what we tell them to do. So just, you know, replace the grift. And yeah, like this caused a lot of disturbance in the community. And it's now like it used to be. If I don't buy this game, it hurts the woke. And that's a good thing. But now it's like, if I buy this game, it pisses people like the Quartering and Melody back. And that's a good thing. Right? And so you ended up destroying the alliance, I would say. It's also like various things that had nothing to do with the boycott. Like, for example, people like Grooms, people like Synthetic Man, people like Asmongold. None of them are perfect people. All of them have problems. All of them have issues. But like, what the fuck does that have to do with the boycotts, right? So all of a sudden, oh, well, the Grooms is saying something that's happening. It is actually true. It would actually benefit people if we boycott, but it's Grooms, and Grooms, like, has done such and such. Or it's Asmongold, and Asmongold is problematic. Or it's Synthetic Man. How can you watch Synthetic Man? And that's leftist thinking, right? Like, people didn't think like that in 2010. If someone said something true, it was true, regardless of who said it. But that, again, caused a splinter in the factions. And so now you end up in a situation where, yeah, like, something like this, either people don't care, or there are some people that enjoy it now, libertarians. Like, I know libertarians that hate wokeness, that 3 years ago would have been very vocal about this. Now I'm not saying anything, because it's like, well, if I enjoy this, it pisses off Razor Fist. And if it pisses off Razor Fist, that's a good thing. Because Razor Fist wants to piss me off. And so you end up with exactly what this gentleman was saying, where he claimed that Christians got, right-wingers got control of culture for 1 year and then squandered it. I don't think it's like conservatives did it. I think it's like subversive, right? Like individuals that realize the friction in the right-wing movement between libertarians and theocrats, and they put a wedge there, and where at the point where companies are now comfortable trying to virtue signal again. Run. Honestly, like, to me, it's not shocking, right? Like, to me, culture is a pendulum, so the pendulum just constantly swings. Regarding this, I think that Blizzard is smart enough to only do it on the retail server, because if they try this shit on the vanilla or on the TBC server, it's going to backfire horribly. And, you know, people talk about private servers and how Turtle WoW is a thing that people can try, and absolutely they should. But, you know, regarding Blizzard as a company, I think I said my words on it, and yeah, this is just going to come and go, you know, and leftists are going to view it as a victory, some conservatives are going to pretend it didn't happen, but slowly and surely, companies are definitely trying back to go to the old ways, because they have been institutional captured by activists. So, let me know what you guys think, and as usual, I will see you in the comment section.
Take care.
Take care.
Let's watch this one. By Rev says Desu.
Hey, what's up guys, Rev here. So today we're gonna be looking at some more shenanigans going on in the VTubing scene. We got a little bit of everything today, okay? We have the usual virtue signaling posts about the problematic VTubers in the scene. We're gonna see some more Rev derangement syndrome, and we're even gonna see one VTuber view shaming another VTuber while getting less views than them. We have a little bit of everything today, ladies and gentlemen.
Jeez.
But it all starts
Can
with this
VTubers
artist
just calm
named
down?
Usagi, who, well, like many people, has a bit of the Rev derangement syndrome. And I just noticed a chatter pointing this out to me very recently. There is an E missing here. I never noticed this. Whoever made this meme that I've been using for months never did that. And now I can't unsee it, but I'm too lazy to change it. But anyways, using the keyword search Rev on their account, you can see they are happy that other people are supposedly hated by me. I don't hate any VTuber I talk about on here. I mean, I don't really think it's that deep. I'm allowed to criticize people. I don't get into some like personal feelings towards anyone I talk about. But anyways, they're also surprised that I've never done a video about them. Well, I guess they got their wish, but I want to make this very clear. I had no idea who you are and why you're expecting anything from me. But anyways, their recent target is not just me, but also Banana Juju.
What the hell?
To be
Juju's so
quote-unquote
nice.
problematic VTubers out of there. We've talked about her multiple times before. She's been labeled a chud, a racist, and many other things, just like anyone in the VTubing scene who has an opinion that is even a tiny bit right of Mao Zedong. She got initially canceled, so to speak, because of her VTuber model having fair skin with locks in her hair. People said that was racist.
Yeah, because only black people are allowed to have that.
And cultural appropriation, and the people making those claims were largely independent VTubers, but VTuber fans didn't care. Instead, they rallied behind her because they saw she was another victim of cancel culture, and she has retained that audience by doing, oh, what's that thing called? Oh yeah, consistently making content and entertaining people so they stay. I know, very foreign concept to many. But this artist made a call-out post recently targeting Banana Juju, showing screenshots of Banana Juju's promotions for her stream that have AI-generated art, and the artist says, "Love to see that no artists want to work with people like her anymore. We need more artists to blacklist people like her, Powder, Rev, etc. Keep using AI instead because that is the only trash you guys deserve. Crappy generated slop for your slop content." That's interesting to say because this person is upset about Banana Juju using AI to produce this art to promote her streams. They want to support artists, I guess, by making this call out post, but at the same time, they want people like Banana Juju and myself to be blacklisted from artists, so we can't even commission artists. So at the end of the day, you don't want us using artists and supporting them. Instead, you'd rather us keep using AI? Like, make it make sense.
Yeah, because then you're gonna have no choice but to use only AI. Honestly, that would be like kind of freeing in a way. Where they're like, oh, like all of you get the fuck out and never commission artists again. That would be like very convenient.
Like, it's completely
It's a self-solving
contradictory
problem.
to what they're trying to achieve with their post. But yeah, you can see some more Rev derangement syndrome, more virtue signaling, and they would get dunked on by everyone, including Banana Juju, saying Chibi Juju is getting drawn and rigged by an artist while you are spewing your BS instead of working on your open comms. Yeah, isn't that amazing? All the artists in the VTubing scene who are constantly virtue signaling and making call-out posts always have open commissions. They're never booked up. Man, it's like if they maybe focused more on making art instead of whining about other people, maybe they would be able to complete and achieve more commissions. I don't know. But yeah, that was their response, and right afterwards, this artist would private their account, at least briefly, and Banana Juju would say, someone can dish, but they can't take. Which, yeah, many such cases. I mean, how many times have you seen someone in the VTubing scene make a call-out post unprompted against other people, like myself, for example, and then when they get any response,
They get super mad at AI.
especially a response from the person they're
They're
calling
super mad at AI because they're super threatened by it. That's why.
out, they immediately hide. I mean, we've seen this play out many, many times in the past, but people started trying to dunk on Banana Juju in the quotes of this post. This user sharing a screenshot of their other accounts, so they're attacking them with multiple accounts at once, saying, I agree, with a screenshot of her views gained in the last 7 days going down by 40%. Okay, are you really sure you want to start view shaming people? That's a very weird thing to do. You're not producing any sort of a counter argument to anything she's saying. You're just trying to shame her for her views going down.
I mean, like many such cases, like they don't even know how to argue against anybody. They just have to go for personal attacks. They got nothing.
Over the last week when this was made, I mean, let's be real. If you're in the VTubing scene or in content creation, there are ups and downs week by week. Like, if you have 1 week where a video pops off and does really well, well, guess what? If you have an average week the next week, it's gonna go down when you compare the two. Like, it's not a big deal. That's just how, like, content creation works. If you're gonna get bent out of shape because you have 1 week where things go down in terms of views, for example, well, you're not going to last very long because you're going to lose your mind. But this was the response from Banana Juju, and I think it was a very appropriate one for the amount of effort that was put into that attempt to dunk on her. But that moves us on to the next person in this video, this Kaio individual.
Oh my god.
He also has a bit of the
The
Rev
king
derangement
racist
syndrome.
over here.
He says that basically it's a W to get blocked by me, which, as I always say, if I block you on Twitter, that just means you're super annoying. It's not exactly a W. But this is also the person who I made a video about a few months ago because they called me an incel and then told my wife to her face that she married a far-right.
How do you type that? Like, how do you actually type? Like, oh man, that's so crazy. How do you even type that? Like, for real? Yeah, like, how do you call married woman's husband an incel? That's crazy.
Incel, very interesting. Rev derangement syndrome consumes all, ladies and gentlemen. But recently, this individual has been attacking VTubers. Attacking this post where a VTuber said, basically, I wish there was a time we could go back to where you could have different opinions and still get along, where Kaio says you can disagree and still be friends when it's about small things like sports or games, but when someone is openly hateful or bigoted and still expect people to maintain a friendship with them, that's just stupid. Yeah, I love this person preaching about hatefulness and bigotry. Reminder, this is the guy who said you can't be racist towards white people. And of course, this is also a response to him simping over Uki Violetta, the VTuber who's also a person who claimed you can't be racist against white people, and also is a self-hating man who constantly disparages men all the time.
Well, according to the definition that they reformed, what they're saying is true because they had completely twisted the word out of recognition. Doesn't mean the same thing to everyone anymore. Literal Tower of Babel shit.
And keep in mind also, this person is constantly calling people slurs, saying bundles of sticks many different times, but it's okay because he's saying slurs wokely. While of course, about a year ago, telling people like Kirsha and her community that they are terrible and a waste of time because they spew racism and slurs. Well, I regret to inform you, the call is coming from inside the house, Kaio. This is you and your community. Now, going back to the post about having different opinions, he added another response because the first one wasn't enough, saying like, what a loser. I hope your month of fame is nice until you fall off like Banana Juju. So another attempt to view shame Banana Juju in this video, which is very strange because based on numbers as pointed out here, Kaio is view shaming Banana Juju while getting less views than her. You can see these charts provided here. Kaio averaging 141 viewers, Banana Juju averaging 151. If you look at the numbers, Banana Juju is increasing over time and only started streaming about a year ago compared to Kaio, who's been streaming since 2022 and really peaked out right around the time Banana Juju started and has been slowly decreasing over time. Again, I think both of their numbers are fine, right? But this is the guy who is calling people losers and shaming people like Banana Juju, saying they fell off. You're the one.
It's so hilarious how these people are always like, we're the good guys, we're the nicest people, and they're just the biggest fucking assholes. Like, they're the biggest dickheads, like going after people, saying that they're not good enough and shit like that. And then they're saying that, oh, we're the most tolerant people, but they're fucking
They're
assholes.
literally the opposite.
It's unreal.
And if you go even more recent, like looking at the last week or so, this is the Twitch numbers. He's averaging around 250, peaking out at 290 peak viewers, averaging around 200. You go to Banana Juju in the same time, she's averaging over 200, nearly 250, and peaking over 300. She's getting more views in the last week. And that's not even considering the fact that Banana Juju also multi-streams on YouTube. So it's splitting up that number even more. Again, it seems like a very weird thing to say, to call someone falling off
Juju's so
while
cute,
they're
man.
getting more numbers than you, and also keeping in mind they started
She's adorable.
a lot more recently than you. And they've maintained and actually continued to build their audience. But I guess Banana Juju got the last laugh here, ending up in the hidden replies of Kaio, saying instead of thinking first, I support the current thing, referring to Kaio. And this was the post that the hidden response was found on, where he says, I hate fence sitters. Brace yourselves. This is a very high intellect post right here.
When there are streamers who are like trying to sit on the fence to appeal to everyone, I couldn't imagine ever doing that. I couldn't live knowing that a MAGA bitch watches me, you know? Like the moment I even get a hint of MAGA-ness in you, like you gotta go. Like, I don't f with that at all. It's okay if you're a Republican and you watch me, because that's like different, right? I guess. But if you're MAGA...
Dude, this guy really wants some fucking head pats, like bad. He wants it bad.
You're not even human anymore to me. You're just like a fucking cultist member. I don't vibe with that at all. So when I see YouTubers that are fence sitting with the whole ass like fence up their fucking pussy, I don't understand.
Dude, like literally just like waiting for the head pass.
How could ever deal with that shit in your community? Even like
It's actually a really good way to put it.
Ew. The righties like to argue about like, oh, you claim your place is a safe space for all, but you don't want these people like MAGA in your community. Well, yeah,
like, how
because
do these people? How are they real? Like, how is this real? Like,
you enter, it's not safe anymore. You dumb. Like you're a parasite. Duh. Because you think like everyone's existence in this chat, including me, is like not valid. So like, why would we want you here? Are you dumb? Like what a stupid fucking argument. You're actually brain dead if you think that.
Oh geez, this guy hates fence sitters and all of his opponents are all
not valid
cults and they can't ever
Everything
speak
is
out.
beneath these people. Everything they don't agree with and they don't like is beneath them.
Or something basic like that. They would completely turn on him. That's what a cult actually looks like. But, you know, I can spare you the very needed analysis of this post here, but let's just read some of the quotes that handle it. Coming from someone who thinks you can't be racist towards white people, your opinion holds 0 weight. IQ so low, it's in hell. Gays like Kaio are the reason LGBT acceptance is now lower than ever. MAGA or subhuman. Again, I keep saying these people hate you to the point that they want you dead. This guy is a known racist and brags about how he hates men, and yet he's claimed to be gay, which I think is just a grift. The only time
I think he looks pretty gay. It's just my take.
I see this class clown being talked about is when he's being the biggest toxic regard on the planet, ranting about how he wants people dead over some fake headcanon reason he made up in his mind to defend his vile hates. And here's one more. You're literally one of the most openly bigoted people on this platform, and you're whining about MAGA, then immediately hopping on the fence again and going, I mean, not Republicans though. Please, someone has to watch my garbage.
But again, he said, I guess.
Go. And of course, the post
that
I
was actually the operative word on that part.
From Banana
He said, I
Juju
guess.
Is this right here where she actually achieved a ratio, replying to him despite getting tossed into the hidden replies, which is basically like highlighting the comment. Like when you put someone's response into the hidden replies, you're just highlighting that not only did it bother you, but like, here is the post, give it more attention, and that's exactly what happened. But speaking of ratios, he's achieved many against him thanks to this recent post. I wasn't even going to talk about this in the video, but recently he said this: game elitists thinking they're better than others because they played the original Resident Evil games with crap tank controls are so cringe.
Wait, what?
700 likes, 600 comments. I don't think this is gonna go very well for him. Also, 1.4 million views with 700 likes. Brutal. This meme every time. I love video games, but I would never ever play anything made before 2015. Just look at the replies destroying him. Game tourists thinking they deserve to have an opinion on things they've never experienced and refuse to are so cringe. Crap tank controls. Just admit you don't have the skills to work tank controls. Some of us smooth through with tank controls like butter while watching others get caught on every angle. Change. Yes, I am better than you. No brain. Because that does make us better. I understand why regards dislike tank controls, as you need to have an idea.
I'm gonna be 100% fair. I think it's fine to not like tank controls. I think it's
agree.
totally fine. A lot
They're
of
not for
older
everybody.
games have, so a lot of game design nowadays is a lot more refined, a lot more streamlined, like based on just, so what happened was there was a bunch of, back in the day, there was a ton of different games. And now what happened was those games started to have more uniform like UI and controls, because as people found what was optimal, and you started to have things just be like easier and more intuitive, because you'll play a genre of games and a lot of times the control like schemes are like pretty similar because of that. And like, I don't think it's wrong to like say that you don't like those controls, just being honest. Yeah.
You above 80.
But I mean, if you do love video games a lot, it is worth it to go look into the history of it and like play these older games. Like it really is.
In order to properly utilize them, imagine thinking tank
Thank you,
controls are
by the way, you
bad
guys. Thank you.
LMAO. And I think this series of responses really sums it up. Just look at the number of likes from this user versus his responses. Beginning with, I mean, they actually like the games, so yeah. Kaio says, it's almost like you don't have to play every single game of a franchise to be a fan of it. The other user says, I think actively denigrating large parts of the franchise because you don't understand them is another thing entirely, but what do I know? I actually like video games.
Yeah, I mean, that's
Kaio
true.
says, it's not about not understanding, it's about not wanting to, LOL. Point still stands, you can still be a fan of something without having to play every single game and follow every single piece of media from a franchise. The other user saying, and by itself, that would be reasonable, but with the context of every game up to and including 5 is poopy doo-doo, I don't think that can be reconciled with I like the series. Kaio says, I didn't play the games because I don't like tank controls, but I still watched it on YouTube. Oh,
Didn't 5 not have
because
tank
I'm
controls
interested in
though?
the series, it doesn't make me any less of a fan than anyone who did play.
I
The
don't
other user
remember that
says,
far back.
I mean,
I
I'm
feel
a
like 5
believer of the
didn't, but
concept
maybe it did.
that you can be a fan of something through a Let's Play myself, but
Man,
the
they're like-
idea that you're
they're
as
like
much of a fan
completely
as someone
talking-
who cared enough to go.
They're completely talking past each other, but like the person has like a good point. Is like if you're gonna say that you're a fan of a thing and you're not even willing to try it
through
like,
the actual intended
that makes
experience
sense to me.
is a bit of a stretch. Kaio says, not a stretch at all. I even know people who haven't played games from certain franchises but put more time
Oh, you know
and effort
people.
into learning about
Well,
the
that
lore
settles it.
than people who actually have played the games, especially with people who play Resident Evil games and just skip all the notes in game. The original reason I made this tweet was because I saw someone being interested in the Resident Evil games, and the comments were flooded with people telling them to not play it at all if they're only going to play the remakes, which I think is just weird and gatekeeping. And one final ratio to cap it off, the other poster says, I don't know, I feel reading the wiki or watching lore videos is just inherently less investment than the actual
Yeah,
core
that's true.
experience.
They're
and
video
it's
games
not
after
like
all.
a hardcore gameplay only would call themselves a fan. But yeah, the remakes are fine experiences even if they're not a replacement for the OGs. I mean, this was an entire series of Kaio trying to gas up these tweets and just getting ratioed into the Shadow Realm by someone with like 200 followers. It was absolutely brutal to witness. But yeah, that is the absolute state of the VTubing scene. I'm just glad I'm here to collect content and to use it for myself so we can all have a laugh at people who are very disingenuous,
the great
hypocritical,
VTubing war.
and just attention-seeking in every single regard, and I look forward to them crashing out about this video as expected here. But anyways, that's going to do it for today's video. As always, feel free to share your thoughts about today's topics in the comment section down below. Hope you guys enjoyed the video.
This guy's actually like pretty incredible though. Like if you look at like like it's always funny when these people
Water turned into human.
It's always funny when these people are like, these VTubers are so racist, but they're actually the most racist one. And this is why, like, for a while, like, I had that joke, and you know, I had that thing in my my bio where I said I was the least racist VTuber. Like, I actually think it's true. It's like when you have the people that are supposed to be the least racist acting like that. Like, damn, I clear it so hard.
So put 'em in the box. Let the walls be cold and white.
Or something.
All right, look, we're going to talk about how people are trying to defend DLSS 5 again. I guess that's how we're gonna do this here. Apparently, this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna defend DLSS 5. Ape together strong. We look, chat. We are not going to do the Ape together strong arc. We just got out of the Alex was a Fed arc. We are not doing Ape together strong. Okay? We are not doing Ape together strong.
I'll make you regret it.
Stop spamming gorillas in the chat. Stop. Do not spam the gorilla in the chat. No, do not spam. Do not. Is somebody go? Stop.
Caution, the Khajiit locked in Alex's attic. Moon sugar is his payment.
Johnny 5!
8 Bov eating banana. With peel. The long way.
Thank you, B-Song. Yeah, they're gonna peel the banana the long way. That's right. Ape together strong. Jesus
Oh my God.
Return to monkey. Yeah. Gorillas eat
Oh,
bananas.
dude,
No, they do.
please.
They really do. The Ape Army. Guys, I'm not gonna be Trainwrecks 2.0. We're not gonna do this. I'm not gonna have a crash out about Twitch thoughts. All right? We're not doing this. I'm not gonna start a Gamba website, okay? Stop. We're not doing this. Oh no, it's 8. Yeah, true. 17 black, Alex. Yeah, that's. You know what? The next time I go gambling, that's what I'm gonna bet. I'm gonna bet on 17 black, and I'm gonna be like, let it ride. That's what I'm gonna say. 17 black.
That's something we didn't really talk about. Base consoles review for Crimson Desert are going to be delayed.
Yes.
I don't think they're going to come out till they just got those today.
Yeah.
So there's going to be a delay in that. So, yeah, I didn't see anybody downloading it on Xbox. I saw PC and I saw PlayStation 5. So I thought that was interesting. But the one thing I wanted to kind of move over to real quick, and Brap, I know you have to go, but this is an interesting point here, is the NVIDIA announcement of DLSS 5. There's been a lot of controversy. You're right on time for this.
What? There's controversy because it's bad.
Because you were knee deep in that on X. Brap, let me just start with you because I thought your take was interesting and it definitely gets the other half a little bit excitable.
There's nothing to be excitable about. Daniel Owen literally exposed the entire thing. Daniel Owen literally exposed the entire grift of what NVIDIA was doing. And this came out 2 days ago. So y'all jumped the gun.
You saw what's going on. I always say, a lot of people are just saying AI slop, right? So I said...
It is AI slop.
On my thumbnail here today, I said success or slop, right?
It's slop. It literally was confirmed to be AI slop. It is a AI Instagram filter placed over a 2D image of vectors inside a video game. It is not doing anything to the graphics. It is layering an image over the actual game itself as a 2D picture, which is why everything looks bad and everything looks deformed, because it is not actually doing anything to the graphics.
Is this something we should be excited for as we move forward?
No.
Or is this something maybe we should be hesitant and see what happens? It may...
You should be against it.
End up affecting the gaming design artists, etc. How do you feel about it?
So, one, I think it did wonders for Mac, by the way.
Oh,
I saw
it did do wonders for Mac.
DLSS off,
the DLSS 5 on. So Mag,
I guess it was like bald hair and hair. I guess. I don't know.
just want to say you look great with DLSS 5 on. So.
I saw that.
Look, I'm someone who always wants better visuals, right?
Yeah.
Bro, it's all they care about. They don't care about the video game. They don't care about the gameplay. They don't care about anything. All they care about is the better visuals. What are we doing? Streamlamy. Yeah, that's me. What are you talking about, bro? I have watched so many YouTube videos. Yeah, it's me, bro. It's all good. Like, what are we doing here, bro? Thank you for the follow, stream.
Like when ray tracing.
Thank you for the follow, Crazed.
Was introduced. Path tracing was introduced. I remember Cyberpunk was kind of like for me was kind of the benchmark for ray tracing, path tracing, lighting effects. I mean, because you remember when.
Hit the lanterns. All right, I guess we're gonna meet some new characters.
At last, a sagacious soul unfurls the fan.
That's a word.
It's all I could leave behind, given my grave condition. My name is Megu, a witch of Do Arts from the east.
Can you teach me magic?
Our ship was hit by cannon fire, forcing us ashore. Then, someone took my sister. All I want is to look for her. But my wounds have left me too weak to make use of my powers. Burn a talisman upon the censer and ring the bells. Then the wind will guide you to her. You'll find what you need on the shore, by our ship.
When Cyberpunk came out, like one of the things that they were talking about on the PC side, one of the reasons why actually I decided to go really kind of like, head first into PC was because of Cyberpunk.
So just for graphics, you literally pulled a Gaz. Let me spend all this money on equipment for one game to make it look really pretty and then never touch it again. Is that what we're doing? Is that how we're doing things right now?
I remember seeing ray tracing, and I'm like, oh my gosh, this looks incredible. Like, look at the lighting, and it looked amazing. And so, for me, it's like I'm always looking for better visuals, and
no, you should look.
Crimson Desert looks like a gamer's kind of game.
It does. It is. It really is. Thank you for the 2, by the way. It really is. It is crazy.
I didn't really have an issue with it. Like I know there's a lot of people that are upset about it, and they were like, oh, it doesn't look like race. I'm like, it still she looks like the character model, the actual real life character.
Brother, they just put an Instagram filter on her, and then
they would rather drool in front of a pretty picture than have an engaging experience.
Literally correct. Literally correct, Yom. Thank you for the 5. That's literally all. They would rather drool in front of a photo of a game that is AI slopified on top of it than they would actually go ahead and enjoy a good video game. It's crazy to me, bro. I care about frame rates too, PS1 freak. Yes.
With amazing graphics, and they'd glaze it as gutty.
True, Mitty. True. The game could literally not work, but be pretty. They would love it. They would love it. Darude, they are
I'm
bridged.
new here. Give Josh a raise. Thank you.
Message deleted by Unforgiven. Patriot. Patriot. Oh no, dude.
It looks like the actress, yeah.
Yeah, the actress, yeah. And I just think, like, look, like, I'm
Next
someone who
level.
always wanted better graphics. I mean, like, growing up, Mooch, I mean, you remember, like, we were always like, yeah, better graphics, 18 bits, 16 bits, better
Absolutely.
graphics. Yeah, and so for me,
And then you grew up and you were like, wow, those games weren't just good graphics, they were good everything. Good gameplay, good everything.
it's like, yeah, this looks, I think part of the problem today is that I think AI, generative AI, right, has this stigmatism to it. The stigma.
No. People, well, it does. I'm sorry. No, not no. It does. Yes. The reason why it has a stigma to it is because it's not good. It's not good. It doesn't look good. It doesn't do anything. All it does is just put slop in everything. And all it does is show how lazy so many other people in the industry actually are. That's what it does. Oh, you guys spent all this money? You want to use all them tokens on your AI and then slopify my game to make it look like shit and then spend less money, but also at the same time charge me more money for a slop in the first place? No, that's not how this is going to go. If you want to charge me more money, I expect a better product, not garbage being spoon-fed in front of me. That's why people don't like it.
Hey Palmy, Harambe's Himbos.
Stop.
Grace went from being scared to hold on zombie, let me fix my makeup with AI slot.
That's right, Francis. True. That's exactly what happened. Thank you for the 5. That's exactly what happened. It went from, oh, let me go to the place where, you know, one of my family members was totally ended, and then go there, but let me just put on my lipstick and makeup, guys. I'll be looking good for the zombies in no time. Yes. Ha ha ha. Yes.
To it, right? Where it's like, oh, it's AIs. And I get that. Like, we've all seen the AI videos or AI.
Right, so you should have seen this filter and been like, yeah, it looks like shit, bro. Absolutely.
You know, created like images where people have like, you know, 10 fingers, you know, on one hand.
It doesn't look
Yes,
right.
yes.
It looks bad.
Or they
Right,
have
right,
3
right.
eyes. I get that, you know, but I don't think that's this. And at the end of the day, I think what's going to happen is, you know, you're probably going to have developers use DLSS 5, and this is what's going to be interesting. We will.
See, he doesn't get what's going to happen. We're going to go ahead and fix that.
Don't know. You know, we may not know that a developer decided to use DLSS 5 to help them create a sharper visual image of.
But it's not a sharper image. That's not what it does. Like this is look, and I love Brad. He literally is having a complete misunderstanding of what DLSS 5 actually does. It does not make a sharper image. It does not enhance the picture. It does not make the game look better. It is taking a 2D vector image of the game and layering an AI filter over
Wait,
that to
wasn't
show
it
you
weeks
what it
ago
is.
I in games was bad, but I in software good?
Correct, Mitty. And it looks terrible. And if the thing is, if developers actually use this, what's going to be happening is you're not going to have access to the actual game or being able to disable it unless you use DLSS 5. Because what'll happen is they'll make the game with it in mind and then not put any graphics at all. And it's all AI slop.
But not needed for games.
It's not, honestly, Kurmat, thank you for the 45 months. Even, I don't think it's impressive at all. I think it is not impressive in the slightest. I think it is the laziest thing NVIDIA has ever done. Truly, and it goes to show, like, they do not know what the fuck they're doing, and all they're caring about is trying to find other ways of slopifying everything they have on a consistent basis across the board. It doesn't do anything.
You know, a world or a character model or character models. Like you look Starfield. Starfield looks incredible. Like I'm like, okay, this is a Bethesda could
because nothing looked good with Starfield. That's why.
Actually benefit quite a bit from DLS 5 in my opinion.
Yeah.
But I'm all for it. Like I know like people are like, oh, what do you mean, Brap? Like it's it's you're undermining the integrity of the studio, the artistic vision. And I just don't see it like that. You know, I look at this as an enhancement of an asset that's already there, and making it look more lifelike and looking at it like
my brother in Christ.
Oh, did I die?
My brother in Christ.
Oh.
Listen. How does this look more lifelike, bro? There is nothing that looks good here. Bro, her eyes are in two different... Look, bro! Look! One eye is this way, the other eye is straight. Bro, her eyes are in two different directions. What are we talking about, bro? Are you for real? Look! Look at her eyes, bro! I got it better. I got another one. Don't worry. Look at this guy's nostril, bro.
I don't lose to the likes of you.
What is this, bro? What is this? What is this, dude? They put in an extra nostril on his nose?
That looks like something from Polar Express.
One eye is bigger than the other. One eye is a different color than the other. They added an extra nostril on his nose. Look. He's got a shaved side here, and then he's got hair here.
Play Starfield video with girl, it look even worse.
I just can't, dude. What? Why would you even say something that gets worse the more you look at it? Yeah, it's right. It's bad, Jimmy.
Reforge. DLSS 5 on Hector Hammond.
Hector Hammond. Thank you for the 2B sums. You like Crimson Desert more than Skyrim? Yeah, you can say that, Brain.
It will be funny when they play The Last of Us 2, and during the spicy scene with Abby, and the AI thinks she's a man with and turns her into a futa.
Brother, that'd be crazy work, Shino. Thank you for the 5. That'd be crazy work, bro.
You remember like the Matrix? Remember the Matrix demo, Unreal Engine 5? Like people were going nuts about it.
That's right.
You know, and so like
no, it's
I want better visuals, and if this is going to do that, then yeah, I'm all for it.
Yeah, the other thing too is, guys, let's not forget this is an option. There's nobody that's
you don't have options anymore, bro.
Forcing developers.
I'll just take a look around and be right back. My leg.
My powers aren't working at all.
Over there, look. There, get her.
Don't touch me.
He wants her alive. That's an order. There should be another one. Find her.
What? I came here alone.
She's just a weak little foal. He was worried for nothing.
No sign of her.
Turn every place inside out until there is.
We'll take this one back.
All right, get going.
To use this tool.
Just like they didn't force ray tracing with all the games out now? Hello?
So if you don't want to, you don't have to. I think when it...
Until it doesn't become an option and they do it anyways, and then AMD follows suit, you have to do that shit too. What are we doing here, bro? It's like DLSS was just an option and then it became mandatory because nobody knew how to optimize their games. It's like ray tracing was an option, then it became mandatory in Indiana Jones and Doom. Like, what are we talking about? These aren't options.
When it comes to new game development, people will feel less like it's diminishing the artist's original intended
This whole
visuals.
DLSS AI is fucking ridiculous between the AI bros defending it. To this clown, I found comparing it to stencil lighting from Halo. We are so fucked as a society.
We are, Cindery. Thank you for the 10, bro. I appreciate that, man. It is bad. It is bad, bro. Brother, Doom the Dark Ages requires DLSS GPUs as a requirement. Like, what are we doing here?
But like you just said, so Todd Howard came out. Didn't Todd come out and say he's excited for this? Like,
yeah, he did. The thing is, it's like the way the character
model. Come on, Death Singer, do it right. Come on, Death Singer, do it right.
Exactly, Mag. Exactly, Mag.
The way that the problem is the way they showed it. The thing is, it's the way they showed it, right? Because they just threw it out there and they didn't tell anyone about it and whatnot.
I went back an hour to see me watching DSP stuck on the Axiom puzzle in Crimson Desert, and I'm ashamed to say I had the exact same confusion where I reloaded thinking it was something else I had to do.
No! Silence! No!
Try to relax your anus.
Brother, what would I do if the NVIDIA CEO went to prison? What would he go to prison for?
He clarified later. They clarified later after that. Important note, game developers have full detailed artistic control over DLSS 5's effects to ensure they maintain their unique aesthetic. The SDK includes things like intensity, color grading, masking off of places where the effect shouldn't be applied. So if you don't want the effect to be
so that they don't have control
applied on a character, you have that choice.
Come on, Death Singer.
It's not a filter. It inputs the game.
It is a filter, Death Singer. It is a filter. Brother, not like this. Not like this, Death Singer, not like this.
And color and motion vectors for each frame into the model, anchoring the output. And so it's like developers will have full control over it. But the thing is,
and they won't because Daniel Owen proved it.
They turn it's instead of like customizing it to make it look the best it could be, they just turned everything on and just threw it out there and everyone jumped the gun on it. And I think in reality, when a game is going to be using this, the results are going to be a lot different from what you're seeing now because they actually have full control over what it does. And bear in mind, this isn't the first time. This isn't NVIDIA's first rodeo. When DLSS was first announced, everyone absolutely fucking hated it. They were like, "Chuck this garbage out. We don't need this shit."
It's
DLSS
garbage.
is now a household name. They did it with ray tracing
because it was forced on you. It wasn't an option anymore. NVIDIA confirmed DLSS 5 uses 2D frame plus motion vectors as input.
Didn't NVIDIA even come out the past 2 days saying it's an LLM that runs on 2D images that scout to lay out the graphical enhancements?
Correct. That's correct, Silence. DLSS 5 does not appear to read 3D geometry, depth, or artist-authored material data directly from the game engine. When asked whether the
I know
model is
nothing
effectively
about
taking...
AI, but I'm so surprised how many people who do know can't see it's a filter and not some incredible thing. Kinda
Exactly.
concerning.
Exactly. Thank you for the one, Ezekiel. With motion to create the output, the answer is yes. DLSS 5 takes a 2D frame plus motion vectors as input. NVIDIA also said the model understands scene semantics such as hair, fabric, skin, and lighting conditions, all analyzing a single frame.
The wind sounds sorrowful.
Yes. It calls from the hilltop fort. My sister Wusa is of the Wudo school. She commands the wind and rain. The wind can always find its master. Yet it carries the scent of blood and steel. I fear something terrible is happening. Please, you must help her.
You must have teed off on this one. And we have a Caleb episode. Okay.
Now comes the fun part, chat. Now comes the fun
Alex
part.
and Nick are Spanish.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean we... Stop it. Stop the foolishness. Stop it. Stop this. Now comes the crazy part, boys. Now comes the real fun. This is the part y'all been waiting for. This is the part y'all have been dying for. We're gonna get good. We're gonna get real good. Shinobi on Twitter. Sony says it's positioned to secure more memory through 2026. Intends to minimize the impact of ongoing RAM shortage and avoid PS5 price increases. Anthony Manx, thank you for the 12 months.
Ponies drink out of a fermented cum jar. Yum yum.
Stop! Stop! Thank you for the 2, Phantom. The only way PlayStation breaks these fanboys is saying their third party out loud, but they will probably ignore it. Agreed. We've already in a position to secure a minimum quantity necessary to manage the year-end selling season of the next fiscal year. Going forward, we will intend to further negotiate with various suppliers to secure enough supply to meet the demand of our customers. Hopefully that means there will be enough to last into 2027 too. Hopefully that means... I want you guys to read this part out loud again. All you guys who are being platitudinous, all you guys who weren't understanding what the word said, hopefully that means there will be enough to last into 2027 too. We didn't even get past the first fiscal year of 2020.
Lightning flash to attack shadow harpies.
You guys got fucked. You guys got screwed. Stop it. What's up, Chaosy? Man. Sure is funny because I tell you what. 5K for broken drivers. 5K 5K for shader compilation starters. 5K for unoptimized ports, and that's before the RAM crisis. Brother, PlayStation Pro decide. Bro, who follows? We are now back, ladies and gentlemen. We are now back.
Sources, Miami me lo confirmo.
Miami me lo confirmó. That's right. That's right, Miguel. Brother, they follow me, and he's talking about 5K for a PC. What is he buying, a fucking 5090? What is he buying? Bro, the 5090 is like $3 grand. Where are you going to spend the other $2,000? Hello? Look at this. Fuck you, PlayStation. And then he buys the fucking...
Okay, buddy.
Why do you get mad at the company and then buy the product?
Poke in one hand and fart in the other.
What is wrong with your thumb? Anna Masidi, thank you for the follow.
Try to relax your anus.
What are we doing here, bro? How do you sit here and say fuck you to a company
with a number,
and then buy a PS5? Wait. He's a Dolphins fan.
Ponies and their imaginary 5K pieces they put together on iBuyPower to try and own PC guys.
It's bad, Nickel. Thank you for the 5. Look, I'm a Dolphins fan. He's a Dolphins fan, but this boy is 100%.
You non-smart person.
Oh my God!
I don't need Dolphins fans like this. I don't.
And this is why Sony will only keep getting worse.
Of course. Malik Willis, Super Bowl MVP. Brother, I'm gonna tell you a secret right now, my boy. Ain't no way the Dolphins are ever going to the Super Bowl ever again. Get out of there! I know it, you know it, everybody knows it. Ain't no way my Fins are ever going to the bowl ever again. We had one good run and it's over. Hold on to that one run and never let it go. That shit is done. It is done. Hey, let the dream go. Let that dream go. 305 till I die every day, 100%. But my Fins are never going ever again. Sigs, back me up on this. Paris, back me up on this. You guys know we're never going, baby. Hold on to that 1 year, that perfect season, and never let that shit go. We had it. Listen, we hit the top of the mountain that no one's ever gonna touch. But goddamn, the fall off was huge. Laces out, Dan.
Clavicular can help Alex look Max Finnick.
I'm not gonna sit here and go with clavicular.
The only way
Stop
that
this.
makes sense is if it's a 5-finger discount.
Mm-hmm. There was a quote that I saw though. Hold on. There was a quote tweet on this. They told you to jump and you flew. Shake my fucking head. 22,000. He's got internet access in Manila. Yo! Relax, Paris! You're being platitudinous, my brother! Relax! That's true and real.
How long can you
Yo, listen, this was a bad idea introducing you guys to Sigs. Keep my name out of your freaking mouth, Paris. Meet me on Front Street.
So are you now a Jaguars fan now then? Oh.
No, not even close. Listen, I'll tell you this. Introducing you guys to Sigs was one of the worst things I could do for that boy. That boy, every night when he streams, you guys cook that dude for hours, bro. Why? Why? I can't take you guys anywhere. I cannot take you guys anywhere, bro. Thank you, Lazy. I appreciate that. Thank you, brother. I appreciate that. I can't take you guys anywhere. I go, oh, support this. I go, hey, we're going to watch Scarly. What do you guys do? You go to Scarly's stream, you guys spam feet.
Oh my god. There's too much going on here.
You guys are embarrassing me. I go, hey, support Sigs. What do you guys do? You call him Filipino.
Why?
But he is? Yeah, true. He is. Don't let him lie to you. Don't let
Dude.
those dreads. Don't listen. Those are
Look at
fake
my
dreads.
fucking
Don't let them lie
radar
to you.
right now. This is
They're fake
actually
dreads. Don't let them lie to you.
atrocious.
Do not let Sigs
I don't even know
lie
if you
to
can see
Those
it.
are fake.
It's just full red.
Okay? Shot Pack, did you call me Latinx? Do you want to catch a ban?
Juice got Alex.
Stop it, Rogaine! Thank you for the 2. All right, there's more though. There's so much more.
This is
Six
really
a 4+
bad.
Fan. He's used to the abuse.
This is
true.
way
Honestly,
too
you're not
many
wrong.
ads.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. All
On
right,
top of the shadow
here's-
harpies, like
remember,
this is
guys,
just
projection,
really
Alex wears a wig.
atrocious. Like there's no possible way. It's actually too many.
Sigs is stunlocking his own lock.
And none of this is counting towards my
Number one
percentages, by the way. Like I got it all the way down to 29, 28 again. Now the percentage turned back on.
is
Like
not a
how does
bet
that
you
area
should
outside
win,
not
Vegas.
count?
Stop. Look at this. So Porter Rock and I were going back and forth early in March. I said the RAM crisis is impacting every single corporation. Either Sony would go day and date or they'll raise prices. I hope you got that wallet open, my boy. Sony will offset RAM prices by further monetizing PS5 players. And he says, sure, RAM crisis does impact all, but some can be more resilient than others. Oh.
Congrats on 110k subs, Alex.
Thank you, Literal. Thank you for the 2. B2B has better resilience than business to customer. What happened? Where's the resilience? It didn't last 22 fucking days. What happened? Wow. 22 days. What resilience? Age like milk in the sun. Plus, you act like PC was driving crazy revenue. That's not the point I'm making. PC, Xbox, which is less than 2% of the revenue. PlayStation made more money on just physical game sales. Brother, you don't understand. They're going to make that $2 billion back somewhere, and it's going to be out of your ass because they raised the fucking price to $900. Look at this one. Look at this one.
Jesus, bro. He's going full black guy on this one. It's just constant screaming. Oh.
Morning! Good morning! It
Since
gets
you
better.
bald, are you Professor Latinx?
Professor, yes, true. You sound mad. They're seemingly not raising the prices this year. Well, seemingly, they fucking did. $900 for an upscaler and 6-year-old tech, buddy. Welcome to the party, pal.
Cosplaying black folks in the chat.
Seemingly. Don't hide behind your fucking shit words, clown. And yet they did. I got another one. Probably just fake rumors. I want you guys for 5 months. 5 months I made weekly and almost daily content about this.
I've seen wet red more resilient than PS.
True, PDFO. For 5 months, I've talked about the RAM crisis. For 8 months, I talked about the censorship on Steam.
Oh my god.
And none of you clowns listen. Those videos hit 40,000, 50,000 views, sometimes 30,000 views. People knew what the fuck was going on. And you clowns had your head in the fucking sand, thinking PlayStation was gonna go after their console sales. They would never hurt you guys. They would never impact their precious console sales. And what did they do? That bitch came to almost $1,000 fucking dollars. That means next gen, your base console at the low end is gonna be $700 fucking. Your PS6 Pro is gonna be $900. You guys fell for the trap.
Just a river in Egypt.
It's not JN. It's
What the
not.
fuck is that?
Them boys are cooked. Okay. Look, we gotta stop this, Brap. We can't keep doing this.
Nicola can't even play his PS5 Pro cause he has a giant hole where the HDMI is supposed to be.
He just put a flashlight on the talk. So. Thank you for the 5. Brother, what are we doing? What's up, Jedi? Today, this himbo is pulling all the receipts. All the receipts, Razor. All the receipts.
They have gobs of RAM stored up.
Gobs of RAM stored.
Crisis?
Gobs. Gobs of RAM. Just sitting there on gobs of RAM, guys. Moore's Law is Dead said gobs of RAM. Ugh, Jesus. Thank you for the 2 cake, man. Thank you for the 2 Razor. For perspective only, gaming has always been a luxury. Get out! Get out!
Don't forget that Steam
Get out of there! Take the launch of the NES at $199 in 1985. That's about $607 today. We're doing the inflation argument. We're doing inflation. Not Futanari inflation, which is the only inflation we should talk about. We're doing money inflation. Are you for real?
Why can't Sony just download more RAM? Sony
We're
ponies
doing
are
inflation?
dealing with their own RAM crisis. They just have to spread it before so.
My notepad of this one. He's like dialing it up extra on this one. It's actually getting like really, really hard to listen to.
Son, I'm in your debt.
Consider us even.
Your sister sent me.
That was too close. A moment later and they'd have taken my powers.
Hang on now. Get down!
Oh! The troubles I went to for this witch! How dare you ruin my work! None shall lay hands to my spoil! I will test your heart in a single strike with her power! You have no right to interfere! I'll take the powers of those ancient witches from your temple! You'll regret ever interfering! I'll show those witches in your blood! You'll be begging for your death!
Oh my god.
This is the price of the path you chose.
That was worth.
Why did you tell Lindsay you feel dependent on him because he spoils you?
You have like $5 left to your name, if that. And if there's one deviation from an electric bill, a water bill, you're
I'm
screwed,
yeah.
You're fucked.
Haven't you only been bailed out endlessly?
I mean, I have had bailouts from my family in the past.
Where's any kind of personal responsibility or advocacy for yourself? I mean, he's the piece of shit, don't get me wrong, he's the one doing it. And you're willing to promise her that, hey, if you birth out a kid, then honestly, I have a note that she doesn't even want for what it's worth. You don't even want a kid.
This is the final day.
Dollarwise is finally here, sending waves through the to go. Central to go. Send me and mail directly to you. After March 31st, the cookbook is going away forever, so this is literally your last chance. Don't miss the opportunity of a lifetime. Download Dollarwise and start your free trial. Go to dollarwise.com or click the link below.
Hi, my name is
Hold
Zoe.
on there. Hear what she has to say.
Are you all right?
I have certainly been better.
I can believe that.
If you hadn't acted so quickly, he'd have... You saved my life. Thank you. Just a moment. My wounds are worse than I thought. I'll need to take things a bit slower.
Let's get you to your sister. Or at least to her voice.
I am in your debt.
What made him target you?
My sister and I, we happen to have some rare...
They really have us on an escort run right now.
I'm certain my sister is waiting for me.
Please tell me she gets on.
That man's plan was to seize our gifts so that he could attempt to meddle with the past.
Thank God.
Tampering with time is perilous, and the art is strictly forbidden. There's no way to alter a single exact event, and attempting so could put many in grave danger. We always tread lightly, using our powers only to mend what has strayed from the natural order. And when we do, we often call on our little friends for help. I'm not sure how he came to know of our gifts, but if he had bent such dangerous magic to his will, what could have happened is too terrible for me to dwell on. You have my deepest thanks.
Yeah.
Oh, Wusa! Megu! Oh, I'm so glad to see you safe. I owe this man my life.
Don't mention it. I was just doing what was right.
In our land, this is how we show respect to those who help us. You have our sincerest thanks.
Please. Really, there was nothing. So, what do you plan to do now?
Once Wusa has recovered, we'll work on restoring her powers. Then we'll head to our next destination. Please, accept this gift.
If you ever need our help, we'll repay your kindness.
Your words are enough. Please, get some rest.
Not gonna lie, something that I am genuinely Radiant Necklace grants you the power to clear the skies. 3-hour cooldown. So this is a good way to deal with the harpies. But what, is it like you just use it in one spot and hope for the best? Also, that red glare is back. It's just not blood this time. Anyway, I got distracted. One thing that I'm genuinely liking about Cliff is that despite the fact that he is like of some kind of status, he never once holds that status over anyone, ever. It's actually kind of refreshing. It's like a nice gesture that they got on their knees to basically thank him, and he actually followed suit and did the same thing to stay on their level. Yeah, we could test out that harpy thing another time. That shit is AIDS. I want no part of that. No part of that. Let's go back home. I don't even care if I left any loot back there.
I'm 37.
Hi, my name is Jimmy. I'm 50, and we're from Central Arkansas.
And this is Financial Audit.
He's 50, she's 37. They look like they're the same age.
Why would someone with your accent land in Central Arkansas? Out of all places in the United States to go, Central Arkansas.
So it's a bit of a long story, but long story short is I met...
Please, very short.
Yeah, I met a girl on the internet back in the mid-90s.
Well done.
Was not me.
Rip.
Yeah. And
Rip that other girl.
Meet me in the mid-90s.
No, jeez. And got on a plane and flew to America, and the rest is history.
Okay, in Central Arkansas?
Yeah, well, that's where she lived.
So, like reverse 90-Day Fiance.
Way before
kind
that,
of.
yeah.
Well, actually, no, I guess it is, because you came to America, so I guess it
You
is
came
90
to
Day
America,
Fiancé.
yes, that's 90 Day Fiance.
I came to America
that
2
works.
days later. I got married without a social
so
security
it
number.
Really
Yeah.
is 90 Day Fiance. Well, welcome, guys. Thanks for coming down to Austin. I do appreciate it. Zoe, you are right in front of me, so let's start with you.
You never saw this coming. I summoned Pot of Greed to draw 3 additional cards from my deck.
What do you do for a living?
I do customer service at a bank. I'm in the call center.
Sure. Have we ever talked?
Probably not.
Okay, I would hate you if I did. And what do you make?
pleasant.
Yeah, just nobody likes it. What do you make?
I make like $16.72 an hour.
Like or $16.72 an hour?
I think it's $16.72 an hour. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
How many hours a week are
that's
we
what they
working?
mean by
40.
clear the skies.
Yeah.
I thought
Well, usually about 41. Yeah. Get a little bit of
I
it.
thought it meant
Got
clear out the
one extra hour.
Ravens.
So
That's
what
interesting.
do you make per paycheck cycle, and what is that paycheck cycle?
I like the
get paid
range,
every
so
2
I don't know that
weeks,
I'm ever going to use
and
that.
It's roughly $1,200.
Recover resources on
1,200. Lives in
kill,
Central Arkansas,
and
lower
it's a
cost of living
spear.
compared to the rest of the United States. But Jimmy, what do you do? 50 should be honestly past the height of the career. At this point, you're on your way down.
I knew you were going to
So,
say that.
well, yeah, you look good for your age, I think.
Well, thank you. I work.
Is it hair dye?
No.
Yeah, I was about to say I'd
Okay.
agree. He
Everyone
doesn't
asks me
look
that. No,
50.
it's au natural.
Well done.
Yeah, so I'm 50 and I work
If he wasn't overweight, he'd look alarmingly healthy for his age.
for a big telecommunications company, retention, and I bring home about $1,800 bi-weekly, so $3,600 a month.
Oh, okay. So 3,600. Good. Are we married?
No, dating.
Did you just say yes?
I said no.
Oh, you said no. Okay, I was gonna say that would be a weird disagreement. Oh, okay. Yeah, that was a funny joke. Okay.
He always gets weirded out when
so
people laugh a little overly long.
What's going on, guys? What are we talking about?
Well, I have a bit of a spending habit when it comes to buying collectibles online.
Another one of
FOMO,
these.
living in the moment.
What are you collecting besides women in Central Arkansas?
Well,
seems to be
it's like
pattern.
racing memorabilia, car racing memorabilia.
Okay, racing towards bigger and bigger age gaps, or
No,
I mean, I don't really give a
I mean-
3750. I mean, it was in the note that like it was like, oh, the age gap, and I'm like, I mean, you're past 21. I don't give a
Consenting adults.
Who
right?
gives a shit? I mean, it depends where you guys are in life. There will be an interesting thing where she's going to be towards the height of her career, and you're going to be entering Social Security age. Like, that's odd. Like, that's an uncommon thing, at least in today's culture for sure. And yet you're the one spending all the money. Yeah. I think more than anything, it's the fact, I don't even think that that's the actual issue. I'm looking over, it's the weird way that you are living your lives with, I think you're not even paying your own mortgage, if I'm not mistaken. I'll need transparency there.
Yes.
But not only that, she lives with you every other week like she's an adopted child or like a split custody child. And
the spending time
this is
together.
very confusing.
Yeah. So
what the f is actually going on here?
Right. Well, I think what's happening is recently with my purchases online, Trump's tariffs have been kicking my ass. Like
your purchases online?
Yeah.
Okay, don't purchase.
Right, but again,
Can you afford it? What's your retirement at 50 years old?
You're not gonna like that. It's
Well,
about
it sounds like you probably shouldn't be making the purchases regardless of any tariffs.
it's at about my retirement's about 50 grand
Okay,
right now.
well, that's a complete joke for your age. So why are we purchasing without tariffs? Are you giving him a hand job under the table? What's happening there?
No, I'm just petting his knee.
Okay.
It's just
giving him some comfort.
That's fine. It's just the purchases. I mean, I have that fear of missing out, and it's,
Fear of missing out of what? What are you missing out on?
well, like
what collectible are you missing out
it's
on?
like like replica race helmets, for example, is usually what I buy, and they're quite expensive, and they're like one of a kind items. So there's like you can't
One of a kind item that who cares about? What about the missing out on retirement? You're not
Well-
afraid of missing out on retirement? What are you gonna do? It's not like she makes a killing, then all of a sudden she's gonna be. Well, I don't know. Are you gonna stay? So you married the other one? How many have you been with since her? How many are we trying to lock down?
I mean, before me?
Well, in between the one he moved here for and you, are we bouncing between women?
Just 2 ex-wives. Yeah.
Oh, so yeah, that's not like casual.
No, well, no,
these are ex-marriages.
Yes.
These are they weren't just dating or messing around.
Right. No, exactly.
So you're ready to be ex-wife number 3 in the USA? Because that's where this trend is heading. And then it's really weird that you again are like a split custody child.
Well, I have kids that I do have split
Oh,
custody
so you
with.
have done that yourself?
Yes. Just
Very
once.
good. Okay. So what's going on with that? How many kids you got? You have kids, Jimmy?
I do. Two girls in their early 20s.
Okay. Okay. Almost ready for you to date. Just, if you weren't
Not
related.
that young. I have my limits.
I'm about.
And you?
Yeah.
How old are they?
I have two kids. A girl that's about to be 14 and a boy that's about to be 11.
Okay.
Like this week in a couple weeks. So very close.
I'm proud of him for that. So, why are you with him on a week, and why aren't you paying your own mortgage? I don't even know what that means. But let's start with you. Why are you only with him every other week?
So with my ex-husband and our two kids, we have 50-50 custody. So I have them every other week, and then he has them for a week. And on my week with the
So
kids,
you stay with him when you don't have your kids?
correct. Yes. When I have
Why can't you stay with him when you have your kids? Are you guys going to be together forever? Or are we focusing on this as an actual future relationship?
we would. He has
You
no,
would if what?
He has no issue with my kids. Like if we had enough.
What do you mean we would? What's would? Would means but.
Well,
we
yeah,
would,
but there's not enough room. We would need a house big enough for the Brady Bunch to have his kids, my kids, his
They're
dad.
in the early 20s. They're still there?
No, one of them is still living with me. The other
Okay.
moved out recently. But yeah, so one of my kids is still living
What
with
do they think of new mama?
Oh, yeah, they get along with her. I mean,
okay.
It's always pretty easy to get along with.
They love me, but at first they
Why?
did ask what in the world we would have in common.
Yeah, but they had some issues with the age gap initially.
Why? I mean, 37, 50. I mean, you guys are past. What do you have in common? I mean, you're not like 9 and 20. Like, what? I think you guys would pretty much have everything in common.
Yeah,
You guys are
we have
well
lots
in
in
your
common.
adulthood. What is there not to have in common at that point? There's not like
Well,
weird
exactly.
things that happen at 49 that isn't happening at 36. I mean, I don't get it. Okay, that's weird.
Well, I mean, they are their early 20s, so they think that, you know, you
Well,
have to
yeah, I mean,
vibe on
in their
everything.
early 20s, yes, that would be a different stage of life than someone nearing retirement, for sure.
So we didn't have that thought about we have nothing in common. It was his daughters that did.
Yeah, but we do have lots in common. I mean, and about the mortgage.
There doesn't seem to be a bad
if I can talk about
dynamic
that a
here
little
so
bit. I mean,
far.
yeah, so I mean, I've lived in my own house now for about the last 7 years, and my dad moved from Australia to the States to live with me, and he ended up, selling his house for about 600,000 Australian, which ended up being about 410,000 American dollars. And well, one of the things he said to me before he left Australia to move in with me, because obviously we talked about it, he was like, "I'm going to make your life better. I'm going to make your life better when I move in with
Sugar
you."
Daddy, what the fuck is, why would he make your life better? What is that? That's a weird thing.
Yeah, because he knew about my financial situation.
That's what men say to women. They want to.
Well, I mean,
This is like, what?
I'm his, last remaining child. So when he moved here, he basically lent me like 40 grand to pay off, bad credit card debt. I got all that paid
That
off.
doesn't fix anything. That doesn't change any behavior.
Well, last year didn't change any behaviors. This year I'm working on it, but it's a work in progress.
This year, we're like 2 months into the year. So
Yeah,
what the
I
fuck is he
realize that.
talking about? That's nothing.
Yeah, and anyway, he said he was going to pay my mortgage for all of 2025. So that happened. And
Okay.
I was
You
appreciative.
want dad moving in with you regardless if he's paying the mortgage?
Well, I mean,
you
I
actually
gave
like actively want that?
I mean, I love my dad, and I gave
Yeah,
him.
but you want him to move in with you. I love
I
mine
mean-
too. I wouldn't want him living with me.
I mean, I'm happy that he's there. I mean, I gave up a third of my house. He's got the master bedroom.
Uh-huh.
He's got the master
bedroom.
master bathroom. Yeah, like I'm living in
Okay.
my kid's old bedroom. It's a bit of a weird dynamic, but it
I mean,
works.
it was a weird dynamic, as in you wouldn't send us your mortgage statement because my dad's paying it, so you just wouldn't send it to us.
It was an oversight, but I mean, I
Oversight? You wouldn't send it to us.
I mean, I don't mind showing it to you, but I mean, I can tell you exactly what my payoff amount is.
Well, I will need to know that in your financial audit.
Yes.
And believe it or not, I don't know why you wouldn't send it.
Yeah.
Because my dad is paying it. So he's still paying it into 2026?
Into 2026, and then it's on me. So this.
And when? What are you? You're 50. Why are you acting like you're 15?
Well, I just.
Why'd you get a house if you couldn't afford it? What are you
I mean,
doing?
I
And also
could-
get out of it if you can't.
I could afford the mortgage. It's just that I was overextending my credit cards to, keep my head above water. Like using my credit cards to buy groceries before he moved in and, stuff like that. It was a bit of a tough situation.
And how do you feel about Papa being there? I mean, I understand I guess not moving in with that, especially if you're saying you don't have enough room. Well, yeah, it sounds like he's taking up the master bedroom.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting dynamic. It was fun coming home on that first. Well, it wasn't our first date. It was like our second date. Second.
Oh, she's not a whore.
Oh no, we didn't even do anything that night. But I was just saying, coming to his house for the first time and meeting his dad was a little odd. Yeah, it's a little complicated. He is always there. He lives in the kitchen on his computer.
Yeah, from like 7 in the morning to basically midnight every day, rinse, repeat. That's what my dad does.
Yeah.
He's on his computer.
Do you want him there or gone?
I mean, I don't mind him staying there.
Okay, well, it sounds like it kind of, you're like, oh, that's all he does. Blah, blah, blah.
I mean, it was, you know,
I think he's just talking. He's not complaining.
He's in his twilight years. He's in his mid-70s. So I think the way he looks at it is he's moving in with me. He's helping me out financially for a while. And if anything happens to him, like, you know, health-wise or what have you, I'll be there to take care of him. I think that's what he's looking at as far as the big picture is concerned.
Okay. So how long have you guys been together then?
Today is our 16-month.
Yeah, 16 months, almost a year and a half.
Anniversary.
Okay, you're counting by the months like it's a newborn. That's weird. But are you guys getting married anytime soon?
I mean, we talked about it. I mean, it's on the cards. It just, we haven't.
On the cards, what? What are we looking at?
So
Caleb, a little sassy
I
at
am
this
open
one.
to marriage, and I'm not in a hurry to get remarried because I was in my last marriage for just about 15 years. But he, he's been married twice, and he's not really excited about a third.
Well, married and divorced twice, it's expensive, and
Well, what'd you do wrong?
Well, I mean, it's a two-way street, right? I mean, what did I do wrong? I mean, what
was wrong?
I mean, okay, so the first marriage, it basically ended in, financial infidelity and then just actual infidelity.
On whose side?
Her side.
She cheated?
Yeah, she cheated toward the end of the marriage, and that's when we had 2 kids. Yeah, it was pretty horrible. The second marriage was basically just financial infidelity. Like, she would hide purchases, like she was addicted to buying clothes, addicted to buying shoes,
Were you hiding purchases?
In the end, I was because.
Well, there you go.
Yeah,
it sounds like both sides.
Yes, and then the second marriage, we just kind of grew apart. And
so, someone that hides marriages from their spouse is someone you want to get married to?
Well, I mean, it's kind of what I'm used to, I guess I could say.
Oh, good. You want to repeat that?
No,
pattern?
he's way better than my ex-husband was.
How do you know? Are you guys combined?
No.
How can you say he's way better than your ex-husband?
I just mean emotionally speaking, I suppose.
Everyone's a victim of their ex, apparently. Every time. It's like no ex was ever good in the history of relationships. It's like grain of salt. I don't really believe you. What? 15 years with someone. What?
So with him, honestly, we never should have got married to begin with. And then for a long time, I stayed with him because of the kids. But he is definitely a narcissist.
Okay, great.
And he also hid a lot of spending. And
you want to repeat that? Because this is someone who has done that. I'd be like, well, I don't give a about it's his dad. I don't really care. But he's paying your mortgage.
Right.
He's helping you get out of a shitty situation.
Yeah.
And you're hiding spending from him while he's extending his mortgage paying into this year. So his behavior is continuing.
Yeah.
How can you say it's better? How can you say it's getting better? How can you say this will be better?
Yeah, I mean, last year I kind of squandered, because I was basically saving $2,000. I mean, I had $2,000 I could save every month, and I really should have put it, toward doubling down on the mortgage. But I just
No, you don't have to
it.
double down the mortgage.
I mean, I would like on the payments. I mean,
Why? That doesn't make sense.
It's not
you have
the
nothing
place
in
to put it.
retirement.
Well, I mean,
I'm a financial expert over here.
Yeah, I mean, well, and then that's always the thing. I mean,
what I've been telling
you
him.
said that my retirement at my age is a joke. And I know it is, but
Yes.
it's like that
Oh,
6% getting company match in a 401k, like that 6%
that's not
out
enough.
of. Well, I mean, I know it wasn't enough, but even at 6%, I couldn't afford it. The last few years, I just
You probably spend money on bullshit. I mean, you're hiding something from your dad today. I'm being told.
Well,
and how can you tell me it's not going to be a repeated pattern with her if you are literally doing that to your dad right now?
Yeah.
You said you could set $2,000 aside a month, but you're not. So How is this going to be better for either of you? Sounds like a repeat. You like someone, so you're willing to head down the same path you already are. And then you're going to claim victimhood in 5 years. Oh, I was dating a narcissist. I married a narcissist. I got bred by a narcissist. No, you see it right now, and you're going to go down it again and then be like a permanent woman victim again 5 years from now? Cry all over Twitter and TikTok or something? No, you're literally seeing this, and now you're defending it.
I mean,
where's any kind of personal responsibility or advocacy for yourself? I mean, he's the piece of shit, don't get me wrong, he's the one doing it, but you're walking right into it, and you are already preemptively defending it. So how could I have any sympathy for your past relationship or this one that you're about to get into even further?
I'm up front with it. I mean,
He tells me about all of it.
I mean,
he's hiding it from his dad. He's telling you, but if he's already hiding it now from the person that is there to bail him out, what is preventing him from doing that in the next multi-decades to you? How are you not connecting that dot and immediately defending it?
Well, I mean, I don't hide everything from him. It's just, okay, so something came in the mail one day, and he knew what it was, and he was like, if this happens again, I'm not paying the mortgage anymore. And I was like, well, shit.
Fair.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I changed my habits for a couple of months, and then the FOMO comes back. I mean, I know you don't appreciate the hobby.
He needs to fucking clamp down on whatever the FOMO thing is.
That, but I also understand your retirement is a joke, and you're hiding it from your dad, who was there to bail you out.
I'm not hiding all of it, and he knew my situation.
The stuff that is at least impactful you are, though,
Right.
and even just hiding any of it. Like, well, what do you determine? You're hiding 50% of it, and that makes it okay because you're not hiding 50.
That's why I was determined to go into 2026 debt free, like clean slate.
Yeah, didn't.
And well, I kind of did, except for my consolidation loan, but that was
well, that's not debt free. Consolidating debt is not debt free.
He keeps forgetting about that one.
What do you mean? That's like everything. If you consolidate all your debt into another debt, doesn't mean that debt is gone.
Well, in a way, I mean,
Like,
in a
what are
way
we
it is
talking
because
about?
I didn't run the cards back up that were paid off. I didn't run them up.
Yeah, so what has it been? A couple months, and I see you're spending. We spend more than we make. So, how long until then?
Yeah,
The hobbies that we're hiding.
Yeah, I mean, the spending more than I make, that is an issue. It is an issue.
Your dad came here with over $400,000. He's down to $110,000 to $120,000 now.
Yeah,
and you're just allowing him to
Pretty
do that.
sure I already have Rich Red, but I want to be want to make sure.
Because he came over from selling that house, right?
Yeah.
And you're just blowing all the shit on hobbies.
Well, my dad's always had an issue with spending. I mean, like since
what?
Since
That's
I've been
not
a
an
kid.
issue with spending. He's you. How'd you possibly just deflect to that? Dude made money. He came here. He's
Yeah, we
paying
have
your
Rich.
mortgage, and he's draining it down, paying your mortgage. How is it your dad having an issue, not you having an issue, not being able to pay your own mortgage? And when he does, instead of you setting yourself up for any kind of success for when he's no
I need
longer
to find
here, 'cause
Sky
I doubt
Blues.
he's
That's what I
young,
actually
you're
want.
blowing it all, and then you immediately say, "Yeah, he's had problems spending." You've had problems spending.
Right.
What are you talking about? How'd you deflect to him immediately?
I'm not blowing his money except for what he is putting towards the mortgage. What I'm talking about.
Yes, you're blowing your money while he's doing that.
Right,
How are you saying he has a spending problem? He's
tell
paying
you.
for your mortgage.
I'll tell you, not even a month since he moved to America, he spent like $25,000 on what he called his little hot rod. That was a 2007 bright orange Mustang with a flame job, V8 engine.
You also let him buy you a Corvette.
Well, yeah, I did. Because he said, would you like a Corvette for your birthday? Who's going to say no to that?
Me, if I care.
Okay, so you're saying I don't care about my dad because I let him buy me a Corvette?
Because his finances have gone from $400,000 to $120,000.
Yeah.
That's a bigger implication. That's a much bigger implication.
$400,000 at that time.
Well, that's the start of draining it down.
Yeah, I mean, and he bought his, he bought my oldest daughter a $25,000 Subaru SUV, and I mean, I could go on for about 5 minutes about what he spent his money on. I mean, but
So you have a problem with him doing that, but not a problem buying you your Corvette, and not a problem with him paying your mortgage.
I do have a problem with him doing that, and I
What?
called him out on it.
But
And
you
he's like,
accept
he's
it?
like, I know, and there's like
How old is
boxes
he?
stacked 74, going on 75. Yeah, so I mean, he's getting up there. And sometimes I feel like, maybe there needs to be some type of, I don't know, conservatorship or something like that over.
Oh, these are the same inputs here.
He's
I don't
taking
know.
care of your mortgage.
I know. Yeah, for another 8 or 9 months. Yeah.
Shatters the ground in
How
a
do you
frontal
determine when
cone.
that's done? Because it's supposed to be done 2 months ago.
I know.
Releases
And
forward
how do-
3
how do
blades
we
of dark
determine-
energy
this is
that
what you
pushes
wanna get
enemies
into. Are
back
you
and deals
hearing
damage.
this?
I mean, he's a generous guy. He's a generous guy. I mean,
He is. He could be a generous son and say no. and actually you guys make decent money, especially together. Now I understand we're not
I'm
combined.
gonna try this one first.
Because we're not married yet. But even when we are married, Jimmy doesn't want to get combined.
Yeah.
That's an easy way to hide spending. Are we not stacking the red flags at this point, lady? You want to get combined. He does not want to get combined. What the
Well, when we've had the discussion before about what it would look like when we do merge everything, I am the traditional, the way I did it in my 15-year marriage was, you know, we had one account that everything went into. His check went into, my check went into, all the bills came out.
You also said he did hidden spending and stuff, so I don't think that even worked for you, but go ahead.
Yeah, well, gas station purchases every day, you know.
Hidden, or did you see it because you had a joint account?
Oh, I saw it. He was just lying about what it was for.
What was it for?
Mainly cigarettes and lottery tickets.
Just a $1 scratchy, thank you. Ah, 50 bucks.
Continue. So you had joint before, and you want to be joint now.
Yes.
When you get married
yes,
and eventually divorced.
Once we get together, yeah, you know, permanently. That's how I see it. You know, maybe having separate accounts for fund money, just so we don't have to, you know.
Hang on, wasn't that supposed to be the input?
Listen up. If you want your savings to actually earn something, I got something for you. Plus, you can get up to $350 to kickstart
Brown
it.
Surge
The average
does
savings
not come
accounts
out. It
right
doesn't
now
look
are
like
paying
the Hounds
around
Clause does.
9% APY. So if you've got 5,000 hours saved, you're earning like $20 a year. And it feels like an insult because that's about 9 times lower than what you could be earning. With Chime's high yield
All right,
savings
let's make the
account,
adjustment
you
to
can
see
earn
if it changes.
3.75% APY. That same $5,000, that's about $188 a year. $168 more for letting it sit in a better spot. That is a new pair of headphones. That's a weekend getaway. That is real money, not a joke. I tell people all the time, you're a his way. That's not very personal finances. Rocket Money, they got a lot of commercials. Yeah, but that's you transferring money into it. Not all the money goes into it and you transfer a little out for fun on separate. That's different.
I mean, it could be the other way around. As long okay, so my first marriage.
Well, she shook her head, and I know that's not true from the notes of the phone call. That is a walk back because you're on camera, right? Right.
I like to
right,
have a little,
exactly.
I like to have a little play around.
So what's happening? What's a little play around money though?
I mean, to the point where I don't have to make a call and be like, "Hey, honey, can we check the bank account, make sure there's like $7 or $10 so I can get a 6-inch Subway sandwich?" Like, I don't want to do that. That's
no,
demeaning.
it's less about that. It's more about we have conversations at the beginning and end of every single month after we go through the budget and see what happened and know what can be allocated to things like 6-inch sandwiches. Which I don't know why the f you're going to Subway of all places, but even still, you are. And that is an agreed upon conversation at the beginning and end or mid of every single month.
Was I supposed to hold?
Accounts and money's going who knows where. We're not budgeting as a household. We can't
I was supposed to
where money should be going and
hold.
properly allocated in different
I
places.
mean, the waves are probably
I would
better
still
anyway.
like a bit of money to be allocated, you know, towards, you know, my
It's a
hobbies,
two-way
and I support
hold.
her hobbies as well. But I
Okay.
don't mind cutting back on that, but I still want to be able to do that.
Well, how powerful is this? 23? I gotta level it up.
Yeah, it's about,
Tell me.
Just about this, yeah.
I mean,
Tell me,
about
what
finances.
happened?
Well, you know, basically what we just did, you know, but with his idea, he said, you know, I would put in a chunk of money into a joint account. He would put a chunk of money into the joint account and pay the bills. And he said, whatever's left over is our fund money. I said, but you make double what I make. Don't you see that causing some tension somewhere along the way where you have twice as much fund money as I do? And, you know, stuff like that. And he said, well, it wouldn't be exactly 50-50 going into the joint account. You know, obviously, his words, obviously, he would put in, you know, a higher percentage of the bill since he makes twice as much as I do.
I have no issue with that.
But I don't know how that
How was it a
works.
tense conversation then if you have no issue with it? What the f are we talking about? Every piece of information we have is you were not okay with that, and you are not okay with that. Now you sit here and say you are okay with it? I'm so confused. I feel like that's not helpful when this conversation is done because that is a tone change immediately.
I'm not trying to have a tone change.
She had to walk out of the room. She had to walk out of the room in that conversation. She stormed off. Now you're just sitting here saying you're okay with it?
I mean, I'm not trying to be controlling about my money. I mean, I am.
No, I think you're changing your tune on camera.
No, I'm not trying to change my tone on camera at all.
Okay, then why was it completely different until you were on camera? Lindsay asked if
So
you guys
we
came to
can't
an
lift
agreement. She said
this.
no.
Well, I told Zoe that I would be happy to put a good chunk of my money into the joint account. It's just that I would like to have some
Not
clarity on
that.
money. It doesn't really matter.
Where's some? How are we defining some? Because you guys did not come to an agreement and she walked away. Tell me.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I think.
What happened, Zoe?
I summon Pot of Greed to draw 3 additional cards from my deck.
Go ahead.
Oh, is that supposed to be a teaser? Is that he's a Yu-Gi-Oh guy?
Oh, well, you were there. You're the one that told Lindsay that you guys did not come to an agreement. Tell me.
We'll come to an agreement when it comes to that point.
So, like,
When is ever that point then?
Well, that is what we have to determine. I mean, we
Oh,
have
you guys want to have more kids?
Yeah.
Wait, what the?
Well, you're kind of getting a little backwards. I mean, I know I'm 50. She's
Backwards?
37. Well, I mean, she's in the twilight years, right? Of
Do
being
you
able
want
to
to have
conceive.
more kids or not? I have a
Yes,
note
if
that
it-
you want to. Then what the are you trying to tell me?
I'm just saying the likelihood of us conceiving is pretty low, and
Okay, well,
that's
she just
okay.
ripped out the IUD.
Right. Well, that's right. Yep, we yanked that sucker out.
So are we wanting and trying to have more kids or not? Because
Yes.
again, I feel like you're
Wait,
doing the thing
he's-
that just happened in the last 3 conversational points, where you're literally backing out of the exact topic that we had in your pre-interview. Where you guys are trying to have kids, and now you're saying, well, I know I'm old. And so, that wasn't the conversation. You told them. You are trying to have kids. You want to have kids. What are you doing here,
Right,
man?
I'm just saying that-
Why are you giving this, like, why are you doing this looking like a good guy on camera when this has absolutely nothing that has happened in the pre-interview and will not be applicable to anything that happens after this?
So
Why is he acting this way? You're saying the things you know that make you look good,
Right.
but not the things that applied to anything that happened before this or anything that'll happen after this, meaning this is no longer a productive conversation if you're gonna bullshit.
I'm not bullshitting.
Okay, well, that was not the information you gave before.
We are of the mindset that if it happens, great, but we're not going to be going into any like fertility doctors or anything
So
like
we're
that. to
actively
make it
trying,
happen.
we're just not gonna pay extra medical shit.
Correct.
Should we bring a
Rolling the
child into this? You guys are preparing for a child when she can only, you guys are actively dumping cum in there for the sake of children.
One must.
While she only stays with you every other week.
I visited her too. I don't think. I mean.
Okay, well, she only stays with you every other week. Well, your dad is still there. Well, you have nothing to speak for retirement, 10 years away from retirement. In fact, even less so if we're talking like Roth accounts, 401k, Roth IRA. You have nothing to speak of as far as I know. You guys are completely up lives. No room for the current kids. And we're banging to have more?
I
What
mean,
the fuck are we doing, guys? I feel like this is
he can
literally
move
the
in
most
with me at any
irresponsible thing.
time.
Why aren't you moving in with her?
We've talked about that.
Well, it sounds like we've talked about a
that.
lot and agreed
Yeah.
on nothing ever because no conversation is productive because we just say what makes us look good.
He says he
so
likes
what
his
happens?
space.
I do.
Space is good.
I do like my space.
I agree. You can have space in a same house.
That is. We've also talked about that. Yeah.
Well, I'm glad we talk
Yes.
about things. What did we come to when we talked about it?
Well,
have you ever talked about something and concluded?
Followed through with it? Yeah, I mean.
Well, according to her face, no. But yes, you go ahead and say yes.
I mean, I would like to follow through with that. I mean, so our discussion about that was if my youngest daughter ever decided to move back home to her old room that I'm currently staying in.
Why would she?
Well, if something happened
She
to her
has a
relationship.
turbulent
relationship.
Turbulent
Yeah, I mean,
relationship.
it's a
So
little
do
off
you
and on.
guys.
But if she were to ever move back home, I had discussed with Zoe that I would, since I work from home, I would after work, go to her house, hang out, and go back to work the next day.
So acting like you're in high school. This is so weird. And you're trying to bring a kid to this. You won't even combine finances.
Well, I know the likelihood of bringing a kid.
Doesn't matter. It can happen. Robert De Niro has done it many a times.
Well, and I'm sure he spent a lot of money to do that, to become a
No,
father. at
Dude's just
75
dropping
age.
loads, man.
Well, then he must be.
What are you? You're the same age as Elon. Dude's busting nuts left and right, popping out kids.
Elon's older than me. I'm sure he's
Well,
paying.
there you go.
He's paying something to
You
pop
just
those
look
kids out.
older. And he's actively, well, yeah, for some, but for some, he's just busting out. First of all, I mean, you're 50. You can bust. Like, you're fucking going crazy. It's her. It's her that we're concerned about. And she's on that edge. And then other things as well.
Yeah,
okay?
her weight.
But it can
And
still
your weight
happen.
too.
And I'm prepared for that. I mean, I would cut out.
Are we? Are we
I
prepared?
would cut out all the bullshit tomorrow.
That's my point.
I
hey,
would do that.
If you could, then why
You
aren't you? Would be my question. You weren't willing to for the sake of your dad. You're not willing to for the sake of her. You weren't willing to for the sake of the last ex and the ex before that. So why the would this be different? You weren't willing to for your other kid. You were willing to for the other kid besides that kid. Why is all of a sudden it is different for this? This is the man who says the good words, who promises the good things, who does the good talk, but never does the f***ing walk. We've seen it time and time again. Every woman that has seen it in a relationship. Every woman has said in a relationship, it will always happen tomorrow. Never
Interesting.
comes. Tomorrow never comes. But yet you keep doing that in her, and a child might come into this situation that is completely and I don't think you'll change anything. You're a broken record. Your pattern is relentless of never changing anything. And you're willing to promise her that, hey, if you birth out a kid, then honestly, I have a note that she doesn't even want for what it's worth. You don't even want a kid. Why do I have that note? I wouldn't have that note if there wasn't something.
No, I mean, I have my boy, I have my girl. They are at the age where they can take care of themselves. So, yes, finally. So, you know, I wasn't super.
Okay, I'm liking this spear way better than the one that I had before.
Kid, you know, two and done kind of thing. But he, you know,
this
really
one feels good.
You know, especially a boy. He'd be happy with a
There
boy
you
or a
go.
girl,
You actively want.
I mean, it would be nice to carry on the family name.
And
family.
Me, right? I mean, shit.
the
Well,
last,
fuck you a little. What's your family? You're not a dynasty.
Well, I
who
mean,
Oh,
cares? We're not in the medieval era. What are you passing
well,
on?
I mean, my family. Is
Caleb,
from that
don't be
time
like
frame,
that,
but I
dude.
mean, but,
That's
every
fucked up.
family's from that time frame. Welcome to the human history.
Right.
But like
I
family
feel-
name, what legacy are you? What legacy are you trying to
feel
push
like
on?
I think I put pressure on myself to carry on the family name because it ends with me. Like if I don't have a son.
And will the world?
The world will
be
carry on.
disappointed?
The sun will rise in the morning. Sure, but
Is he not allowed to feel a certain kind of way about that? Well, like, what is this line of arguing?
A couple of minutes ago, I think it's about selfishness. I mean, and maybe a little entitlement because I mean, to give you some context, you know, because I said earlier that my dad has always been bad with money. You know, this is going to date myself, but we owned a video store in the 80s and 90s, and
a good time to own one.
Well, it was, yes, it was a boom time for videos and VHS and all that. And my dad would be the reckless spender, and my mother would be the one that would put the flames out and try to make numbers meet and
Wow,
pay
so I
bills.
need to impregnate a woman who doesn't want to have a kid while everything is and I've never changed behavior once because my dad owned a video store in the 80s. What the f are you saying?
But what I'm saying is that that pattern of his reckless spending he hasn't changed.
Sometimes
He's still the
Caleb's
same, right?
retention
So
is
that
a
means
little
you should not
weird.
change. What the f are you saying?
Sometimes.
Well, I don't give a shit about your dad.
Well,
You kinda
the
do,
byproduct
because
of what's
he's-
happening right now is because of that, and I'm very grateful
He's
for that.
paying your mortgage.
I know, and I'm very grateful for that. I mean,
What the f is he saying right now?
it may not look like I'm grateful for it, but I am. But I think
No,
I
just
think,
like literally, what's your point?
I loved being pregnant. I love babies and toddlers.
He's
I
giving
love
him context. He's painting out a picture for you to like have a clearer vision of what the issue is. Which it doesn't sound like this guy actually talks this much on a regular basis. But he feels comfortable enough to do that here, and you're spitting on it. Bro.
all of that, and I think he would be a great
You
father.
love being pregnant.
Yes, I am one of those.
some women don't, but Zoe does.
What is being pregnant even?
I felt strong and powerful and beautiful, and I don't know. It's the one time in my life I actually liked my body, you know? I don't...
Just have fun with it.
I don't know. It's hard to explain it. I mean, you make life until you know.
Huh?
You can feel the baby, and you know, you just...
Carrying
it's
another
great.
life, right?
I mean, you're making life. That's beautiful.
Oh yeah, no, it is beautiful. It's just
But
typically don't really hear that.
I didn't have a lot of help when my babies were babies, so that's another reason why I was like 2 and done. But
And you think you're gonna have help now? Dude doesn't fix his shit for what it's worth at all, and you guys only spend a week at a time together.
he is super.
Every other.
He's super hands-on and helpful.
Hands on in
and
what way?
Well,
I mean, I was getting up at 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, you know, taking care of my kids when they were little. I mean, she never had that help when she had her kids when they were little. So I mean,
and when they're participating in sports and wanting to learn at 10, and you're 61, then what?
Yeah, at this rate, I will not make it probably to 70 if I.
Well,
I don't
very
make changes.
good.
Yeah,
That's what you want to hear when you're about to birth a kid, and that's when they're graduating high school. You like hearing that?
No, I definitely don't like hearing that. He is, along with the finances, we are both working on being healthier.
Eating
for
cleaner.
the last 2 months or stuff, we've been.
Okay, that means nothing then.
I know.
Tell me when you've done something for 6 months.
Right.
I have your most recent statements. It's all that means nothing to me. Your food spending's ridiculous. Shut the up. This is when you're really bad. But just because it's slightly better than being even worse doesn't mean you're really bad right now is okay. It doesn't. $500 going out
That
to
I'd
eat.
agree
Unknown
with.
spending $1,113. Guarantee a lot of that was going out to eat. Miscellaneous bullshit. Stopping in and getting some bullshit, energy drinks, whatnot. Another $500. So now going out to eat and whatnot is probably about $1,200. Other large purchases we don't know.
that's
This
in 1
could be
month?
food. 1 month.
Jesus Christ.
This is an additional
This is our- ours
$4,220.
combined, I'm assuming,
Yes.
because mine doesn't.
It does
like that.
not suggest being better financially. It does not suggest eating better. And no, that is not your dad's fault for having a video store in the 80s. That is you swiping your card.
Getting those points.
Getting those points.
He likes those points.
Dropping dead on the floor before 70 before your kid has graduated high school.
If we
Your
had a
new
kid.
which there is a chance. And I know right now, you also admitted to getting to the point where you're kind of dependent on him financially. That's what you said.
Well,
You're dependent on him financially because he spoils you. You sucker him into spending money so that you can go out to eat and just further go down that hole.
well, to be fair, I
Getting a head shake. I'm getting an agreement. Finally, he agreed to
Oh, he
something that
does
was said
keep the
before
color.
You guys
Nice.
came on.
Yeah, well, I make enough to support myself and my kids, and I was getting by without him perfectly fine. I just
Now you're dependent.
it's very close.
Both of them immediately change their tune when they come on the show. When the point that the other one said before coming on is against them. In fact, she was the one that said, "I feel dependent on him because he spoils me." And now she's on camera, changes her tune. Chat, never come on the show if you're like these people.
Well, I mean, if we
You came. You were looking for me? Ronnie needs some fresh fish. And I need to settle our score. What? When I caught that monster bass? It was a bit longer. I'll give you that. What's the wager this time? Loser buys a round? You seem confident. All right, I'm in.
Wait, no, not this spot. Fuck that. That rock is gonna make me lose. Wait, fishing? Fine fishing. Jesus.
we were to break up tomorrow, financially, I would be okay. I make enough to support me and my family, and I did.
Why did you tell Lindsay you feel dependent on him because he spoils you? Your words.
Well, I mean, yeah,
You
I
said.
certainly wouldn't be as enjoyable without him for sure. Because I can't afford
After
anything
everything
extra.
is paid, you have like $5 left to your name, if that.
Exactly.
And if there's one deviation from an electric bill, a water bill, you're
I'm screwed. Yeah.
You're
Yeah.
That doesn't sound like you'd be able to be independent.
I mean, I was for almost 2 years.
You was, but now you're not.
I mean, it was different because you were living in an apartment. Now you have your own house.
I mean, that is true. Yeah.
What? How could you not bring that up in the context of you saying you'll be fine? What the f is wrong with you? No shit, that's different.
It's a lot different.
What the f is wrong with you? I swear, both of you just want to just say the right thing. Oh my goodness.
I mean, the house is
No,
that much
you know
more
what that
expensive
means?
than the apartment.
You know what that means? You guys are actually worse than the average guest that comes on and says bad shit. Because you guys are just hiding it, meaning you're not willing to take accountability for one single thing in your lives when you're in the wrong. Not one thing, meaning you guys are gonna be, the average guest changes their life after this. You guys are gonna get worse. not willing to take accountability for one thing that is happening. Not only that, the things you just said before coming on.
Don't
It's
break.
disgusting.
Please don't break.
Good luck, brand new kid. What do we think the household financial score is as a combined household today? 0 being the absolute worst, 10 being the absolute best.
It broke. Unfucking real,
All right,
man.
if you want your Hammer financial score, get it. Link in the
Why
description.
the hell
below
couldn't
or
I
at
pull the fish
calebhammer.com.
out? I
Just
was
takes a
already
few
all the way at
minutes.
the.
Just takes a few minutes, and it is free. See where you
You
stand in the world of
stupid-ass
money, where you need
rocks,
to
man.
improve, what you need to do to improve, and where you're already doing great. And if you don't want to be like the guests that end up on the show who clearly don't know their numbers, download Dollarwise, start your free trial, and you'll immediately see once you connect your accounts where everything is going. You'll get incredible insights and how to change your life. Check it out. Most people after the free trial take the annual version if they like it because it saves 50%. And then you get my personal 30-day budget meal plan signed by me. This one's already signed. Sign in boxes. It is a detailed meal plan for every day of the week, snack, drinks, all the good stuff. So you no longer have an excuse that, oh, cooking's hard. Oh, I can't budget on a low budget. It's all there. It's all wonderful. And the only way to get it is by getting the annual version of Dollarwise. I'll sign it and send it directly to you. Dollarwise.com or the App Store. Let's get into these finances. City personal loan. Is this the consolidation?
I don't understand how it always happens that every time I fish, the water is perfectly like reflecting the sky where I can't see the ripples.
I mean, I'm sure it's better than a 30% credit card, but why is that good?
Honestly, I thought it was like 9 or 10%. I didn't realize it was 13 point something.
Then why, when you heard it, did you say, well, that's pretty good?
I mean,
if you thought it was lower.
I mean, it's better than 17 or 20, right? But yeah,
Oh, that makes it good if I only smoke once a day versus 3. What are you talking about?
It was just to pay off debt. It was to go.
It's not paying off debt.
I know it's just it's transference of debt.
Yes, it's
I
moving
realize
debt.
that. Yeah.
Which, by the way, before changing behavior, which we know you did not, via the statements here with only $50,000 in retirement at 50 years old, dying on the Walmart floor, the fact is you're just going to hurt yourself. You may have been good for a month, which no, you actually haven't been, because regardless, maybe a little better, but not good. You are going to end up in the same exact position because it has happened every single time in the history of this show that guests have come on that have done this or bankruptcy or credit card transfer or a debt consolidation program. They end up in a worse position because now they have that debt and then they build up their other debt. Okay, maybe you haven't built it all the way back up in 1 month, but you will because you bullshit, because you cope, because you blame everything on your f***ing dad, even though.
No luck so far. Looks like I'm the winner. Again. Yeah. I was sure I had it this time. Shame. Haven't seen you fish in a while. Sitting and listening to the river's flow. It helps me relax. Not many get to see this side of you. Not many live long enough to. Still, it's good to have a place to reflect, to recenter, clear out the noise. Think hard, and you'll know where to find yours. Time always flies when we fish together. Aye. We used to spend hours at it back in the day. When was the last time we went fishing together?
Feels like ages. I remember begging the elders to teach me to fish. I was barely taller than the rod.
I remember that story. Little Cliff stubbornly swinging a rod thicker than his arm. Until you toppled into the water and had everyone worried sick.
Back then, I wanted to do everything the adults did. Just wanted to help out any way I could.
Just like any child.
He's still that way now.
Didn't you bring back a fish you caught barehanded? People still talk about it. Said you were destined for greatness.
I just didn't know when to give up.
That kind of perseverance is rare. And why your comrades rely on you.
I could say the same for you all.
We're almost there. If we want to take the little ones fishing, we need more rods.
I could send Jan.
He'd fuck it up.
Marius would be a wiser choice.
Agreed.
Give Jan money.
He'll spend it on... Yes. That's exactly what he'll do.
Let's do this again sometime.
After you buy my victory round.
I'll see you at the tavern then.
Good. I'll come thirsty.
Well, I better go find Marius. I'll see you around.
Is paying your mortgage like a weirdo, you're about to have the expenses of a child potentially, if it happens, which it might, and there's a halfway decent chance for what it is worth, and then you consider this actually paying off debt. Just having that mindset alone suggests that it will build back up. And this doesn't terrify you to get into. This doesn't terrify you in every way whatsoever.
It does concern me. And
good thing I wasn't asking you. I was asking Zoe. I was looking at her, but she wasn't looking at me. I don't know if she was looking for a donut somewhere, but...
I didn't hear the question.
Oh, good. Wonderful. Okay.
I was reading the notes.
The smell of the bagel shop downstairs is really filling the room.
I mean, this may be difficult for you to believe, but I have changed. I mean, for example, just hang on a second.
Shut the f*** up.
No, I just...
I mean, but you're spending more than you make, so that's not going anywhere. I don't know what the f we're talking about. And I would also be worried of AI debt.
Yeah.
Or AI. I mean, I
think
would
it's
be
legitimate.
in a position.
Yeah.
Absolutely. You're not really doing anything to get you there. A couple $1,000 and $50,000 in retirement at 50. It's not really changing your life and spending thousands more than you guys make on a monthly basis.
I mean,
and having $412,000 in debt.
Yeah, that ship has sailed, I think, as far as 401k is concerned.
Okay, yeah, it's not just 401k, it's retirement and savings, it's being able to survive. That's kind of fucking stupid, I'll be honest. But what's not is actually getting a checking account that gives. If you weren't able to sell something, which, ooh, what a big man, he sold something he thought he wasn't gonna sell. You just made one adult decision in the first time in 50 years.
Yeah,
Well, dad still pays your mortgage. If you had to pay your mortgage, and now there's not another, and now you can't sell that car again, you will not be there. That's not progress. That is the same mindset as the consolidation. No, I do not want to shit on you for selling the car. That was good. But you viewing that as making a big change in life is a failure. Because the consolidation isn't. Selling something, yeah, you made the decision, I'm glad you did that, but you didn't change behavior that actually cut spending and saved the money. You sold something and your dad took care of the mortgage, so you didn't have to put the money there instead. So I don't want to hear it.
And to be fair, part of his emergency fund is it was selling the car and his income tax refund. And about $3,000 of that is insurance that is
still sitting in my bank account that I have to pay to the insurance company for my daughter's recent car
so it's not
accident.
his money.
Yeah.
So
it's about 17, not 20, but yeah.
And part of it was income tax and your bonus stipends.
Little bonuses, yeah.
Yeah.
So I don't know. In the end, it's not a behavior change. It's really not. Really not. And what happens when you all of a sudden have to start paying your mortgage? I don't know. I feel like the emergency fund's going to be dipped.
No, okay, we've talked about that. I mean, basically the eating out is
We've talked about that too.
Okay, the eating out is going to have to
Do we
stop.
get to talk about it?
Yeah.
That's exciting.
The eating out is going to have to stop. Like, I mean, maybe once a week.
Hey guys, congratulations, chat. I don't have to push back on that because the eating out is going to stop. Never has, is not, but it's going to. So guess what? I guess the conversation's over. He's definitely gonna change that for the first time in his entire life at 50. What do you want me to do with that, man? Seriously, think about it from my perspective. Sit on my side. A guy that's never done anything right in his entire life comes here and says, I'm going to change that. We talked about it. What do you want from me? Am I gonna say congratulations, shake your hand, you're on your way, you're gonna change, everything's perfect?
Yeah.
Like, you, man. I will never understand that. I'm getting more and more
it's a
of those
die
answers
guy.
on the show. It makes no sense. You cannot come in here
Oh,
with
is he
this indication
purple?
of behavior and the lack of changing
I
it,
think this guy's purple.
bragging about a consolidation and selling a car, and then say,
Oh,
well,
he's
Caleb,
teal.
it's okay because we talked
Yeah.
about it and we will, at some point in the future, change it. What do you want me to do, man?
That's why I'm here. That's why.
Oh,
I need
that's
help.
why he's here.
I need
He's
help.
hitting them
I
all.
need help.
He's hitting them all, ladies and gentlemen.
I need
There's
help with the
absolutely
budget.
nothing. He has nothing. Why can't you budget? Why do you need Caleb Hammer, who's fat and eats McDonald's all the time, can't even get his own weight under control, to make you a budget? How are you in life where you can't do a single thing by the time 50 that you need a 31-year-old fat to make a budget for you? Huh?
I use a notepad for a monthly budget. I go by what the notepad shows. I pay my bills on the
And
first.
how's that been working?
I'm just basically flying by the
And
seat of my
how's
pants.
that been working?
It's been shit.
It's not.
It's not.
And how long have you been doing it?
It's too long. 7, 8.
Okay.
7, 8 years.
So on year 1, didn't work, but we kept doing it. Year 2, didn't work, so we kept doing it. Year 3, didn't work, so we kept doing it. Year 4, didn't work, so we kept doing it. Year 5, didn't work, so we kept doing it. Year 6, didn't work, so we kept doing it. Year 7, didn't work, so we kept doing it. Oh.
At what point does the penny drop and be like, shit, this is not working?
Yes, that was my question, actually. Maybe you might have an answer.
I mean, for the last 6 or 7 years, it's basically just been paying off debt with tax refund, with bonuses that I would get from work, paying down the debt as much as I could, and then recharging it back up. That was the only way that I could afford.
Oh,
to
that looks
pay
like
my bills,
green.
to
What
pay
the
and
hell?
buy
Not paying
groceries.
bills, you're just going in debt and replacing it with other debt eventually, and then you budget on paper.
Not a pretty green,
Why do you
but
need
it's green.
that 31-year-old Caleb Hammer with no college degree or credentials to make you a budget when you have been trying a notepad for 7 years and didn't realize that at least year 5 it wasn't working? Dollar-wise is great. You guys get it for free forever, and that will change your budgeting habits. But guess what? Even before it came out, there were other ones. What the f is wrong with you? That's why I'm here, and we're going to change it? You're 50. You've had children. They're all out of college now or in college. Why haven't you done a single thing, and the only answer you have is that's why I'm here, and I'm going to change it? I want to know why you haven't changed a single thing, and the fact that you haven't been able to give me an answer means no accountability has ever been taken, and no accountability ever will.
Just selfish cope. I mean, it's as simple as
That's
that.
an honest
What's the
answer.
selfishness? Why?
That's an honest
What
answer.
are we trying to do? What is it? Living life? Who do we not care about? Clearly her. I don't give a fuck about her.
I do care about Zoe.
Which is why you're continuing your selfish behavior.
I mean, there is a method to my madness. I mean, the things
Please
that I
explain it.
Yeah, the things that I buy, which is sometimes it's collectible racing helmets. I try to buy them for cheap and then keep them for 6, 12 months and then flip them and resell them.
And the going out to eat?
The going out to eat.
Flipping and selling your shit?
I mean, yeah, the going out to eat has been kind of crazy.
That's interesting. What's the method to our madness there?
We like to go out to eat. I mean,
no
I don't think he
method.
claimed he
Literally
didn't
just-
claim to have
you
something
can't
with that
control
one.
your behavior to save your life. So is meal prepping. Congratulations, you get one of those.
That would be helpful. I mean, I don't mind
You
cooking.
gotta
I mean,
actually
I
do
like
it,
to
though.
cook.
You go.
I think I'm a pretty decent cook, but for
Well,
a
then
guy.
maybe do it.
I was about to say, yeah, you have to do it.
Oh, good. Guys, it's the same 4 answers. Oh, we started doing things better for the last 2 weeks, Caleb. Give us a high five. Guys, by the time I knew I was going to come on financial audit and get yelled at, we started changing the moment we applied. Like, fuck off. That means nothing.
I mean, I've
You know-
always cooked at
It's
home for me
sporadic.
and my kids.
It's sporadic.
It's just on the weeks when I'm with him.
Oh, good. That's indicative of a great future together when we're together all the time.
Acquire a longhorn?
So this
Does
personal
that
loan
mean like
is $13,500.
was I supposed to kill this
With
thing?
a, oh my Minimum monthly payment of $1,200.85.
That was intentional. I knew what I was doing with that.
You knew what you were doing with it. Yep, you thought the interest rate was 8%.
It's
and
fucking
not
Spears.
13.
One tap.
I knew what I was doing with it.
I get a half a percent
Always the
interest
right
deduction
answer.
with the auto pay.
A 0.5%.
Yeah, to like 12 something.
Well, what a king. You really got to pass on that family line. You're so smart. 0.5%. We got to keep that gene pool around.
I mean, it's 0.5%. It's not bad. Could be worse.
Could be worse. There's a cope. Thoughts on any of this?
I advised him against the consolidation loan before he got it, or against it. I don't know if I said against, but yes, I was against
You just said
it.
that.
I did try to tell him.
What the hell was that?
Because, as you may have known, we do watch your show a lot, and we like to say, "What would Caleb say?" And you know, I was telling him before the consolidation loan that, you know, he needs to try to not spend on his cards for several months before doing the consolidation. And next thing you know, he's like, well, I did it.
Wait, did he say cards this entire
Okay,
time?
we'll see.
In
I thought he was
hindsight,
saying
it a dumb move. I
cars.
should have sold the vehicle back then, but a few months ago, I still wanted to keep it, and I changed my mind and recently got rid of it. But yeah, it was a bit of a bonehead move. But $1,250, I mean, it'll be paid off at the end of this year.
Says who?
Says the papers. I mean, I intentionally
if
did it
you
for
make
12.
your payments, if your
Yes.
dad doesn't, and then all of a sudden you have to make your mortgage.
Yeah.
Like this is a lot of ifs
I
and
mean,
hopes and dreams.
it's not like I'm incapable
You're right.
of
If
paying the
nothing
mortgage.
absolutely happens, you'll be fine, but something always happens. You're also obese at 50. Something always happens. AI is happening. Something always happens.
This is exactly what I envisioned.
Yeah, and that's why I've been working on, you know, this emergency
That's
fund.
why I've been
and-
working on it for the last couple weeks before I knew I was coming on financial audit. Stop repeating the same bullshit over and over again. It means nothing. It means nothing. You selling a
No one could ever imitate. My thanks. Soon the world will see my great masterpiece.
car not changing your behavior means nothing. It means I will give you a high five for the one correct decision you made your entire fucking life. But other than that, you did not change progress. You did not cut spending. Your dad is paying your mortgage. You are given every blessed opportunity imaginable. Do not give yourself a high five for saving up a couple $1,000, buddy. Do not.
Wait, Greymane, please, just a
And
moment.
stop trying to use it as a get out of pushback free card.
Lights
Like,
and
my
blessings and all.
goodness, what the do I do with people like you? It's impossible, man. You make this conversation impossible. If you just fall back on the same bullshit that we've already established is not valid. PayPal, what's going on?
Bullshit spending.
So this is you.
Oh, that's me.
I thought you said, "Oh, don't you know, mate? The debt consolidation was my only god."
That is the one that I use basically for anything.
I
Eating out.
thought you said the consolidation was your only debt earlier.
Fuck was
I don't
that?
remember saying it was my only debt.
Maybe I misheard that.
I mean, I think I told Lindsay it got paid down to like maybe 1,500, maybe 1,000, and it's gone back up since that conversation.
So what's even the point? I have this balance. It went down since the conversation and it went right back up to this balance now. It's even higher than it is now. See, so you're and you brag about your behavior. You brag about saving a couple $1,000, but this one's even higher than it is now. In what world? In what world will I ever listen to you that I'm going to stop eating out? You spent
there we go.
$26,000 on eBay last year alone.
Yeah, I added it up kind of as a joke just to see.
Finally.
I mean, it was birthday
Nice.
gifts,
Unka can fly.
Valentine's gifts, bullshit spending, buying stuff for myself. I mean, yeah.
He goes to eBay before Amazon.
Yeah.
Like anything you would normally just go to Amazon or Walmart for, he'll go to eBay.
Yeah.
But yeah, he also buys a ton of helmets. So, and
again, some of them are to keep, some of them are to flip, and I do sit on them for a little while. My problem is that I buy one, and then it arrives, and I unbox. I'm like, shit, this looks really good. I'm gonna keep it and not sell it like I intended. That's one of the issues that I have. Is like I buy it to intend it to flip it. And I'm like, damn, that's really cool. I'm gonna just put it on the display.
I just wish your dad bought one before you dropped as a child. So what is the balance now?
Yeah, because I think on that it's like maybe 8. On that, it goes up and down. It ebbs and flows.
Oh my goodness. 8,000 hours. What's the minimum monthly payment?
I think it's like 125, 140, but
It wouldn't be lower. That
Yeah.
doesn't make any sense. It's probably like 200.
The interest is like $100 on that.
Oh yeah, it takes 20 years to pay off. He'll be dead.
Yeah, 20 years. Yeah,
Based on his health, at least.
I'll be around 70, maybe.
Just lose some weight and you'll be around for a while. You got good genes.
Oh,
with your dad.
finally,
Just lose
they
some
show
weight.
who goes
Yeah, I
on
gotta do
what.
the same thing. I get it.
He's been smoking for 50 years and he's still a spring chicken.
Well,
it's one of those freaky.
some people get those extra lucky things, and maybe you'll get lucky with the obese thing as well. But let's just put, statistics on our side.
Yeah.
Like, it's not great that I'm like this at 31, but certainly can't be like it at 50. You just can't.
That type 2 diabetes sucks.
Okay, show me. Show me the card. Bring it up. You got diabetes?
Type 2, yeah. It freaking sucks.
You're trying to have kid? You have diabetes?
Type 2, not type 1, but it's the
Is
less
it-
shittier one, but it's still shitty.
Yes, it's the one you can get rid of.
Do you want me to do screen record?
Why are you like saying type 2? Like, I know if it was type 1, I wouldn't be criticizing you. It is type 2, and you're trying to have a fucking kid?
I think he's trying to say type 1, isn't that something you can pass on to kids, maybe? I don't know.
No, I
Like
mean,
genetic?
type 2 can be reversible from what I understand.
Yes, and you have it, and you're trying to have a kid.
Yeah.
Are we not understanding what I am saying here?
I am understanding
Buddy,
what you're saying.
are you going to make it to 70?
I mean,
How many insulin shots do you give yourself a day?
Well, you don't on
He
insulin with
doesn't
type
do
2.
insulin.
Type
At
1.
all?
Type
Don't you?
1. Type 1's insulin.
Yes, type 2, absolutely.
I just have some special medication for it to like.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you want me to screen
He
record?
takes medicine and controls his sugar intake.
This is controlling your sugar intake?
No, sugar free. What?
Yeah, sugar
So
free.
it's fat. Then you consume fat.
Probably. I mean,
Probably.
I mean, I like a good steak every now and again with the fat.
Okay, well there you go. I mean, I love steak too. I get it. Shouldn't be doing it. Okay. I mean, we got $227 there, $214 there, $93 there, $228 there, $37 there, $25 there. All this. What's this Tenso?
Oh, it's a service company with I buy something off of an auction site in Japan, and they're like the middleman that packages it up and sends it from the seller to the shipping place. It's very It's an expensive hobby. It's an expensive hobby.
Yeah, so
I mean, it
maybe
really is.
don't do it, or cut it back by 75%. Instead of a helmet a week, get a helmet a month.
Yeah, I mean, I buy 3 or 4 a month on average.
Oh,
yep.
And that's not
But
working.
I look at I look at it like a nest egg. Like, I'll give you an example. I bought one from Japan at like for $450. I could sell it tomorrow. This is not an exaggeration, for like $2 or $3 grand, and you're probably gonna be like, "Do it!"
I have good
Sell it.
news. Yes,
Sell
do
right
it.
now. And I'm sitting on it.
Well, then it's not a good nest egg if you're not willing to sell it.
Tell them about the one you just sold.
Oh, you're what? Yeah. I just sold one for $500, and now the buyer's not very happy with it, and he's wanting to send
wanting
it
a
back. So
refund.
that because I was
Kenny?
I was gonna tell you like I made $1,000 on eBay this month, but now it's only $500 because the guy's not happy with.
So why do you only tell me the good thing and never the bad?
Well,
That's a fair question.
It's a bummer. I mean, I didn't see that. I didn't see that.
Good
one coming.
response.
Yeah.
Why do you tell me the good and never the bad? Oh, it's a bummer. Wonderful. You will never accept responsibility for anything.
I am capable of accepting responsibility.
Oh!
When I think that I'm in the wrong.
Okay.
So the problem is that you don't think you're ever in the wrong.
She can't move in with you because you don't have enough space. Your dad's taking care of your entire life. You've drained hundreds of thousands of dollars from him, essentially. And the only thing you've had to brag about is that you sold something you already owned, which, yippee, yay, proud of you. $50,000 in retirement. Please tell me.
My kids can rely on me. I mean, I joke.
Not financially.
I mean, I joke with them. I mean, sometimes I'm the bank of dad, but I mean, when I bail them out, I'm going into debt.
Haven't you only been bailed out endlessly in your 50 years?
With a fishing rod in
I mean,
What? That's the
no.
only reason you got.
I mean, I have had bailouts from my family in the past. Like, 2010 was like $5,000.
Oh my.
2017, maybe like $3 grand, and then dad paying the
I didn't know
mortgage.
about those.
What?
No.
Are you serious?
I only know that.
Oh my. So you've been bailed out like on average like every 4 years, and she didn't even know she's getting into this.
I mean, there's some context to that. I mean,
What's the con? No, I don't even care. I don't even care. All I know is you just get bailed out honestly, and you just took out a 401k loan as well.
Special mount
And
consumable.
I bet to him, that's progress.
No, that was just
Using
me
this
feeling
item
guilty
reduces the
and
remaining cooldown to
spending
summon the
guilty.
black star by 10
Yeah,
minutes.
I mean, I felt guilty about it, and I
Okay.
So we borrow against our 401k, which if we get laid off with the AI becomes due like that, which means taxes and penalties because you have to sell in order to get there. And you're also not getting the market gains, which kind of sucks actually because we're in a down market right now and we really want to take advantage of those market gains as much as we can. But instead, you're just like, oh, I'm paying myself back with interest and it doesn't even compete at all with market gains.
Well,
So that's your guilt?
It's better than the withdrawal. I mean,
You have to punish yourself?
I mean,
don't understand.
last September, I mean, I just went off the rails on eBay and spent like 4 or 5
Okay,
grand.
That's not many months ago.
Yeah, I know.
And you're trying to tell me this entire conversation that we've changed, and only a few months ago, you just spent $5 grand on eBay?
Yeah. Yeah.
I'll just go kill myself. What the fuck are we doing, guys? What are we getting at Walmart when we go there? Because that's not usually like grocery prices in that kind of range, because it's not spending that much.
There's probably groceries and, coloring books.
And, coloring books.
Colors. Zoe
For the
likes
kids.
to, color and coloring books to relax.
Get them at Walmart.
Sometimes we do.
Gotten 1 or 2 books at Walmart. Usually it's on Amazon.
I am judging you a little, but I'm trying not to. You do what's fun.
The sort of road you only see from
I like the color. It's calming. It's relaxing. I like the
Yeah.
color by numbers.
No. I'm trying to. I'm accepted.
Is it that PayPal at Walmart? I guess that would
Yep.
be. You normally
Yeah,
groceries.
so, I mean, sometimes I do the PayPal at Walmart just to.
Oh, Guadalajara, everyone's favorite destination, Mexican Grill.
You must see that a
50
lot.
Oh, it's
bucks.
so good.
Yeah, it's a great Mexican
That's our
place.
favorite restaurant.
Yeah.
Oh, and it's so good for you guys. Clearly. I mean, Mexicans are like the fattest people on earth. So I think it's the most obese country.
Yeah.
I think, right?
That might be.
I thought we were.
I think so.
But they're pretty awesome.
Well, yeah. But you keep eating their food, you're going to look like the most obese country.
Yeah, we go there.
It tastes good for a reason.
Yeah, we go there at least once a week.
Oh, that's good. That's our cutting back, ladies and
Once
gentlemen.
every other week. 'Cause
Oh, shut the f. You can't. No, I don't even believe you. Subway, we're getting healthy.
Subway, eat fresh.
And go for the same age gap as Jared.
Jesus,
Queen.
that's
F1.com.
brutal.
Yeah, streaming
$4
service.
bucks. Waffle House. $60 at Waffle House. Waffle House is cheap. What do you have to eat to consume $60 at Waffle House?
That must have been when we went out with the kids.
Yeah, probably
Okay,
was.
yeah, actually with
Yeah.
kids. Okay, but even still, this is money we don't have. Okay, this is $4 from Walmart. That's not groceries. You get your 0-calorie energy drinks, right?
Yeah.
Well, there you go. Okay, no longer. You, little friend, you are not going to interrupt my pitch. Thank you. Are using Gamer Subs from now on. Gamer Subs, delicious. This right here is 40 cents a serving. So this is what the pack looks like with the Gamer Subs. But you guys can actually get free samples using my link in the description below and typing in code Caleb. So this is absolutely delicious. It's caffeinated. It's an energy drink. It's
Awesome.
wonderful. You shake it up. It's delicious. You make it the strength you want. It's awesome. There's also the hydration versions if you don't want caffeine. Check it out. 40 cents a serving. Make your energy drinks at home like you make your coffee at home. Get your free samples to figure out what flavor you like. Gamersubs.gg, link in the description below. Code Caleb. Okay, now you can interrupt me.
Oh, I was just gonna say, as far as I know, you don't really go anywhere and like buy energy drinks. Not like just one off.
You get the packs.
Yeah, I'm looking
Well,
forward
then
to
who
trying
knows
it.
what we got there?
Yeah.
But no, seriously, do it.
Any chance to save some money?
Oh, you can try right now.
Yeah, I
Mark,
would.
can you
I
get
would
a
like
bottle of
drink.
water. Oh, all right. She's thirsty too.
I've been meaning to ask for some water.
There's
Okay.
actually someone in town who can work
Here.
with leather.
Yeah. No, let me make you.
Problem is, I can't
Well, I
step
keep
away from
going
the
through
shop.
this here.
He's
Take
usually
a big
idling
swig of
about
this
the
to give us some room.
docks. If you have time,
Senior
could you pass on
tequila.
a message?
That's what we need. As our health is already so good. Guadalajara Mexican again. Whataburger.
We like Mexican.
Okay. Copper Penny. McAllister's Landing Flea Market. Waffle House again. It's the same places over and over again. Bullshit. Sending money. 1,233 spending.
Oh, that was.
I'd put a full scoop in there and just start with that with a
Yeah,
good
that
shake.
was a mistake.
that was a mistake.
I commissioned somebody to paint something for me, and yeah, the tariffs kicked my ass. I mean,
Oh, f you, the tariffs.
no,
I mean, just
no,
like
I
don't
mean,
do it.
It was like $100 to ship it there. I had to pay.
Also, when the tariffs were struck unconstitutional.
Well,
recently.
you're still having to pay for them right now. And I spent $500.
I'd give it a.
I spent $500 in tariffs a couple of days ago with some recent purchases from Japan. $500 in tariffs and shipping, but the majority of it was tariffs.
Okay.
It's ridiculous.
See if it's strong enough. You might need to do an extra scoop. It's up to you for what flavor you like. I also don't even know what flavor that is. They have like 1,000.
Yeah, probably another scoop.
Scoop it up.
What's
Let's
it
go.
you're after?
Okay.
Yeah, I commissioned somebody to paint something for me, and it just
All this while
it
your
was-
dad is taking care of your mortgage, mind you.
It's
Yeah.
fresh, just brought in today.
I'm well aware of that. And that's why I got the debt consolidation loan.
Oh, that's gonna be strong. Oh,
She
you do the
wanted-
whole
she wanted
thing.
more.
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
you did the whole
Oh,
thing.
You're
Okay.
about to.
You only
Guys are
did
about
like
to-
half, right?
Half of
That
it came
thing's
out.
gonna like
Where'd the lid go?
interest accruing like crazy. At least no late
Oh,
payments.
it's way down
That's
there.
good.
It's by that paperclip way down there.
All right. What are we talking about?
The lid fell.
Okay. So what is this? Oh, savings plan. Oh, is this your 401k loan?
Yes.
Fuck's sake. Okay. And you're ready to return shit. You're paying yourself back, but you better not give. So this goes again. Okay, what is this $50,000 in retirement? Anyway, this is like 37, 38, and then you're borrowing against it anyway.
Okay.
Go.
I checked it a couple of days ago. The market's gone up. The stock for my company went up like.
Well, that's good,
yeah,
but
a lot.
for the 10,000 you're borrowing against it, you're not reaping that reward.
I mean, I'm probably going to regret asking this. What should it be at my age, like my 401k? Like 200, 300 grand, 400 grand?
What's your annual income?
Probably, I mean, before or after taxes?
Before.
Before, probably like 83.
Oh, dude.
I know. Shut up.
I don't like this number. Did you try it?
I know. Not yet. I've tried it before. We got the sample pack. It was awesome. I'm a fan.
See?
Did you want to try this one?
Yeah, sure.
I mean, I think at minimum, if I'm not mistaken, it's supposed to be somewhere around like $581,000
Boy.
for your income.
Yeah,
probably.
I'm cooked.
Yes. Change your behavior.
Mm.
You're not doing that, including what is this? Steeple.
Oh, that's
Apartments?
Steeplechase.
Steeplechase?
That's my apartment.
Why do you owe $3,048?
For breaking the lease. I
Why?
suppose.
For why? Starbucks is bullshit and a waste of money, and you already know that by making your coffee at home and investing the rest. So now you need to do that with your energy drink as well. Make gamer subs at home for just 40 cents a serving. And honestly, it literally tastes better. And we proved this accidentally via a blind taste test in our Hammer Elite show, Fat and Fatter.
The #1 ranked energy drink is Gamer Subs.
Literally, the cherry flavor is insane.
Listen, you can also get free samples to see if you like it, or 10 them mailed directly. Ask them.
They just told me that the last month's rent would be due.
Oh,
and then
Did you ask them? Did they say yes or no?
No, she did not. Why would you just assume things?
I mean, I thought they did tell me that.
You thought they did tell you that? God, dude, this was a couple months ago. You thought they did tell you that?
What, they just
What
told
the
me
f-
that,
did they tell you?
that last month would be that I would owe it. And so I just thought it was that or that. And
Why
I didn't know
haven't
it
you
was gonna
paid the
be both.
$3,048?
She doesn't have it. Simple. She doesn't have it.
Well, for one thing, I don't have it, but also that's not the full expenditure. They also are trying to charge me like $600 in damages.
Yeah, did you take pictures and everything before you left and before you started?
We didn't think about doing that. We just.
Oh my gosh,
no.
have you guys ever lived somewhere?
I mean, it's been
This
a while
is the
since
first
I've
time
lived
I've
in an
ever
apartment.
lived in an apartment. That was.
I mean, we
I'd
just
never.
cleaned it really good. We did like a deep clean. There were like some pinholes
Before
in
you
the
move
walls.
in, you take pictures, and when you move out, you take pictures.
This is the first apartment I'd ever lived in. I've always owned
No
a
one
home.
ever gave you that advice. Like, listen, I don't even come from like good advice, and at
don't
least
know.
I knew that.
I don't have any family. I don't have relatives.
So what's your plan here? You just hoping it goes away?
So they were charging me all these damages, and they gave me a checklist of, before I moved out, I gave them lots of notice that I was moving out. They gave me a checklist. This is what we're going to look at, and this is what we're going to charge you if there's damages. And then after I moved out, they sent me this invoice for like $600.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. They're shitty. That's why you have to do the due diligence.
Well, then I asked, I was like, well, can I get a breakdown? What exactly are you charging me for? And they sent me the same list, but I compared it to the one they gave me a month prior, and everything had doubled. Everything.
Okay.
Like if they were charging $30 for this damage,
your
they're charging
pushback?
$60. I asked them.
You don't have any proof. You have nothing to do. So just pay it.
Well, I mean,
I'm
I have
sorry,
both
you're
forms. I have the one they gave me that said this is how much the damages
You
cost.
gonna go to a lawyer?
I don't know yet. I'm dealing with
So that's
other
the thing.
legal
It's-
things
I
right
mean,
now.
trust me, I'm on your side, but it's like I also don't want you to get even more hurt by having this your credit.
I know, and I have been considering
Okay,
going.
this looks like a mortgage. Who owes $147,793.96?
So that is
How much?
Chase. That is
Yeah.
the mortgage with my
So you.
ex-husband. Yes.
Are you on this?
Yes.
With your ex?
He will not remove me. I'm
Why?
in
How long have you
court
guys
right
been?
Now. Almost 2 years we've been divorced.
What, in court right now?
It
We're in court right now.
And
And so far nothing.
who pays?
He pays for it as of right now. Hopefully he doesn't miss
good.
anything. Yes. But yeah, it's been almost 2 years.
Well, how are we in
has
court?
not done anything to get my name off of it.
Well, yeah, I mean, he kind of wants to fuck you over, which again, I'm on your
So-
side, but what are things looking like?
So he was supposed to go before a judge at the end of January to tell him why he should not be held in contempt of court for not doing his stuff. And because of that big snow and ice that came through at the end of January, it got delayed. They said, we're going to postpone it. And so far, there's been no date set.
But you guys want to buy this house anyway, I'm being told.
So
for an investment property, you guys think you're getting into landlording?
So
Buddy, you just got f***ed by one. You don't even know what happens.
So Jimmy has, I mean,
Jimmy, 50,000 hours in retirement. Yeah, let's hear how you should be a landlord and get into that game.
I mean, if it came to it, I would, I'd be open for an investment property, and that would be.
You guys are gonna get so.
So we
It's
just
so much more expensive and less. It's just like what. And how are you buying it? What money are we buying this with?
I mean, believe it or not, my credit score is like 830 right now.
So leverage.
And we were just kind of toying with the idea that if he can't get my name off the mortgage any other way, then I'll just buy out.
Okay, does
his
he want
equity.
you to?
Does-
No.
If you want
Oh,
something, you
no, he
what,
does
my
not.
ex?
Yeah, he
Oh,
does
God,
not.
no.
Oh, then what the f*** are we doing? How's that our plan if he's not going to sell? He would still want to. They need to want to sell.
The court would force him to sell the house if he can't get my name off the mortgage any other way.
Because he
has the court said that? Is that what we're trying to fight for?
That's what my lawyer has said would be the end result.
Potentially, if they win, if you win.
Yes, yeah. If he won't assume the mortgage, if he can't refinance it.
Okay, who has a Ford Edge?
Me.
All right, Zoe, what's the interest on your Ford Edge?
17%.
For sake, what the f are we doing here?
I know.
Yeah.
You know. Then why are we still spending bullshit money instead of paying this off if we know? That's even worse than ignorance. I'd rather you be ignorant.
I'm not even gonna say it.
Huh?
I'm not even gonna say it.
Say it.
That's why we're here. Oh.
And where have those conversations led to?
Well.
So I was actually going to ask your opinion on some of it.
Good. Pay it off.
Well, yeah, I don't have the money.
Well, you would have more money if you didn't spend thousands on bullshit.
I was looking at getting like.
You don't spend anything. When we look at your accounts, I'm going to see no spending. This is worth $8,000. It's worth $8,000.
Okay, so we have a game plan. Because I've bought a couple of vehicles for my kids over the last 4 or 5 years, and I've financed them through a local bank. The interest rate is like 6.5%, maybe 7%. If you give them the VIN, you talk up like the features and everything, they're like, oh, okay, we'll give you like 8 or 9 grand loan, and then we're wanting to use that money. And obviously, if it was what the balance was on the vehicle, pay it off and then have a lower interest rate, because they'll get it from 17 that she's paying now down to 6 or 7. And I know it's 6 or 7 because that's what I've done with previous loans with my credit score.
Are they booing me? No, they're saying boo earns.
Okay.
Well, you don't think that's a good idea?
Potentially. I mean, I feel like what happens with what you just did with your personal loan, you let your foot off the gas because you thought you made progress, and this is going to be another example of it. Technically, mathematically, sure. But I feel like this is going to prevent us from pushing hard, and we're going to continue our bullshit spending. What is this? $40,682.13. Interest rate of only 4%.
That is the solar panels on my ex-husband's house.
And?
Again, he hasn't taken my name off of it. And it is
what
in
the solar
court.
panels is, I don't even know if do you have the legal fight on this one? I don't even know.
Yeah, it's in our divorce decree that he's supposed to remove my name from it.
Oh, if it's in the decree, then there you go. Okay.
Yeah, he's supposed to remove my name from the from.
So
well,
$227.88 on a monthly basis. But let me mark these as an X because he is paying those.
Their decree is pretty airtight.
Interest rate's not bad though.
Rest up now.
Okay. Another mortgage. Is this finally yours?
That's my mortgage
What
on
the
my
f
new
are
house.
you doing? You have okay.
That's my new house.
Yeah.
I've had lots of houses in the last few years.
That's great when we can't afford our bills. Okay. $178 and $328.96 with a minimum monthly payment of $1,360.56. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's below 6%. Minimum monthly payment's chunky for your income. It's already half. I don't know how well, yeah, they'll overqualify you like crazy, but this is insane.
Yes.
Pull up your mortgage while we're...
So the mortgage rate... So of course they throw on the extra taxes and the
it doesn't matter. You agree to this minimum monthly payment or right around it, and it's 50% of your income. This is horrible. This is a horrible decision as a mother.
Right. What I was gonna say is before they threw on the home insurance. Or
What do you mean? You would know the minimum monthly payment. They project it to you. Also, this is not your first house.
I'm saying
you do not get to play on such a ditzy little. You're.
Same as what I was paying at the apartment is what I was getting at before they threw on the home insurance.
You know that there are home insurances, you moron! This is your second house!
And what my lender told me my home insurance rate was going to be was half of what it actually
Even
ended.
Still, okay, hold on, okay, escrow and everything. That's taxes and insurance, and the insurance of that is probably like $150, so half was $75. So it went from $75 to $150. That extra $75.
What? No, get off, dude, no.
Income. So don't bullshit me. These are the bullshit champions. I have never been bullshit more than these two people. Oh my. And you have barely any equity,
Well, I
if
also get
anything at
child
all.
support too.
7%.
You haven't thrown that into the income.
Well, you didn't tell me that with your income, so why would I?
Well, you didn't ask. You asked what my income was.
And then you could have, but I also get child support. That's what everyone else does in the history of the show that you watch. So what's your child support?
They always throw it in later.
What's your child support? I think I know my own show. What is your child support?
It's $198 every 2 weeks.
Wow, that really makes this mortgage affordable. $198 every 2?
Fine day, is it not?
Wow, millionaire status.
Logged in.
Okay.
It was also
so
about the cheapest house I could get in my town.
that's not necessarily a good thing.
I know.
Also, you don't need to own. Like, why do you feel like you had to? You owe $216, $625. No, that was the original. What is it now?
Should be like 190 something.
Okay, it's
Low
190.
193.62.
And he's making all payments.
Currently, yes.
So it's ridiculous.
Look, when he came to live to America, he's like, I'm gonna make your life better. And I'm like, well, you know what? I'm gonna make my life better. Me.
What a sugar daddy.
I know. Well, what a cope.
It's just like, make your own life better. Well, he's paying for this. You're just not. So I don't understand. Okay, with $1,816 on a monthly basis. And you do have equity in this house, and
Yes.
he's paying for it.
About 140, I'd say, in equity.
Best Buy. Who owes $600 on Best Buy interest-free currently?
That's me. Bought a dryer, new dryer. The other one almost caught fire.
What do you mean it almost caught fire?
Yeah, that was.
3 years to pay off.
It's a long
no
story.
interest until a long story about how a dryer almost caught fire.
So my washing machine wasn't spin drying clothes properly, and wet towels would go in the dryer, and lint build up, and yada yada yada. Fire.
You take the lint out.
Well, yeah, but it was like collecting at the back where you couldn't really get to it.
Okay. Deferred interest is accruing. It needs to be paid off. 2027, 2027. Okay. Who has Capital One Quicksilver?
That's me.
Okay, this one's paid off every month, so I'm not going to freak out about this one. But there is still spending, and the spending is spending regardless. That spending could be going to other things. $280, $48, and $173 to Walmart.
That could have been one of the times that I, bought the groceries that month.
And this one's paid off every month too, so I'm not freaking out about it. But Saver Card, it's still spending though. Amazon, Zaxby's, Amazon.
That's your daughter's.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So I got a credit card for my youngest daughter to help build up a credit score, and I charge it up every month and then pay it off. Well, I mean, I talk to her, of course, and she's like,
yes, but you, the guy that.
Yes.
What happens when your dad all of a sudden again isn't making a payment? You're gonna f your kid.
She's 21 and she's got a 744 credit score. That's not too shabby.
For now, you were on this until you f it. Look what you've done your entire life. It's a cycle of unfuck, right?
I mean, I never really thought of it like that, but
you've no.
Technically, I have that card in case
shit.
of emergencies.
Yeah, so she's currently.
Oh, great!
Zoe
It's
currently
already getting messy. What are we doing, guys? You're gonna destroy your. So stupid. I'll let you use the Mine card. It's a debit card that builds credit. It used to be called the Fizz card. It's the Mine card now. And I'll also get you a Corkscrew certification so you can use it. Get into a career path like many people in the audience have with course careers and improve your income situation dramatically. Okay, this card's also paid off. And NTT Online.
Is that the race car stuff?
Okay, who has a balance of $217 in this checking account of which I can't even see the name of what bank it is? No, this is a balance due. What is this?
Heard of garments that let you get clothes.
Someone tell me what this is.
Oh, this is my lawyer stuff.
Okay, you owe $210.
No, I'm owed like $1,100 actually
good.
now.
Do you have a minimum monthly payment?
As of yet, no. They send me an invoice every month, but I already told them or asked them if I could wait until after the court stuff. Because if
What, are you going to get a sum of money?
well, if we win, then he has to pay all of the legal fees, his and mine. But of course, if I lose, I have to pay all of mine and his.
There's a lot riding on this.
I'm going to assume this one's you.
Yep, that's me.
Okay. And yes, the balance has gone up. That's good, but it rotates like crazy, so I'm not going to count it for much. But $100, PayPal, Best Buy, Amazon, PayPal, Zelle, PayPal, Zelle. Where are all the Zelles going?
Probably maybe to Zoe and my kids.
Great.
Sometimes I bail them out.
$1,000 in this. Who's this?
That's
Zoe.
mine.
Okay, the person who doesn't spend money. Family Dollar. Stopping in, getting some bullshit. Donuts. Amazon. Ring Basic Plan. Bullshit. Zelle. Audible. Go to the library. Roblox for the kid. I get it. You can't afford it. And stop. He's getting pedophile.
Well, no, he gave me his birthday.
Glad
he got,
Caleb
like,
said it.
holiday cash, and So I spend it electronically, and he gives me the cash for it.
Zaxby's, Amazon, Zelle, KFC, bullshit. Maybe. My perfect resume. Okay. Bullshit. And maybe okay at Walmart.
Walmart
And
is
then
always
your
groceries.
retirement's at $123. Killing it, and almost 40. It's also absolutely
Is
horrible.
that a pig man?
Yeah. Walmart's always
Guys, this
groceries.
is like, I think this is Endless Cope saying the right
So-
things. I don't necessarily believe that things are going to change after this, but I will make a budget, and I hope you guys are able to communicate, and
So-
I hope that a kid isn't brought into this world, and that's sad to say, but
The 401k stuff is also part of the legal issue. The whole time we were married, my ex didn't want me putting money into my retirement because he just put money into his retirement and he would be there to
what would
support
you
me.
get? What would you get?
Because he took out a 401k loan to buy this house that my name is still on, it would only be about $7,000 or $8,000.
Well, at least you can put that towards retirement or pay off some debt. Okay. Mortgage, $1,816.40. You do pay for that on your own.
Correct.
No,
$1,360 I pay, yeah.
$1,360, yes.
Yeah.
Loans on top of that, $1,756.85. The ones that you guys take care of. City card being the big
Soon
one,
I'll be able to
chunky
catch
one
my
for
breath at
sure.
last.
Plus your car.
Thank you. I look forward to the relief.
Okay. Both of you separate, but gas, electric, internet, utilities all together, please. For each of you.
Mine is $350 for electric.
Oh, just electric?
Gas is, well, in the summer it's like 40, in the winter it's like 200. So, yeah.
Okay, I'll put it 100.
I don't know, maybe $250 altogether for me.
What about internet?
I got a stipend, so mine is about 100 out of pocket.
30.
What the?
Xfinity
After
sucks in my area.
stipend?
Yeah, after stipend.
Okay, so utilities, $850. Okay, phone bills.
$280. Well, Zoe pays me $80 a month, and my bill is like $284 with employee discount. So, but it's $284 for.
Okay,
yeah.
$284. I would switch to Helium if T-Mobile
Wait,
is
this
good in
guy's
your
local?
area. $15 a line, very good. Same service. Vroom vroom drive gasoline. How much?
Well, gas just went up, so I think I do about $45 every 10 days. So,
Okay, the jail cell looks like it's over there.
120, 130.
Yeah,
130
about
or
100,
so a month,
100,
yeah.
145.
And I'm about 90 a month. Yeah.
Okay, car insurances.
Mine's like 500.
mine's 190.
I've got like 6 vehicles on it though.
Okay, sell them. Be an adult, $690. TP fund, anything else for you and your kids to survive? It's difficult in your guys' situation, but I think $350 should be good. Food, okay. 1 lives at home still. 2 lives at home. Shit, okay.
Well, he doesn't pay for his daughter's stuff.
She buys her own things.
The one who lives at home, not even groceries?
She gets her own groceries and like, do not touch. I'm like, okay.
Okay,
fine.
then you should be able to do
I only spend
about
$130 every other week.
$900. Yeah, you go out to eat like none other. Subscriptions, we'll try to do
All meant for me.
$75. Pet, do we have any pets?
I have
Yeah.
a cat. And
Got
he
2
has
dogs.
Age is health.
One's 15, one's 5.
5-year-old will do pet
Brad.
insurance.
My cat's about 5.
Okay, $100 for pet insurance. Pet food, how much?
60 for me.
13. I'm just doing math. I'd say like 50 a month for food and litter.
$100. Anything else that needs to be in this budget that I have not put in yet?
I mean, with your cars and phones and stuff, are you putting in that your daughters give you money?
Oh, yeah, but
Oh,
that's
we'll put that into the income.
yeah,
How
that's
much?
negligible. I mean,
Well, how much?
one
Every dollar
gives me one gives me 82, 87, and the other gives me like 400. So,
Oh, okay, that's not negligible.
well, one is.
Not really.
With my research.
Okay. What has to
And the 80 I give you for the phones.
6,700. Well, that doesn't matter.
Part is my ex too. So.
$6,701. And then how much comes in from them again?
Oh, for the
For the
child support?
kids,
No, from his kids.
yeah, 487. So what? 487.
Okay, so $6,883. And without that, because it is not negligible, you guys would have been without it. Actually underwater. But you have an extra $181.59. Woohoo! You You need to get a better job. We need to cut spending.
I've been trying.
Okay. Well, it's just the reality of the situation. You'll break even for a while. I'd try to consolidate by selling a house, moving in together, get the show on the road. That cuts our expenses dramatically. But what? Yeah, when you're again, like I said, the moment your dad takes over your mortgage, this is gone. You have an extra 181.
So I'm
living
gonna
on
be negative
basic necessities.
1,800 then, right? I'm gonna be negative 1,800.
Yes.
Yeah. See. Yeah. This is where like everything has to change. Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
everything has to change. That's what I'm saying. It's gonna take years to pay off the debt, obviously, like this, but this just can't be how it is. You guys need to actually consolidate, try to get bills under one thing so that we can bring payments down, get rid of your cars, cut this car insurance thing. That's gonna save a lot of money too. Meal plan, meal budgeting, not going out to eat. With that, you could actually bring this probably up to an extra $500 a month, and we can actually make progress and pay off debt in a few years and get to a fully funded emergency fund, which is critical. In retirement, we're gonna have to really be pushing like 40% towards retirement on a monthly basis after we have a fully funded emergency fund, including you, because you're dramatically behind. Oh,
Yeah.
what?
No, I was just going to ask your opinion on, I just got my income tax refund, which isn't a
Pay it
huge
towards
amount.
debt.
Well, that's what I was going to ask. Should I put it towards retirement or
Debt.
should I put it towards the car?
Debt.
Yeah.
Debt. All right. Guys, there's something we haven't been able to talk about. He wanted to only talk about it in the post show. It's crazy. We're going to talk about it in the post show.
This is the Yu-Gi-Oh thing?
Get ready. Join Hammer late to see that, but let's get the Hammer financial score first. Spending in a budget, you overspent, 0 out of 10. This is for the household. Debt, well, apartment collection, 0 out of 10. Emergency fund.
Technically, it's not in collections yet, I should say. Nothing's in collections.
Okay. Debt for your income, it's basically as bad as it gets. 1 out of 10. Emergency fund, 2. Well, no. 2 out of 10. Retirement, very behind. 3 out of 10. Real estate, you have an equity position. Yours is weird, and then complications with X, it's gonna bring it down a little bit, but I'll give you a 6 out of 10 there. So Hammer financial score.
Go.
Round it up. 2.5 out of 10. See you in the post show. Join Hammer Elite. Get your Hammer financial score at CalebHammer.com. Click the join button now. Join us for the post show. What could you not say in the main show?
Every now and again, I would like, because I've got his account linked up to one of my bills, so I would
You're taking money from him without him knowing.
It's maybe like a month.
Oh, well, he's paying your mortgage?
I know.
And you're taking money from him without him knowing. Literally pulling from his account. What the This is the final day.
Okay.
Don't forget to download
Well,
the new Dollarwise
rip
budgeting
that.
app. This is officially now the best.
I'm still recovering from the last 600-pound audit. True. Got at least 3 more.
So the big hoopla of the last week has been the fact that Sony decided that now would be an excellent time to raise everybody's prices on the PlayStation. You're gonna have to drop 900 smackaroos to get a PlayStation 5 Pro. Still waiting on my written apologies from all the people who said PC gaming is too expensive and that the consoles aren't gonna be affected by the RAM shortages. I am still awaiting your apologies. And I do love that Sony made it clear that you have until April 2nd to buy a PlayStation until everything kicks in. Like, these all go into effect on April 2nd. Because if they chose to do it one day earlier, nobody would believe they were actually doing this with a straight face. And who says Sony has no self-awareness these days? But anyways, I did a video the other day making fun of PlayStation fanboys for defending and in some cases actually legitimately celebrating the price increase, because that's just where we're at this point. I mean, Sony's not giving you any games this generation, and you're so desperate for W's on your platform that you're now celebrating the fact that, oh, Sony's making more money off consoles now. They're making more money off consoles. Which I guess is just the depths you get to as a console fanboy when you absolutely cannot get a W this generation. Which also, speaking of not getting W's, the National League West. What the fuck is this? Like, everyone complains about the Dodgers getting to the playoffs every year, but it's like what do you want from them? If this is how the season's gonna go on, they're not even gonna have to show up and they'll make the playoffs again. It's like, I hate when the Dodgers win the NL West every year. Anyways, back to stabbing myself in the head. That'll show them. But anyways, yeah, I made that video making fun of the fanboys defending the price increase. And I thought that would have been the end of it. I really did think that would be the end of it, and then the PlayStation guys would, like, snap out of it and, like, realize that they're actually in the wrong, or, like, at least have some kind of unity over the fact that Sony is overcharging. But, no. This defense continued and actually intensified into the weekend. So, I took some more screenshots, and I put bourbon in my coffee, so let's see where the PlayStation fanbase is at now, yeah? Your base console is now $650, and your PS5 Pro is now $900. Let's hear you explain how these are actually good things. Anti-Cornudos Carbos says, it's worth it more than ever, though. No PlayStation games on PC anymore, devil face. Yes, the rumor that's not confirmed, which is PlayStation pulling their games from PC, that rumor that's not confirmed adds value to the thing that is confirmed, which is the $900 PS5 Pro. Also, the PS5 Pro being $900 doesn't change the fact that like 99% of your first-party games are already on PC. The rumor is regarding future games. Future first-party games not going to PC. But also, like, on top of all of that, PlayStation games were on PC before, and your PlayStation was cheaper. So, what are you even saying? Like, oh yeah, they got rid of PlayStation games on PC, and they increased the price of the PlayStation, but it's okay because the PlayStation has more value now. Well, 5 minutes ago, the PlayStation was cheaper, and the games were still on PC. Like, assuming the rumors are true and the ports do stop now. I mean, 5 minutes ago, you had ports onto PC and also cheaper PlayStation. You had both. So what are you even saying right now? This doesn't even make sense. Renjiro, who is also at not Renjiro. Your profile picture, is that, I can't tell what your profile picture is, but at first glance I thought that was the scene of Rey Skywalker after she stabs an actual Skywalker on the beach. So, you know, fuck yourself for making me think of that atrocity of a movie. But he says PC still has more games. It doesn't need Sony. In the off-griddy, it says 125,000 PC games on Steam. Even if I said 90% are shit, that's still 12,500 games for PC. PS5 has 1,100 native games. If you include backwards compatible PS4 games, 9,500 total. Not bad, actually. So you conducted a fucking algebra experiment to try and prove that Sony does have games, PlayStation does have games. And the conclusion you came to, even with your retarded parameters, was that the PC has infinitely more games. Like, you bent yourself into a pretzel to argue that PC does not have more games than PlayStation. PlayStation does have games. And then you presented your evidence, and your evidence showed that PC has way more games. How are we even here right now? Like, PlayStation guys, you need to adjust who's doing your fighting for you. You need to adjust your front line. You are not sending your best. Which, speaking of not sending your best, the National League West. Angel tweets out, imagine spending $900 for this weak-ass lineup. And then Jay quote tweets and says, proceeds to show a list including a game of the year. Where in this diagram is the game of the year? Wolverine, which isn't out yet. You haven't played it. That game could be Poopy Diapers for all you know. You haven't played it yet. A trilogy of remakes for one of the biggest IPs. Yeah, that trilogy of remakes is also going to be changing. They've openly said they're changing the original gameplay. They're changing the originals, which means holy shit, red flag. Then he says the next game from a game of the year winning studio, next game of the year, like two next games from game of the year winning studios. I imagine he's talking about the God of War spin-off that hasn't even been formally announced, and Intergalactic, which fucking Christ, if anyone is excited for Intergalactic, you have not been paying attention. He also says the next game from the guys who made Returnal, which I think is really funny when PlayStation guys brag about Returnal, because y'all motherfuckers didn't buy that shit either. Like, Returnal is one of the lowest selling, it might actually be the lowest selling PS5 like first party exclusive, and yet here you guys are being like, we love Saros, because we love Returnal. But then also it's like, you look at the sales numbers and it's like, but you didn't love Returnal. You didn't love Returnal. Like, what? Then he says an 86 rated game of, yeah. An 86, gosh, dude, what other platform am I going to get an 86 rated game from? Fuck my asshole. I can't get an 86 rated game anywhere. I need a $900 PS5 for an 86 rated game. Fuck, you got me. And what's the last one you say? An underrated 2D indie. Did you really just call fucking God of War Ghosts of Sparta? Is that what it's called? Ghosts of Sparta?
Sons of Sparta.
Spartacus? Sparta Pants? Is it called Ghosts of Sparta? Or am I mixing that up with something? I feel like Ghosts of Sparta was the PSP game. I might be mixing that up. Anyways, you say an underrated 2D indie. Motherfucker, if it's a God of War game published by Sony, it is not an indie game. It is just not an indie game. But okay, sure. God of War fucking 2D Sparta Pants is a fucking underrated game. Let's go take a look at the user score. Oh. Not to put infinite weight into Metacritic, but I do like to look at Metacritic user scores. Those tend to tell you something, and this is the user score of what you say is justification for a $900 console. Jay, this is just not a winning point. This tweet right here, this is not a winner. Speaking of not winners, the National League West. Kira said $900 for a console with no games, and then James says, sorry, but PlayStation has no games is an outdated joke that was always wrong. And as his evidence, he shows 3 games that are not out yet, and also Ghost of Tsushima 1.5. Boom, baby, boom. Look at that shit. PlayStation is fucking rolling in games right now. See, what's great is you could be showing actual games here. There are PS5 exclusives. You could show the actual PS5 exclusives, like games that aren't on PC yet. You know, stuff like Demon's Souls, stuff like fucking Gran Turismo. Those aren't on PC yet. Astrobot's not on PC yet. Notice how I keep saying yet. But instead, you went to 3 games that you literally have not played, because that's all you fucking got. Like, you're kind of proving this point, no? Pio says, me making sure my PS5 Pro never breaks after this weekend news, and it's him in a gay-ass sweater snuggling his PS5 Pro. I'm sorry if that was offensive, calling this a gay-ass sweater. It's hard to gauge, like... hard to gauge. It's hard to gauge.
Well, he actually did double down and go for that one.
In the current year of our Lord 2026. But look at this. Like, I have no hate in my heart if you are a homosexual. Like, truly, I don't. I was a drama kid growing up. I worked at Disneyland for 2 years. I am currently a drama teacher. I obviously have no hate in my heart for
literally implying they're all gay.
People who are homosexual. But this shit's fucking gay. I don't know what else to call this. Okay, hang on. We need a meme after that. We need a meme. RPG Enjoyer puts this. Take that, Microsoft. Okay, Nib time. Nib, back in February, says, but PC gamers told me PlayStation would quickly see same staggering price increase PCs have recently seen in RAM and SSD, GPU, etc. Lol. And that was back on February 6th. And then Let's Psycho Pratt responds and says, that one didn't age quite so well. But then Nib can't fucking help himself, and he responds, it literally aged perfectly. PlayStation avoided insane price increases that have affected PC for half a year and 2 months from that tweet. Actually, it was less than 2 months, Nib. Are you fucking illiterate? February 6th, to March 27th is not 2 months. For someone who writes essays all the time with no job, how can you not read a fucking calendar? He says they were never going to avoid them permanently, only until stocks and orders lasted, exactly as I've been saying. So you knew that price increases were coming, and you apparently knew that Sony was going to do this, and yet you still defended them? And even after it's happened, you're continuing to defend them? So why'd you bring this up at all? I fucking hate when people do this. Like, they're trying to argue that their favorite corporation's not going to do a thing. They're not going to do it. They're totally not going to do it, guys. Then they do the thing, and they're like, well, yeah, they did it, but I've been saying that in these circumstances, they would do it, but also it's okay that they're doing it. If you don't have a problem with them doing it, make the argument as to why. You're not doing that. You're just saying that you knew it was going to happen, and apparently we're fine with it the whole time, and now that it's here, you're fine with it now. But why are you fine with it, Nib? Why are you fine with it? That's the point you won't make because you have no point to make. Why are you dancing around the point like this? It's pathetic. Marble 19841 says PC retards are foaming at the mouth because the console got more expensive, and it's hilarious. They're writing essays, yet PC has 0 games for me to even consider switching. Can't wait for GTA 6 to launch. Which this one's hilarious because we're actually trying to argue that PC has no games when, you know, rewind the video 5 minutes and your own ilk have admitted that the PC has more games than the PlayStation. In an attempt to argue that PlayStation has more games than the PC, we literally just admitted that the PC has more games. But now, PC has 0 games, but also, what's the big zinger game that you're waiting for? GTA 6.
God damn it.
A multi-platform game. My boy,
God
PlayStation
damn it.
has no games. If the value of your console is dependent on a third-party multi-platform game, your system has no games. Hang on, let me type a response to you. Let me just like write out my thoughts to you in a fucking 5-paragraph Times New Roman essay. Oh, I can't respond to you because you've blocked me even though I've never interacted with you. Holy hell, I'm going to pull my own spine out. Sebastian says, this is what being number 3 in consoles sold gets you. Disgusting. He's making fun of Colt Eastwood, and like I'm not above a little bit of Colt Eastwood egg throwing. Love you, Colt. Good, some good like hardy har jabby jabs going between us. I appreciate that. I genuinely appreciate Colt being a good sport about the console war. That's the difference though, you know? That's the difference. Like the big names in the PlayStation side of the console war and the big names in the Xbox side of the console war, there is such a difference in attitude. Like Colt Eastwood has had some bizarre fucking takes, but like he owns that, you know? He owns it. And I respect the shit out of that. You can at least have a fucking conversation with the guy. The PlayStation side of this just doesn't have that, and it's so jarring, especially when looking at this. Sebastian trying to be like, this is what number 3 in console sold gets you. It's disgusting. Then shows a chart of checks notes. Cheaper consoles? Like, dude, what are we doing right now? One more that I want to touch on. Porter Rock says, we talked about a lot of reasons why Sony pulled away from PC, allegedly. But one of those reasons never mentioned was the pending price hike. Kind of hard to ask $650 for a basic PS5 and $900 for a PS5 Pro, while your big tentpole titles go to PC. I think Sony saw the tea leaves. And here's the thing. I actually partially agree with what Porter Rock is saying, but I think the motivations between why we're saying it are different. Puerto Rock is saying that they're going to pull their games off PC because, you know, if the PlayStation stops being an affordable thing that you can just, you know, go down to GameStop, drop $150, $200 on a used one like you could back in the 7th and 8th gen of consoles, you know, to play the exclusives you want to play. If you, like, you can't do that anymore. And if you can't do that anymore, like, if
this
you
is
have to
oddly
drop
satisfying
$600
hunting with the spear.
for a PlayStation, that makes those exclusive games a much harder sell. And like, that's where I agree with him. That's where my agreement stops. I agree with him that those exclusive games are getting increasingly harder to sell on the console when you raise the price. But where we disagree is that I think that makes it even more of a reason to put them on PC. Because here's the thing, if you're going to ask for $650 for a basic one, if you're going to ask for $900 for the Pro, you have officially crossed the line into your hardware being a luxury product. This is an expensive product. And if someone is going to buy an expensive piece of gaming hardware, they're just going to get a PC. They're going to pass on your first party games, so put them on PC and make money off those people where you wouldn't have made money in the first place. It's the whole reason you went to PC in the first place. And that's why I honestly do not believe that they're pulling away from the PC. It made no sense before. It makes even less sense now. You have decided to make your console a luxury piece of hardware. But when you compare your luxury hardware to a PC, which is also generally seen as a luxury piece of hardware, the PC does more and is significantly cheaper once you buy the hardware, because there's no online fees. The games are cheaper across the board. There are way more games across the board. If you have already decided that you are going to buy a luxury piece of gaming hardware, why the fuck would you go to the PlayStation instead of the PC? It makes less sense now than ever. But I'm going to start crying. It is March 30th. I didn't need to point that out. Okay, do this club time. Oracle, Drift Bandit, Max V2 Gaming, Stick Rider, Muskie, Biogenesis, Cloaked Onyx, Piplup, and Bowler Hat, Biscuit 1101, Snikes, Blue Hook, Joy, I dare you to play Superman 64, you coward, Partial Man 8, Jack Kennedy, Nate, listen to Curbside Anthem, yes, please do that, Platypus Henson 3, Hentai Ability, Denshari, Avatar, Steven, Game of the People, the Gamer 127YT, Chris Void, Jake Spider Monkey 994, hashtag Hillbilly Vanilli, Floating Fingers 97, Hyperactive Turtle, Grimsby, Cards, Official Flex, Google Harpegians, Amazing Instrument, Blast 1314, Mayo, Satsuna, West of Rex, Ion 6, Slick, Click, Flicks, Blu-ray, Distance, Delta 169, Baron, Von, Hum, Unicorn, Rocco, AI, Slop, Mix, Microsoft, Fish, Good, Dingsy, Smile, Do Make the Boys, Weeb, Sporks, and 11 dozen eggs, Walking to the Bar. Yes, it's a hard knock life, nice dude, 1 man savage, no payoff, Vector, Mechanical Red.
Yes.
Wait, what the fuck? Vector,
What the fuck?
Boom! Vendor, Archery. We just went on that journey together. Mechanical Resonance, Sick Nick, Mad Fox 94, Exchange Induction, Broken Crayon, Pro Bra for the Vacuum, Skid Marks, and the buttholes of Poop Loose, Vast Dennis! Fuck. Clepton Hanger, Jojo 6, Jimmy Chops, Molt Theme, Raster Killer, Tom Stroll, Max 96, they said High Guard doesn't need that many players. They were wrong at Shy 79, but upon duty train Disketti, and on Voila, High Volks, Auto Snake Guys 227, MK2396E, X Machina Gamer, Fire 105. Well, Tech Gaming Slim, Jim Lord, Browser Second, Joe Laughs and Smoke, Local Autism, PC Gamer, Jessica Shepard, Ricky Spire, Abby, Jaguar SS5, Touch Me Man, No Place, My Penis, Karina Steel Angel, Leave the Other Direction Alone, and video, hashtag Fuck DLSS5 Penis, Cyrus 677, X 940, OG, you were right, it was E, you're so smart, Joe, Creed, Warren, 23, Max, Chef. Totally insane, Black Rover, the Animal Slayer, Night of Cypher, ML04, The Wolf from the Night, EKW Sequence, There's Spielberg, Kraken, Own Game 3, Ground Dogs, Kate Mac, Next 7, MS, Mr. Bound 3, Is it Callie for Wymax, Pow Pow, Donnie Weston, Gob Godson, Rogue 19, Zach Thing, Hangman for Hire,
Shit.
Keys, Go, Ghost, Tori, Soggy Reference.
That's a lot of bad guys.
Win it out, face to win, wake it out. Harmon's left eye. I don't want to think about that. Jody Peters, Smitty, Wigger, Jensen. Make advertisement, Diego Garcia, Kipikins, I American Idiot, Harmon on the chin. Oh no, it's just in radio. Tune waiting for the 7 Retro, West Step, Dylan Cease, for Cy Young, Veggie 26. Cy Young 2026, Veg, Gruben, Aaron, Kern, Alan Specs, I'll have an Uncle Joe. Okay, Junk. What the fuck does junk mean, dude? I don't get what it means. And it's not funny if I don't know what it means. Fuck. Okay, toodles.
And if this guy was maxed out, this would be so easy and convenient to just fucking sprint across the water.
I was going for the black bear, I was certain.
Oh, thank God he cleared it. W horse.
Run. And now this is how things turn out.
There we go. Man, that was tedious.
This is for you.
Uh-oh.
Impressive work. That's the one. Lock 'em up.
It's
we'll run out of
it's
cells at
really
this rate. Still,
it's
you saved me
it's
some
over.
trouble.
It used to be a game for men, now it's made for women.
Bingo.
What's up, Space Pirates? This is your Admiral, the valiantly vengeful Dr. Disaster. And I remember a time when World of Warcraft was a game about creating a character in the violence-filled Warcraft setting and trying to power yourself up to the point that you could take on intense challenges.
I was there, Gandalf. I was there 3,000 years ago.
But the game has become something else nowadays. We talked about this sort of thing a few weeks ago when the new World of Warcraft material came out and they were advertising the house building, cozy stuff that they added to the game. Asmongold reacted to the advertisements for it, and his reaction was gold and completely on point.
This is World of Warcraft now? No, not another one, bro. Like, this is what I've done. I've done this so many times. Yep. Yep. It's a different world, isn't it? Man. It's over, guys. It's over.
Heroes arise to challenge fate and lead their brethren to battle.
It's really it's over. It used to be a game for men, now it's made for women.
Agreed. Totally agreed. Yes, World of Warcraft doesn't really seem like a game that's interested in being itself any longer. It has been subverted by people who want to wear it like a skin suit as they propagate their own worldviews. Back in the day, I used to love community world events like the Headless Horseman stuff that they had for Halloween. It added a lot of flavor without taking anything away from the original feel of the game. News, however, has filtered out that World of Warcraft is preparing a new world community event in June to celebrate Pride Month, because that is the culture that the people at Blizzard these days celebrate. It used to be that people playing the game would celebrate reaching the next
Prepare
level
to rebuild
or
Payloon.
finally looting that elusive
Where the hell do you
piece
do
They
that?
were looking for. Nowadays, it looks like the devs are pushing for people to celebrate something completely different in World of Warcraft.
Hey, I got a social disease.
Not sure I figured it out yet, but you have to start the prepare reconstruction mission in Payloon from your dispatch at camp. It requires 10 people, takes 2 days.
All right,
Oh!
parties. Now, on the face of it, if a bunch of LGBT folks and their advocates want to get together and organize their own event in a game like this, then I don't generally have a problem with it. People are allowed to play video games in ways that I would not, to think things that I don't think. What I don't care for, though, is when the developers
Yeah,
of
I
a
don't
game
think
like
there's
this
any chance
take
you're
sides
actually going to
and are
relocate.
quite
It's just
blatant
preparing
about
it.
These days,
Repairing it.
if you so much as
That doesn't
utter
make any
a
sense.
word of disagreement with the Rainbow Mafia in the game, the WoW team is more than happy to call it hate speech and boot you out of the game. Meanwhile, we have this story here. This article is from PC Gamer, which I will be linking in the description of this video in case you'd like to read it for yourself. It says here, World of Warcraft is getting its first official, proper Pride event via Wowhead, and the neatest part? It's based on a community-run event that's been raising money for LGBT charities for years. The Running of the Trolls is an event that's been active on the US Feathermoon server for 12 years, helmed by the larger group Warcraft Cares. It sees players rolling up with a troll to, traditionally, Silvermoon. The event raises money for the Trevor Project, which provides crisis services to LGBT youth, alongside research, advocacy, and education. And I will say this, while this is not the sort of event that I would even remotely consider supporting, because I think the so-called hatred against LGBT people in the West is wildly overblown, to the point that people like Jussie Smollett have to fake crimes against themselves because the demand for that sort of thing far outweighs the supply. I think people are simply utterly fatigued when it comes to even talking about this pride shit all the time. I personally don't give a rat's ass if someone wants to be gay in their private life. I have a good friend who's a lesbian, but what I don't want is to have this niche lifestyle paraded around in front of me all the time, in every video game, in every movie. That being said, circling back around, I don't care if some people decide that they want to gather together in a video game and have an event for something that I don't support. That's fine, but what I don't like is the idea of the actual developers themselves getting involved and making it all official. But that is, of course, what they're doing. Let's read. Read some more of this article to see what's up. It says next, there will be an alternative for folks who can't make it to Feathermoon, Darkspear Dash, which will last from June 27th to June 29th, and see players joining the Darkspear Trolls as they celebrate individuality and identity. In a thread on the r/WoW subreddit, Run founder Dravi writes, just for background, the Darkspear Dash micro-holiday is based on the Running of the Trolls, a yearly community event run by Warcraft Cares starting in 2016 that is held every June to benefit the Trevor Project as the sibling event to the Gnome Run. I can't comment on everything that's still in the development stage that's been data mined, but it's been a long process since I first talked with the dev team about 2 years ago about possibly developing a troll run holiday. Data mining shared by Wowhead suggests that players will be able to get a tabard and a rainbow toy for participating in a special version of the run, but given we're a few months out, it's unclear what the specifics will be. And you see, herein lies the problem. What would they think if I formulated my own community event that was all about something that I support that they don't like? For example, what if I wanted to start an event supporting law enforcement officers working for ICE? What if I had a bunch of players gather together in some location in the game and I had them start dancing and then shouting "Ice, Ice, Baby" or something like that? Do you think there is even the slightest chance that the people at Blizzard would be receptive to me at all if I asked them to turn that into an official community event? Obviously, they would never permit something like that. They would never affiliate themselves with something like that. In fact, not only would they not support it, we all
They'd
know
condemn it.
that they would probably start banning accounts if people were to do that and they didn't stop. They would call it hate speech and tell us that it makes people feel unwelcome. Meanwhile, I submit to you that this sort of shit, where they openly support progressive politics, well, that makes a whole lot of other people feel unwelcome. But these people don't care at Blizzard because at the end of the day, that is the whole purpose. They want to hollow out World of Warcraft and turn it into a girl brand, into a progressive shitlib brand, kinda like what Asmongold was saying as I showed you earlier. But the writer of this article thinks that all of this is just swell. He wrote at the end of the article, "Either way, it's a sweet gesture on Blizzard's behalf, especially when other MMOs, cough cough, have been seen winding down Pride events. It's also just something I like about the genre. MMOs thrive as a result of their communities, so to see a community event actually become integrated into the game as its own proper little holiday bash is genuinely heartwarming. Well, for you, it might be heartwarming. For a lot of us, it is revolting. These people are bound and determined, though, to make sure that everyone knows the game is not made for normal dudes any longer. Anyways, make sure to hit the like button on this video and subscribe to the channel if you haven't done it already, and if you are already subscribed, make sure that you are still subscribed to the channel. Lots of people tell me all the time that they have been unwillingly unsubscribed, and also, don't forget to follow me over on X, where my handle is Dr. Disaster 1. But I'm going to leave it there. Drop your mockery of the modern state of World of Warcraft into the comment section below, and we will talk there. Thanks for watching me, Hearties. If you haven't already, your Admiral is inviting you to subscribe to the channel and become a part of the crew. Life as a space pirate may not be glamorous, but there's always plenty of booty.
I will be right back.
Hi there. Well met, friend. How are you today?
It is good to see you. My weapon is always close at hand.
Morrow, brave one.
Taking a brief moment to eat here.
Now, yesterday I showed you some very popular TikTok videos made by some very gorgeous women that have completely changed the dating scene. It's completely different than what I was used to when growing up. And right now, some women consider themselves to be part of the aristocratic class. Kind of like the clergy that's just above the average peasant. And when they see a man that they don't consider to be good looking, and that man approaches them and tries to start the conversation, they view that as an insult. They view that as extremely disgusting. And it's kind of like an attack to their honor and prestige. And so what they do instead is they belittle the man. Like, they create a public scene. They humiliate the guy. And so this causes an interesting change. It's most of the people that are genuinely interested in having children and genuinely interested in getting a girl, they just tune out. And so what you end up is with the douchebags, right? And so this has an actual effect on the women that are the clergy, that are the ruling class. And the effect is not very nice at all. I mean, let's look at this.
This is why I'm done with dating apps. I showed up to the bar tonight to meet this guy from Bumble, and looking like this, hot as hell, and I show up, and he's like, oh my god, you're so beautiful, and I'm so drunk. And I was like, oh, it's okay, like, do you need a water? He's like slurring and like sweating, and he was like, I need to go talk to my friend. Goes to talk to his friend, and I watched him leave. They leave the premises. He doesn't turn back, doesn't say anything to me, he just leaves, and I look like this.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure he has a lot of women that look like that. That's kind of the whole point, right? Like, it's not her fault in particular, but like, if women as a whole just decide that only 5% of the men are worth pursuing, then when you crunch the numbers, when you actually do the math, and you realize that 100% of the women are going for the 5% of the men, then it means that he has a lot of ladies that look like that. A lot of them, to the point where he just doesn't care. Right? So now you have the Chad, which is swarmed by a tsunami of pussy, and he just doesn't have any value for it, right? Now, this creates the problem to exacerbate, because it's not just the dating apps. Like, this lady talks about how she was on a dating app and this happened to her. Imagine this. Imagine you're a young girl, right? And you went through puberty. You want to start dating. Maybe you're 16, whatever. You know, you just want to have, like, some companionship. You want to have a normal relationship. And you go online, and since the average men have tuned out, like, you only have Chads, right? And, of course, you know, like, her DMs are probably blowing up. Like, there's hundreds of guys that want to get into her attention. And initially, like, the girl maybe genuinely just wants a stable relationship. Like, she's not thinking about sleeping around. She's not thinking about being mean to men. Like, she's genuinely honest, right? And she's going to pick a Chad that she likes. And then she's going to go out with him. And eventually what happens is that the Chad is going to get bored, right? And so he's going to dump her. And now she is broken. Why is she broken? Because she has been on Mount Olympus and she has tasted Zeus, right? Like, this is an average girl that, because of the algorithm and the dating apps and social media, has managed to land with a guy that's outside of her range. You know, like, she shouldn't be with that guy, but she has been. Now, she hasn't been in a relationship. She hasn't actually, you know, been introduced to his family, his circle of friends. No, he just used her and abused her, as they say, right? But now it's fine because our culture doesn't care about that, right? Like, our culture is all about the dating scene. And so once that happens, like, that lady is never going to go back to the average guy. Because, like, in her mind, she can actually go to another Zeus. And chances are, maybe she can, right? And she starts, like, sleeping around and all these men mistreat her. And she doesn't understand why this is happening. Like, she generally doesn't get it.
It's jaded.
And you end up with this dating scene where some of the girls, like, just go for the top 5% of the men. And the top 5% of the men, because they have so much demand, they become just as obnoxious and as menacing, like the women from the TikTok videos that I showed you before that consider men to be the shit stain on their boots, right? You literally have that, but it's on the other gender.
I'm done with it.
This guy drove 5 hours to see me on a date. I live in England, he does not. Paid for everything on the date. We had loads in common, similar background, interests, hobbies, things we want to do, places we want to travel. He starts talking about how I would get along with his mum and he is excited to meet my mum. We plan a second date. He drives out 5 hours to see me again on the second date. I offered to go to his country, but he said, like, no. He pays for everything on that date again, buys me a bunch of stuff on that date. We literally did not do anything, had a kiss in the car park after the second date. and I've never heard from this guy since. Like, I've been ghosted.
I mean, he doesn't have time. He doesn't have time for this bullshit, right? Like, apparently he's a very wealthy guy. Like, you manage to land with someone that's rich enough in order to drive 5 hours and pay for a lot of shit, right? And you think that you're the only one he was talking to. No, like, chances are you weren't. And so another girl, a succubasu, has managed to bamboozle him and steal him from you. Now, you think that's unfair, but chances are you probably stole him from another bitch as well. Because that's the magic of social media, right? Like, men like him that can afford to just go and pay for everything at a London restaurant, they are just swarmed by women. And that didn't used to be the case before social media. Before social media, you know, most men would probably meet like 10, maybe 15 women in their social circles, and out of those women, maybe half were taken. And so it was really about prestige, and you couldn't just treat women this way because then you'd be called a womanizer, and word would travel around. Women couldn't treat men this way either because then the word that she's a slut would go around. And so due to societal pressure, as well as the fact that the number of people you knew was finite, then people were generally more nice to each other. And people actually did try to make relationships work. Now, because of social media, the number of people you know feels infinite. And, you know, you go with a woman, you mistreat her, or a woman mistreats a man, nobody cares. That creates this type of behavior where people use each other like products. Where it's kind of like going to a supermarket, right, on a dating app, and you're looking at men like there is some sort of package. You go for the 5% that all the other women go for, and those men, like, they see a harem of women just coming their way, and they realize that, well, okay, I want to fuck them all. Because literally, this is something that feminism doesn't want to understand. The fact that it's genetic, right? Like, men can just have sex with women without getting emotionally attached. And there is something, and I don't know what that is, but if a man sleeps with the most gorgeous woman ever, after a couple of months, she stops being that gorgeous. Like, after the initial dopamine hit, she just becomes average, right? And so the man looks for something else. Now, again, back in the day, there were societal constraints, because, like, every single woman you know would probably be taken, or if you upset the one you're with, it would cause you some damage to your reputation. That thing just doesn't exist anymore, right? So, like, he can just ghost her. He can just stop calling. Her parents doesn't know his parents. Her circle of friends doesn't know his circle of friends. And so you end up with this, right? And the thing is, like, these women, they actually do have a way out. They actually do have a way out. And that would be to just start dating virgin men. You know, like, back in the past, men would look for virgin women. If these ladies would just lower their standards and just be like, okay, well, the top 5% of the men are going to abuse me anyway, might as well just go for a guy that genuinely wants a family, that genuinely wants to settle. Or a guy that I can actually start working with, you know, because, like, they're not perfect. Like, these ladies aren't perfect. And there's a lot of men out there that maybe shut-ins or a little bit autistic. They don't really understand how social behaviors work. If they would just, like, work with those men, like, they could actually build something. But it's not going to work that way, right? And so they're just going to go around and sleep with all these men, be really upset when they're getting ghosted, when they're getting ignored, when their sense of self-esteem just goes down. And eventually, when they're like 35 or 40 or they're single moms, they will have to settle with one of those guys. And basically, like, no one is happy, you know? Like, the dating life is very cynical. And I do believe it's not culture, it's technology. The ability to just contact other people from the other side of the town has completely destroyed human cortex. This would not have happened like 50 years ago. It wasn't the case, by the way. Like, before social media, this didn't happen. And the morality was pretty similar, right? But I don't know what's going to end up fixing this. I don't even know if it's a problem that should be fixed. But this is the reality, right? Men are suffering, women are suffering, and some people just know how to play the game, and they end up being the winners. Let me know what you guys think, though, and as usual, I will see you in the comment section. Take care.
Leonid Radvinsky, owner of OnlyFans, has died at the age of 43. 43 is really young, by the way, to die. Chat, you know how I feel about OnlyFans too. Like, you know, like the list of problems I have with them is very long. Everything from
God damn it.
exploitation of women, lying about the income that you're gonna make, leading, you know, young, stupid, impressionable women to believe if you just show your hole, you'll instantly be a millionaire. Like, I don't like it. I've been very vocal about this. I don't care if you as a woman want to go do it and be an OF creator. Knock yourself out, go ahead. But I do have a problem with the business model as a whole, because I think it's intentionally misleading. However, all that being said, literally yesterday we were talking about Redditors being unhinged psychopaths and mocking the death of Chuck Norris. I'm not gonna scroll down and read all these comments because I know what I'm gonna see if I do, right? Like, a lot of people don't like this guy.
They're gonna probably be like
And the
Rip
reasons, by
Bozo.
the way, actually, they go a lot deeper than just hating OF in general. He was also, I believe it's
The
called
Israel
AIPAC.
thing.
Yeah, American Israel Public Affairs Committee. That was it. Yeah, he was their largest donor. There's a lot of people that don't like Israel on both sides of the political spectrum, so that just like adds another layer to this that I'm not gonna touch at all, just for the record. The bottom line being, with all that, I don't agree with mocking the dead. It makes me feel icky. It feels wrong. I grew up differently. Maybe that's just my woman empathy talking. But then there are people that will argue that this guy is truly and genuinely evil. And you know what? Maybe they're right. But just based off of his business practices alone, that is absolutely a possibility. But I don't feel like comfortable personally making that judgment call. But what I am interested in talking about on stream is like these side conversations that are happening around his death. If not him, someone would have done it. Yeah, sure. I can believe that. Someone always gonna fill that spot. So I saw this too. This OF Milady. She says apparently he died from cancer. Regardless, I'm glad he's no longer able to take from our earnings to continue funding Israel's genocide. You know what? This is fucking crazy. This is such a self-own, and it really demonstrates like this performative nature of retards on social media. I don't think I can even click her profile, but like, hear me out. Like, this is kind of a self-own, I'm not gonna lie. Like, what are we doing? So, again, I was clicking around and I also saw this from the same lady. And this is from a month ago, roundabout. And she says, reminder that Israel is committing a genocide in Gaza while the world cowardly stands by and does nothing to stop them. Our leaders should not get to live peacefully as if they are not funding the massacre of innocent people. Do not stop demanding freedom and peace for Palestine. Do you see the problem here? Do you understand what's going on here? I literally just talked about it. People like this love to wag their finger and preach to you about their ideals, right? They love to try and woke scold you and tell you you should be doing more, right? You should be protesting. You should be raising your voice for the current thing, right? But at the end of the day, she had absolutely zero fucking problem working for a company that was directly supporting Israel. And not just supporting Israel, but literally the #1 donor to the AIPAC. What? Not like, you know, not top 10, not top 100, number one. Number one. Like, they're the most performative, disgusting, hypocritical people. And it's the exact reason nobody should ever take them seriously when they virtue signal like this. No, I'm serious. It's insane. Findom, $66 DM fee. That's what you guys are focusing on. I didn't even see that. Oh my god, that's in her bio. That's crazy. Yeah, $66 for Findom. Also go to OnlyFans. Oh, and then I saw this too. I was snooping around a little bit. This was 3 days before fuck guys, fuck Trump, fuck Israel, free Palestine. Okay.
I specialize in transforming garments.
And you know the crazy part about this is she's posting this for OnlyFans traffic. The levels of like hypocrisy go so deep here. Like, think about this for like 2 seconds. She's virtue signaling on Twitter about a current thing to get attention, which she then uses to funnel that attention that she's getting on here to her OF. Where that OF money is then used to fund and help the country that she's actively campaigning against online. Make it make sense! Say the line, Bart! Say the line! No, I don't know what to say. It's all these, like, rules for thee and not for me. Like, it always has been. Do you guys remember when these retards were, like, boycotting McDonald's because of the Israel-Palestine war, too? Do you remember when they were canceling people? Including their own side, by the way. Not just, like, opposers or, like, the enemy or whatever. For eating McDonald's. You can't get your big arch. And keep in mind, it wasn't even like McDonald's was directly funding Israel too. They were mad because of like a second or like third order effect of like McDonald's business practices somehow supporting Israel. These fucking retards will unironically try to ruin your life for eating fast food that they don't agree with. Oh my god, it's so funny. While they themselves are working and promoting a company, OnlyFans, that directly and aggressively, by the way, gives money that results in the death of the people that they're pretending to care about on all over Twitter. Like, you genuinely, you don't hate these people enough. They're so hypocritical.
Every traveler needs good food to keep them
Did
going.
they try to do the same with Coca Pepsi? Yeah, and Starbucks. I remember Sanji, one of the livers was getting cancels because she ordered Starbucks on stream and her entire fan base was like eating her alive and she had to apologize, and then the apology wasn't good enough and they were shitting her on her anyway. Yeah, like, it wasn't it Scarlet that it happened to? But anyway, it happened. It's fucking ridiculous. Was it Yuki? Maybe it was both. I think that happened multiple times with McDonald's. Yeah, whatever it was just ridiculous. So, another one. Another post has hit the building, chat. So, actually imagine watching a terrible Star Wars show on Disney as a grown adult. Imagine being a Zionist watching this show. What happened yesterday in Gorba's unprovoked genocide? So, they quote retweeted and said, "Oh, did that hit a little close to home?" Imagine being a grown adult with anti-woke in your bio and beefing with a random Star Wars account on Twitter. Ah. Also, I noticed you didn't deny the Zionist part. Anyway, free Palestine. It's just embarrassing, really. Like, completely and utterly.
Damn, that guy had a fuck to the barley.
They'll do these, like, insane mental gymnastics all day to justify their actions and pretend they're serious. It's pathetic, genuinely. So, I also found this. This was quite funny. See what happens to men who contribute to the exploitation of women. Wait a minute. Wait fucking bait post, man. Like, up until 5 minutes ago, everyone constantly defended OnlyFans. Like, I thought the whole thing about OnlyFans is that it's quote-unquote like empowering women. I thought it was like helping loosen the grip of the patriarchy or whatever the fuck. Like, what happened to sex work is real work, right? Yeah, women's empowerment. Yeah, what happened to that? Is this implying that cancer was a divine punishment bestowed upon his craft for crimes against women? I mean, I think it's a bait post, but I could be wrong. I don't know, man. Wait a minute.
Duh.
I see what's happening. I see what's happening here. How life would be without men on Earth. The definition of white men mediocrity. What the frick? Dude, this is just a man-hating account. Yeah, okay. We insult men while also keeping our fathers in mind. Don't worry. Yeah. How women's lives actually look like without men. The men in my mentions ripping that hair off to prove that they matter. You don't. Women are happier without you. Dude, yeah, it's a man-hating account. Never mind. And it's not even blue checkmarked either. It's false alarm, chat. False alarm. False alarm. Yeah, it's not even a blue checkmark. They just really do hate men. Follow it for content? You think so? I should follow this clown? I don't even want to. Where are they from? Italy. Oh shit. Okay, I thought it was gonna be a huge bait account. No Lamau, I'm kidding. Okay. That's one sad way to live. Yeah, hating and gooning and hating type shit. Whether you agree with it or not, he helped millions of creators build lives they never thought were possible. I'm gonna press X to doubt here, bro. Everyone's seen the OF wealth disparity chart, bro. If I remember correctly, the percentage of OF creators that made more than, like, I think it was 100K or 200K total across their entire OF career is like only 1%. A few thousand? How many OnlyFans creators are there? 4.6 million. So 1% of that is 46,000? Or is it 4,600? No, it's 46,000. Yeah. 50K. Yeah, we could round it up to 50K. Yeah, 50K people. That's like what? A small stadium? Yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't say it's millions. It's definitely it's a number, but it's not in the millions, brother. It is not. That is crazy work. So there's like, yeah, there's like 4.6 million total creators. So 1% of that is 46,000 have made 100K total. That's not 100K a year, chat. That's 100K total. So like, if you did it for 5 years, you got 100K. That's not per year. It would have taken them years to make. Like, their yearly salaries could be as low as like 20 or 30K. So yeah, like, I don't know. OnlyFans didn't help millions of creators fund their like dream life or quit their day job. Most of these people have like day jobs. It helped like a handful of people out of millions.
Probably say like
basically,
hundreds
a
at the
football
best.
Stadium worth of people. And again, it confounds me how many dumb women will just spew like this blatant propaganda for OnlyFans. And she has incentive for it too, because she's got a lot of followers. She's probably like a popular creator. This was a side hustle at best for most. Yeah, you wouldn't quit your day job if you're making 20K. Yeah, it's just a great, like, little supplementary, like, money. Yeah. It's a good cash for non-US people. Yeah, I'm sure it is. It's probably a good side hustle, but in America, you'd have to be making a substantial amount of money to quit your day job. Yeah. It's crazy, man. It's insane. And then people are just like, yeah,
Oh, shit.
he's dead. I'm like, Jesus, man. Like, I'm not gonna cry about this guy dying, but like, jeez.
What's going on? Why such a commotion in my hall?
An intruder, my lady. We were about to apprehend him. Just say the word.
An unexpected guest, then. A cause for commotion, indeed. Seeing as you're here, you must be one of the illustrious Greymaids. I've heard how you chased a bear all the way to my fair city. Come. I suspect our purposes may align.
Countess!
Leave us. I shall speak with him privately.
My lady, at least allow us to stand guard.
I shan't say it twice.
Return to your posts.
Please, follow me. Now, why all the effort to elude my guards and enter my estate?
I meant no trouble. I came seeking information.
Is that so? You could have tried the front gate. Are all Northerners this impatient?
It's proven effective.
Yes. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Colette Hazarian, daughter of the late Lord Robert Hazarian.
Pleasure.
Well met. You've come far, but I am afraid I do not know the whereabouts of your nemesis. Fortunately, I do know those who might.
You have a suggestion?
Isn't it said the enemy of my enemy is my friend? I suspect we could become very good friends. Would you like a drink? I have been searching for my sister Beatrice, the rightful heir to my title and estate. Her disappearance and the tragedy that befell your people. I believe the one who holds true power over this land is behind it all.
You mean the royal family?
No, one who sits higher still. The man who purged the king's loyalists and seized the throne. Duke Caliburn. I believe my sister was conducting an investigation into his affairs, but I've heard nothing from her since that bloody coronation. These days,
Dude, the way the light actually bounces off of everything in this game is genuinely impressive.
a single misstep could spell my end. Any nobles who oppose Caliburn fear befalling the same fate.
It's extremely noticeable on the beak of the helmet.
And Count Byron seem unconcerned.
And you want me to see what they know?
Exactly. They're Caliburn's faithful hounds. They surely hold the answers we seek. Remember, while our purposes differ, our goal is the same.
Fair enough. Excuse me.
Mm-mm-mm. 91% chance you get fired from your day job if they find out. Yeah, depending on what your job is. Yeah. Like, I'm not gonna say anything. You guys can have your opinion, but you know. What is this? Oh, No way. What is this? What? New study. This is from last year. New study, men spend $48 on OnlyFans models, but only 4.2% of subscribers pay.
What?
Top 0.1%
What the hell does that mean?
OnlyFans creators capture 76% of their revenue with an average of $146,000. Oh,
So they have a
God,
kingmaker
that's
system over there too. That's
insane.
funny.
Millions, Alana. Yeah, I don't know about the millions part, man. This is a good find. How did you find this? Wow. 146. They spent the top 0.1. You're gonna say like
Ooh, another
wealth
strong box.
disparity? This is wealth disparity. That's insane. Check that if you think about it. No, it's insane. Like genuinely.
Oh,
I
you have
didn't
to
even know
turn
it was
these.
this bad.
Interesting. Clockwise, counterclockwise.
The majority
Okay,
pay
hang on.
nothing. For success, it's crucial to find and retain those willing to pay.
This will be
How
easy.
do you find like people? Like, what do you do? The remaining 99.9% share just 24%. Competition is fierce. The top is the elite. Oh my god. Man, the ruling class of OnlyFans. Stream on Twitch? I don't know, man. I guess. Impact of whales. Only 0.01% of subscribers, whales, generate 20% of the revenue. That's what they bank on in video games too, with like free to play. These generous users are gold for creators. They need to be found and retained. Yeah, it's like a fucking whale out in the ocean. I remember when the meta for web creators was Twitch, when Amaranth was used to be #1. Yeah, then they cracked down on it a little bit. Weekend accounts account for 29.7%. Subscribers are more.
It appears he's going to see it done.
General Bastille himself.
I had planned to deliver her to him myself. But it seems the waiting's worn his patience thin.
How cruel. Another one for the tribunal. Let's see if this one makes it 2 years, like his last toy.
We must keep on our toes. There is still another little bird to catch.
Wait a minute. What else is hidden in here?
More likely to spend on those days, make it the best time for promotions and content. Yeah, because you're at home! You're at home that day! You're not at work! You're too tired to jerk off. When you come home on Thursday night, you're too tired. But then on Friday, you're like, I got a goon. Yeah. Do a little jerk. Yeah, you gotta make some jerky. That's crazy. Wow. This graph is something else. That's crazy. 76% of the revenue. Yeah. I just got here, we're already good and jorking. Yep, we're already ready. She made a new video today, and today's payday. Wait, don't people usually get paid on Friday? Wait, that makes so much sense!
I'm gonna come.
Wait a minute! No! It's Friday's payday! That's why Saturday, Sunday's a good time to promote. Yes indeed. It's all coming together, no pun intended, that's right. It is Friday, my dudes, it's time to spooge. Yeah, and then they have the audacity to say like, yeah, we've had millions. Yeah, gee, I wonder if this chick is promoting it, is part of OnlyFans anyway. I actually kind of want to check, give me one moment. Obviously I can't pull it up on stream just in case. Lava X Grill. More of me. More of me. Can I click it? Please? OnlyFans. There we go. Can I see her... What is it called? Not her butt, no. Can I see if she's a top earner? Aw, man. I can't see if she's a top earner. I'll just assume she is. Yeah. Alana wants to see a woman naked? Nah. That's disgusting. Wants to know if she's a top? No! No! Honkers. Anyway, I saw that, thought it was funny. Glad we could talk about it. You see how many people are subscribed and stuff? No, I don't think you can. I think you can on Fansly. Like, you can see if they're the top if they're the top in the top leaderboard for that month or something. Alright, enough talking about freaking women showing their titties for a Big Mac.
Oh, wow. That's bullshit. I go to press the fucking button and they just switch the fucking window right when I press the button. Come on, man. It's fucking lame.
Morning, everybody. How are y'all doing today?
Stupid ass mechanic,
because, you know, every time a company does a really stupid thing, or, you know, an anti-consumer thing, I guess in this case, you're always gonna have people who run to the defense of them. We know this. I mean, I've quite literally spent the last 4 years or so building this channel largely talking about that. People fanboying for corporations. But in the last video I did on the PS5 price increase, I mentioned that the more that companies raise their prices or do anti-consumer moves, the less people defend it, including their fanboys. Because especially when it comes to price increases, everybody has their breaking point. And I pointed out in my last video that I did on the PS5 price increase that there were a lot of known PlayStation fanboys who were actually saying, wow, this is really bad. I can't believe you guys are doing this. Like, $900 for a PS5 Pro and $650 for a PS5 base is something that almost nobody can defend. And I say almost nobody, because there are absolutely some people who can defend it, or at least find an excuse for it. And of course, one of those people who will always come to the Sony Defense Force without a doubt is my favorite copyright abuser, JTech TV.
Left them for the beasts, likely being ripped to shreds right now. How's the hunt for Countess Azarian going? Grand General won't appreciate his playthings being late.
She's been hiding herself quite well, but it's only a matter of time before we catch her.
Let me know if you need our Palinese pounds on it.
There has to be more to this statue here. Wait, lantern? Turn off.
Hey everyone, in this video I'll be showing you how the left hand side of the building with them. It's a little bit different than some of the others here. Also inside this building there's a ton of loot, but the first place we got to go to is right behind the desk here. Pull up your lantern and then pull out the Vizone here, and this is going to take us to this little cutscene that you got to listen to. And it's actually some important lore related stuff. I'd recommend paying attention. But after we go to leave, this lion head actually has a little bit of pulley in it, so you can rotate the head and then it's going to move the bookshelf here. Now I wasn't 100% sure what to do with the bookshelf. I was experimenting around with a lot of other stuff, but there's some other secrets in this building I want to show you. But actually to the left of this, if you see right there, there's actually a Resident Evil style puzzle here where you have to turn all these around to resemble the bird. I'm going to show it a little. Once you try destroying absolutely everything to see where you can go, but this opens the door right outside the room we were just in and to the right. So we're gonna go in here. There's a bunch of loot. I'm not 100% sure. There may be something related to the other room here. I was looking around for a while, but I couldn't figure it out, but tried turning off all the lights and everything. Anywho, we're gonna go downstairs to the final section, which is gonna be read the memories of Bastier's co-conspirators.
Oh, so the lion is just a bait.
Right over to here. This is a really weird one, and you're gonna pull up the lantern. It's like right around here. It's kind of finicky. I was walking around with the lantern. Yeah, then you're gonna put it in your Vizone, and that's how to do the Sungrove Manor in Crimson Desert.
Okay. Use the key on the lion's head in the room you got it in.
In case you're watching this, Jay, just a reminder that I can and will sue you if you try to take this video down. And that's not a threat, it's a guarantee. Anyway, our good buddy J-Tech went on stream the other day, and he compiled a list of quote-unquote research he did to show why the PS5 price increase is actually the fault of PC gamers. No, I'm not kidding. And I mean, this shouldn't be surprising for Jay. He blames every negative thing that happens to PlayStation on PC gamers, even when it doesn't make any sense at all. Yet it still manages to surprise me every time. Maybe it's my fault. But regardless, I wanted to take a look at a few clips from Jay's stream just to learn why exactly he thinks that a $150 PS5 price increase is the fault of PC gamers and not, you know, the RAM crisis that's going on right now, or hell, dare I say, PlayStation players, you know, the actual core market of PlayStation. I'm sure we're going to be enlightened here. Without further ado, let's go ahead and get right into this.
This is the research I have. This is the stuff that we counted, and this was 6 billion without the other stuff, but then we added it. So we did add the end zone financial failure for all of their monitors and things they were creating for the PC. You guys remember all of that stuff. We're gonna go take a look at some of those videos, but they really did a lot to try to make the PC fans believe that they cared, and they did care. I'm not gonna lie, I didn't like it, but yeah, PlayStation was really all in on the PC strategy.
Okay, so before he says anything else, let's go ahead and take a look at the notes he has on screen right here. The $6 billion PC strategy debt. First off, he lists $3.6 billion for the Bungie acquisition. May I ask, how is this related to PC in any way? How is it the fault of PC gamers that Sony spent almost $4 billion on Bungie just to get a dying Destiny 2 and Marathon? What does this have to do with the PC strategy whatsoever? And if you really want to talk about, like, oh, Marathon, for example, they bought Bungie to push the live service, and apparently that's only for PC gamers. Let's take a look at the actual sales of Marathon. If you look here, PC was by far the largest platform that Marathon was purchased on. The Steam sales of Marathon outdid the PlayStation sales like 4-1. And also, I just like to point out that PlayStation guys love to point out how much PlayStation is stomping Xbox this generation, yet the amount of Marathon copies sold on PlayStation is barely more than the amount of Xbox copies of the game. Also, Jay,
Nobody's stomping anybody this generation. That's actually kind of the problem.
you do know that that 3.6 billion isn't a loss, it's an investment. Those are different. This isn't like Concord, where they put $400 million into the game and then shut it down immediately and gain no money back from it. Like, you do know that Bungie is still open and Bungie is still making money for PlayStation, mostly on PC, from what I've been seeing. This is like saying that Microsoft buying Activision was a $70 billion loss. Like, yes, that is money that they spent, but it didn't get flushed down the toilet. The studios are still open. They're still making lots of money with the studios. Speaking of Concord, his next bullet point, the $400 million Concord loss. How is this the fault of PC gamers when PlayStation gamers also didn't buy the game? Then again, that's implying that it's the consumer's fault at all, which it's not. It's Sony's fault for releasing a game nobody wanted. Isn't it funny how that works? A game comes out on PlayStation and PC, nobody buys it on either platform, and then all the blame is put on the PC gamers. Next up, we have the $711 million tax from Valve from the 30% cut lost to Steam. Okay, two things. First of all, Valve actually takes less of a cut the more you make on your game. So for most of the ports they did, they probably weren't even paying the full 30% cut. They were probably paying less. But second of all, yeah, Valve takes a 30% cut, but Sony still made over $4 billion from PC and Xbox combined, and most of that is PC. Saying $700 million loss implies that in total it was a net loss. Like, they didn't gain any money out of it, they only lost money from putting their games on PC. In reality, they had to pay about $700 million to Steam because, you know, they take a cut, but they still made billions off of their PC ports. This is a classic example of withholding information or portraying it a certain way to suit your argument. Then he talks about the $500 million InZone failure, which InZone is like that brand of headphones and monitors and stuff they put out. I don't know where he got the information that they lost $500 million on that, but if I had to guess, he probably asked ChatGPT, then didn't get the answer he wanted, so he kept asking it more specific questions until he eventually got it towards the answer that he wanted. Because notice how he's showing no sources for any of this information, by the way. And I did a bit of research myself. I can't find anything on this PlayStation InZone collab thing failing at all, so I don't know. They're still selling the products. I find it very hard to believe they burned $500 million on monitors and mice and keyboards and all that. And then the last part, the 9 studios that they closed. How is this PC's fault? How is it the fault of PC gamers that Sony is just closing studios for some reason, when everyone has been very universally against them closing these studios? A lot of the studios that got closed didn't even get to put out a game. How is that anybody's fault but Sony's that they got shut down? So far, all I've learned just from reading that information is that apparently Sony's incompetence is the fault of PC gamers. Guys, if you're watching this and you're a PC gamer, you should feel terrible about yourselves. I know I do. I can't believe every bad decision Sony's made in the last 4 years is our fault.
Sony was there. Herman, Jim, yeah, they were all in. A lot of developers, first-party studios, they were all in on the PC strategy. Now, 5 years, 6 years later, they know the PC fans are not serious people. It's like, do not take those guys seriously. They are jokers, literally. They will not give you the money you're looking for ever. It's a Russian roulette of popularity on Steam.
They'll never give you the money ever, as Helldivers and Marathon proceed to sell way better on PC than PlayStation, and PC proceeds to give Sony billions of dollars. Apparently billions of dollars don't count as PC gamers giving them money. And Jay, if you're considered a serious gamer by your own logic, then I'm fine with being a joker, not gonna lie. Also, I love the comment about Steam being a Russian roulette. It's not a Russian roulette if you're a AAA publisher and you make a game people want and you advertise it properly. Sure, you can argue it's a Russian roulette for like indie developers who don't have any marketing or whatever and they just need Steam to promote their game to have any chance of success. But for a company like PlayStation, it's not Russian roulette. It's called market your game and make sure the game you're putting out is what people want and then people will buy it. This is like saying that every time Xbox puts a game on PlayStation, it's a massive gamble. No, it's not if they actually market it properly.
Most games that come out on Steam flop. Especially when it comes to solo developers, ones that make their games by themselves with no crew. Their games flop a lot. Truly.
Yes, Jay, most games do flop. That's not just on Steam, that's just statistically how the industry works. It's like how most YouTube channels don't end up going anywhere, especially on a platform like Steam, where there are literally tens of thousands of games, and there are constantly new ones being released, most of which don't have big marketing budgets or anything. Of course the majority of games are gonna flop. Do you think the majority of games released on PlayStation make a profit? I doubt it. And let's say there's a higher ratio of games making profit to not making profit on PlayStation than PC. Again, that's because PlayStation has like a fraction of the games that Steam has. But just wait until you guys hear what Jay has to say about most games on PC statistically not making much money.
I know someone out there is gonna be upset about that I now have that info and I've done my research. And I know you're gonna try to tell me I'm wrong. And then you're gonna name certain popular indie titles that everybody went to go buy. But then you would prove my point. Because if you guys all went and brought, let's say, Silksong, what about the other hundreds or thousands of indie games that have released on Steam in the last 6 years alone? Did you buy all those? Did those games make front page news? No.
Dude, what even is this argument? Of course we can't buy every single game that comes out. People have limited time and, more importantly, limited money. Not to mention, I don't want to play every indie game that comes out. You know, call me crazy, but games like Cuck Tales 2 and Throbbing Hood are not my kind of game. Of course, most indie games are not going to be huge successes on PC, but indie games have the highest possibility, or the highest chance to be successful on PC. Think of games like not just Silksong, how about Schedule 1, Repo, Content Warning, Palworld, Chained Together, all of these indie games with little to no marketing, yet compete in revenue with AAA games like Space Marine 2 and Call of Duty. Not every indie game on Steam is going to be a smash hit. In fact, like you said, most of them aren't. You are correct about that. But every time a little indie game ends up popping off, it's always on PC. Now, all of that aside, what the hell does this have to do with PlayStation's PC strategy?
And again, if you really want to see how picky PC fans are, Sony gave you guys Spider-Man 2018 and then Spider-Man 2. And you guys purchased Spider-Man 2 less than you purchased Spider-Man 1. You did the same thing with God of War 2018 versus God of War Ragnarok on Steam as well. Like, all of those sales data is available for everybody to look at. That proves that the more Sony gave you guys, the less you supported them.
No, because Helldivers 2 came after a lot of the other big games that they released, and that ended up selling the most by far. What kind of argument even is this? Oh, well, the more they give you, the less you buy them. And that's proven because we didn't buy the sequels to games as much as the original games. Hear me out, Jay. Maybe the sequels
They just weren't as good
as the originals.
Yeah.
Maybe because these games had
That is the
staggered
general
releases,
consensus.
PC gamers were able to realize that Spider-Man 2 and God of War Ragnarok, especially Spider-Man 2, were worse games than the original, so they had a year to figure that out and realize, hey, I don't want to buy this. That's why I didn't buy Spider-Man 2. I had plenty of time to realize, hey, this game kind of sucks. Also, I love how the argument shifted from just a minute ago, he was talking about how PC gamers will never give you money, to, oh yeah, no, they bought Spider-Man, they just bought Spider-Man 2 less. Which one is it? You just said PC gamers don't buy games and they'll never give Sony money. Now apparently we bought the games, but we didn't buy the sequels enough. Here's an idea. Why don't they make a better game and we'll buy it? I know this isn't as common on consoles, but PC gamers typically have standards. Hence stuff like the Helldivers 2 PSN account getting reversed.
That's what the sales data shows. So if you guys really want to know why the fuck is Sony charging us more for PlayStation consoles after 4 to 5 years already on the market and things are not getting cheap, it's not just because of the economy. It's not just because of RAM prices surging due to AI data centers. It's not just that. There was a 75% to 80% chance that this is the cause. And once I did more research, that turned into a 95% to 100% chance that the $6 billion they lost in 5 to 6 years, they want to make that money back. Don't you think that they would want to make that money back?
Oh, God.
So let me get this straight, Jay. They lost all this money, supposedly, because of their PC strategy, even though we just debunked all that, and proved that everything you have listed there is either not the fault of PC or just straight up not a loss. And their solution to that is to raise the price of their consoles even more. That's what you're telling me? They're gonna try to make back the $6 billion they allegedly lost, according to you, by raising the prices of their consoles by about $100. Wouldn't raising the prices of hardware make less people want to buy it because then it's less affordable? Hear me out. It's almost like this situation is almost entirely because of the RAM crisis. And then maybe sprinkle in a little bit of corporate greed on top of that. Because don't forget, not even 2 months ago, Sony themselves said they were prepared for the RAM crisis, and they said they were going to do everything in their power to avoid the price increases. That was either a lie, or they decided, you know what, let's go ahead and upcharge them anyway. Personally, I don't even think that's the case. I truly do think this is mostly the RAM crisis, if not entirely. I don't even think this is really corporate.
You dare question me? The Lonely Jackals will take care of Jian while you remain here.
Is that so? It's about time Ludwig stopped groveling after Jian.
And remember, Calphate is next once Payloon is taken care of.
So the Grey Manes will be finished before long.
Wait, I haven't finished.
Don't try to order me around, Count.
What an uncouth fellow.
Assassinate Count. Oh, he's here. Without being detected. Fuck you! Why is my fucking Palm shit not working anymore? Even my regular Palm. Okay, I need to reload my file. My game is bugged. Can I not do this one either? That one worked. Did that fix it? Okay. I don't know what that was. That's interesting.
Agreed this time. I think they just weren't as prepared as they said they were. Also, where are you getting this number that there was a 75% chance that this was caused by the PC investment, and now you're saying it's a 95 or 100? How did we get from A to B? I'm so lost right now. Also, isn't it funny that this dude will eat up everything that Sony says, but then as soon as they have to do a price hike, and they cite the challenging economic climate, suddenly he doesn't believe them anymore. Because if he believes them, then he can't use this as an own against PC gamers. And what's the one thing that's more important to Jay than praising PlayStation? Owning the PC port-begging trolls.
Sony, and I've told you guys this before, Sony does not fucking play around when you make them look stupid. They do not like that. They can't fucking stand it. Nintendo did that.
Who is making PlayStation look stupid besides themselves? I didn't do anything. I didn't tell them to put $400 million into a hero shooter and shut it down in 11 days. I didn't tell them to spend $3.6 billion on Concord. I didn't tell them to close all those studios they've been closing recently. And neither did any PC gamer. What you are describing here, Jay, is the consequences of their actions. They messed around and now they're finding out. This is not on PC gamers or any gamers for that matter. This isn't even on PlayStation, guys. If Sony makes a mistake and they look stupid, it is on them.
I don't think that a lot of PC fans understand that their actions during this entire 5 to 6 years led us to this very point.
Oh yeah, guys, it's completely on the PC gamers. It's all on us. Our actions were the ones that made Sony waste $400 million on Concord. Our actions were the ones that made them buy Bungie. If you're a PC gamer, I can't even look at you right now. I can't believe you made Sony do all that. And now PS5 gamers have to pay more for their consoles because of that. Forget the massive RAM crisis that's making all hardware increase in price. It's clearly all these losses that PlayStation has had over the last few years that are only because of PC gamers, not at all because of PlayStation gamers. They would never do anything wrong. Sometimes I wonder how people say the things that they say and genuinely believe it. I need an inside look into the mind of JTech. Although I feel like once I see what happens in there, I would never be the same person again.
Hey, is that... Wait, is that the main? That's a female icon. Hey!
But we should hear something soon.
About time she showed up.
Damien?
What are you doing here? Did your efforts bear fruit? You look troubled. No good news, I take it.
Grand General Bastyr. He's imprisoned your swordmaster. She might still be alive. One of my comrades is...
I'm going after her. Damien!
Go find Naira. She can help you.
Please, tell me what you know.
It's as you said. Byron and Marshall were working for Caliburn. Mjordan's clearly in league with them, but that's all I learned.
A pity. But still, you've achieved quite a victory. Well done. I too have news to share with you. Duke Wells is dealing with his own coup d'etat. Caliburn's work, no doubt. I'm afraid the rebels have resorted to using Payluni's prisoners as human shields.
Who's leading this coup?
A man called Fortain.
Fortain.
Lend your aid to Duke Wells. He is one of the few allies we have.
Hmm? Wait a minute, what's our next step?
That's why they're passing blame. But how much blame can you pass when you literally have blood on your hands? In an analogy speaking, you can't claim that you weren't there during the accident when you're still strapped to the fucking seat.
Oh my god, dude, now we have blood on our hands because a bunch of PlayStation games failed and some studios got closed down. Dude, you can't make this up. What are you talking about, Jay? The irony of you saying that we're trying to pass blame when this whole thing is you trying to pass blame from PlayStation to the PC gamers. And I'm sorry, were you not at the quote-unquote accident, as you like to say? Last I checked, you were there too, yet you won't take any accountability. You'll just pass all the blame to the PC gamers. PlayStation is the driver, you're in the passenger seat, and then PC gamers are in the back seat, and you're gonna blame us for the accident instead of, you know, the one driving the car. You have lost your mind. I mean, you probably lost it a long time ago, but it's really showing now.
It has nothing to do with the $6 billion they lost on the PC strategy? You telling me it has nothing to do with the $6 billion they lost on the PC strategy?
Well, no, it's not that, because that would require them to have actually lost $6 billion on the PC strategy, which they didn't. In fact, as far as we know, the PC strategy has been a net positive for PlayStation. You know what this reminds me of? It reminds me of when that news came out that Xbox Game Pass doesn't generate enough money to cover the original production cost of the games that go on it. And it's like, yeah, no duh. Of course this subscription service that has hundreds of games on it isn't gonna cover the combined multi-billion-dollar budgets of all the games that are put on it. It needs to cover the lost sales, not the original game budget. That's what this whole thing feels like. He's like conflating two completely different things. Like, oh, they bought Bungie, and them buying Bungie is an automatic loss, even though the company is still open and making them money, and therefore, because they lost this money, it's the fault of PC gamers. This is like saying the video I made yesterday wasn't profitable because I bought a Twix bar. Like, yeah, I spent my own money on it, but it has nothing to do with the video I made. Alright, guys, I'm gonna be completely honest. There's not much more to talk about, and I can't really handle this anymore. Also, I'm really hungry. I'm gonna go eat some fried chicken. It's kind of funny, to celebrate the opening of the baseball season, our school added chicken nuggets to the menu for a day, and I think it was so popular that they're just keeping fried chicken around as a permanent item, and it's really good. Much better than the, you know, undercooked grilled chicken that they try to serve us. Anyway, what am I saying? I need to sign off. Guys, with all that being said, that is all I've got for this video. Thank you all so much for watching. Be sure to like the video if you liked it, dislike it if you didn't like it, subscribe if you want to see more. Join us every Friday night on the gaming channel for gaming streams, and consider becoming a channel member if you want Discord access and awesome emotes, and I will catch you all next time.
Oh, background NPC is a video. Oh, they finally went after Tie Guy Travis. Talking about Jaffe again? Oh, God.
I have spent the last 2 weeks experiencing a crazy amount of whiplash. I went from not paying attention to negative journalist reviews for Crimson Desert to getting a little concerned when initial player reviews started sounding eerily similar, to watching the Pearl Abyss stock drop 30%, to then finally buying the game myself and having an absolute blast with it. But on the exact same day Crimson Desert launched, Fortnite dropped a new season, and then a week later, Epic fired 1,000 people. Now, I have witnessed 2 stories about ambition in gaming this week, both with very different outcomes, and I think the difference comes down to 2 big things that we always talk about. Who are you actually building your game for? And when those people show up and tell you what they think, are you even listening? Before we get into all of that, let's catch up on a few things. Sony just announced that the PS5 is going up by another $100, meaning the PS5 Pro is now $900, their second price hike in less than a year. But don't worry, Sony is merciful to us paupers. If you cannot justify dropping that amount of money on a console, you can always just rent a PlayStation via a monthly subscription service if you live in the UK. It is still so early in the year, and already there have been so many layoffs. Crystal Dynamics just had their 4th round in 12 months. Battlefield Studios cut staff after their big launch
Looks
last
like a
year.
fucking war
Ubisoft
zone.
gutted Red Storm Entertainment, Riot let 80 people go, and Sony shut down Bluepoint, which I personally will never forgive them for, because the Shadow of the Colossus remake was a masterpiece. And speaking of layoffs, let's go ahead and talk about the big one. We found out days ago that Epic Games was letting go of 1,000 people after already letting go of 16% of their workforce back in 2023.
Take down a bear using a broom?
Their statement said Fortnite engagement has been declining since last year and that they are spending significantly more than they're making. And of course, even with a decline in players, Fortnite is obviously still one of the biggest games ever made and played, but Epic's response to all of this has been very interesting. Just earlier this month, they raised V-Bucks prices and told players that they needed to help pay the bills. Yes, that means you, Broccoli Top, put down the Celsius and go help Epic pay their rent. And then a week later, they cut 1,000 people. Now, the gaming industry, and sadly, all of us, are unfortunately no stranger to tone-deaf statements from executives. And with Tim Sweeney already on the leaderboard for this, he vied once again for the top spot as he tried to smooth things over by making a statement on X saying, "Nah, I don't think about it as people losing their jobs. Now employers will see a stream of resumes of once-in-a-lifetime quality folks." I think that easily bumps Ubisoft's get used to not owning your own games on the leaderboard. I don't know though, Tim. Could it be that instead of your overflowing charity for the market, Epic may be overhired, put way too much focus on everything other than core Fortnite, like internal HR initiatives, massive content partnerships, spending $1 billion fighting Apple, and publicly backing lawsuits with Valve? And then your first instinct is to get on social media.
To see Duke Wales.
His Grace is busy.
Ah, Greymane. Countess Azarian said you'd be coming.
Your Grace.
Give us a moment. Seeing you turn up here has given me a glimmer of hope. Strong words. What's made things so hopeless? I was away at General Bastier's request on a training exercise. And in that time, my fortress was overrun by rebels and taken. Quite the clever lot, too.
Oh, that's why this looks so
They must
fucked
have
up.
counted on me not being able to refuse the Grand General.
Your Grace, our scouts have reached the North Gate.
We'll start by retaking the fortress. Then let's see what comes next. I'll be leading the assault from outside. Would you support my men at the North Gate?
Oh, he's hands-on. Okay. Not just a shot caller. That's interesting. What's the intel on him? Siege towers, defeat the rebels. People. So she's the sword master. Okay, that's interesting. This is the new guy. The few survivors of Blood Coordination is one of the rare figures to openly oppose Ashir Caliburn.
And act like you just did everyone a huge favor. Meanwhile, Gabe Newell continues to just live out his meme of do nothing and win. With this layoff though, they are also shutting down 3 different Fortnite modes, and for what it's worth, I actually was kind of surprised because their statement that they put out was fairly honest. They said they failed to build something awesome enough to attract and retain a large player base. And all of this, I just kept wondering, how did Fortnite get here? There was a time when it seemed like everyone and their mother was playing this game, and it caused huge players in the industry to chase the live service model for years because of its massive success. Studios have been gutted, games have been redesigned, entire companies have pivoted to chase what Fortnite originally built, and now even Fortnite themselves is having a difficult time. The thing that everyone was trying to emulate is now struggling itself, and it was not for lack of ambition. Epic had plenty of ambition. They have just been pointing it literally everywhere else except at the people that play their core game. So Fortnite shows us one side of the coin, but what does it look like when all of that ambition actually has a target? Well, that brings us to Crimson Desert. Originally, Crimson Desert started out as an MMO prequel to Black Desert Online, and somewhere during the 7+ years of development, Pearl Abyss scrapped pretty much their entire direction for the game. No live service, no multiplayer, although that might be coming now to be determined. Just one massive single-player game with all of their ambitious ideas.
Didn't they definitively say hard no?
Super rich and enjoyable single-player experience, and you can feel it when you play. Now, I didn't get to start playing until the middle of launch weekend, and like I said at the start, by the time I sat down, I'd already seen a lot of the discourse. Mixed reviews, controls complaints, people saying that it was too hard or too clunky, and outside of like the Paul Tassies at Forbes, I felt the critic reviews were being weirdly nitpicky. Even at this point, after the massive quality of life patches, some journalists just seem committed to hating this game. After getting some time in myself and sitting at around 30 hours now, were some of the initial complaints valid? A little bit, yeah. There is a real learning curve. The controls are not always the smoothest, although I do think that argument has been blown out of proportion just a little bit. But I've noticed that Cliff doesn't always grab a ledge when he should. I had a whole lantern quest that fought me for 20 minutes straight because I did not realize that my weapon had to be sheathed in order to pull it out properly. And I am not a puzzle girl, all right? So
this is Fortane, okay.
Dumb, and I have accepted my
Didn't realize he'd be right here.
Even with all of that, I'm still having a blast. If you only listened to the discourse at launch, you would genuinely think that this was some type of cyberpunk all over again, like this game was utterly unplayable, and that was just not the case. Now, this is not a game for everyone, but for people who do enjoy this type of thing, it is incredibly fun. Combat, climbing, puzzles, taming animals, wrestling, crafting, companions, a genuinely massive open world full of fun things to do, and everything is all working together to make the game
Audio's
as
starting
fun
to cut
as
out.
possible. And that right there is the difference. While Epic was scattering Fortnite across numerous different games and directions, Pearl Abyss was pouring everything into making one specific thing as good as it could possibly be. And you can tell because it pops up in all of the little stuff. The background NPCs in this game have genuinely made me laugh out loud. From cussing at me and calling me the C word when I accidentally bumped them over, to an old woman randomly hitting on me in the city streets. The music of the game, I used to Irish dance as a kid, and that one merchant theme makes me yearn for the gym. That stuff is in there because somebody at Pearl Abyss thought it was funny or cool or beautiful and just put it in, because that is what happens when you know your audience and you want to make something that they love. And at $70, it is understandable people are going to be less patient with any type of launch jank, so even if I personally was not as bothered by some of it, it makes sense that Crimson Desert's initial quirks pushed away certain people. But for the people who decided to stick with it, this is a game built for them, and Pearl Abyss proved that almost immediately. Within 4 days of launch, Pearl Abyss had their first big patch live, with tutorial improvements, keyboard and mouse changes, camp storage, boss nerfs, health item buffs, and then 10 days later after launch, a huge patch. 5 new mounts, faster load times, a sprint toggle, reduced gliding stamina, thank you, instant crafting, bulk storage. They even added a prompt for using keys to unlock doors, which was something I personally was very excited about. 2 major patches in 10 days. They are moving wickedly fast, and yes, it would have been nice if all of this was just there at launch, and I am glad that people have spoken up, but honestly, it feels really good to be heard, you know? Like, I genuinely feel like I am a paying customer again. I bought a game, told them what was frustrating, and they fixed it. In days, not months, not years, and that is sadly not something that should feel like an anomaly, but after years of, notably, Western AAA, studios treating player feedback like an Avengers-level threat instead of just useful and helpful information, it kind of is. That used to be the norm. That used to just be how this worked. Either the game released polished to a T, or the developers were ready and waiting to accept and act on the players' responses. And the fact that this feels so rare now says way more about the industry than it does about Pearl Abyss. We paid for this game, we showed up, and Pearl Abyss is treating us like that actually means something and is important. Like we are people who bought their game and deserve to have a good experience. We're not a problem to manage, or a community to pacify, or just a revenue stream to optimize. Just their customers, who they want to make happy. And the reason that they could move that fast is actually the whole point. They were laser focused on their game and their audience, so when players showed up with feedback, there was nothing else competing for that attention. And instead of getting defensive about it, blaming their audience, lashing out over the critical reviews, they just listened. They went down the list of complaints and started fixing things and actually thanked people for the feedback instead of getting weird about it. Most studios would have put out some type of big roadmap and asked everyone to just be patient. Pearl Abyss just did the thing. So where does this leave them? 3 million copies sold in 5 days, Steam reviews going from mixed rating on launch night to very positive, and Sunday morning, a week and a half after launch, Crimson Desert just hit 276,000 concurrent players on Steam. A new all-time peak. Most single-player games start to lose their concurrent players in the first week. Crimson Desert is gaining them. When looking at both studios, Epic and Pearl Abyss, it is clear that both of them have ambition. But everything Pearl Abyss has done is to make their game more enjoyable for the people playing it, and everything Epic has been doing for the past few years or more is to... I'm honestly not even sure. But the bottom line is that Pearl Abyss is focused on us, the players. They filled their game with passion, love, and so much charm, and all kinds of weird, funny details that are only in there because somebody at the studio cared and thought it would make for a more fun and enjoyable experience. Not increase their brand presence or optimize revenue streams. That's the huge difference. And what is funny is that it's not like Crimson Desert even launched broken or technically unfinished. We have seen what actual broken launches and promises broken look like. No Man's Sky, Final Fantasy XIV, Cyberpunk, and those studios earned their second chances because they listened to their players. Pearl Abyss didn't launch in a broken state. They didn't lie about what the game included. In my opinion, it was a good game that launched with some rough edges, and instead of shaking their fist at players and accepting critics' reviews, they just started making improvements because their players told them what they wanted and they were smart enough to actually listen. Now, I've said this before, but do you like the game you're making? And do you like who you're making it for? Because when you like your audience, they are not your enemy. And listening to them isn't a chore. The right thing to do usually is pretty obvious. Ambition is cheap. Any studio can have ambition, but ambition only means something when you aim it at the correct target, the people who will actually show up for you. Pearl Abyss had a stupid amount of ambition and a very clear picture of exactly who it was all for, quirks and all, and that's why 3 million people bought it, and that's why the reviews flipped, and that's why a 30% stock crash turned into recovery in under 2 weeks. And if you're Epic, if you are the company that built Fortnite, a game that genuinely changed the industry, and you can't even remember who you built it for, that is not a layoffs or a V-Bucks problem. It is a who is this even for anymore problem, and Sadly, your audience figured that out long before you did. If you made it to the end of this video, thank you so much for watching. I would love to know your thoughts on everything. Are you playing Crimson Desert? If so, what do you think? And Pearl Abyss, if you are somehow listening, well, apparently you might be, because you literally just added the key prompt I was about to ask you for. Please allow me to skip NPC dialogue and cutscenes, and my life is yours. Thanks again for being here, and I'll see you in the next one.
No, can't reach that far. Alright, so we do have to find another one. Wait, there was a second cannon over here. Is there another tower? Too far. Daylight is so good. Fuck.
This one sorely needs a lesson.
Okay, somebody help me out with the second one at least. The last one is back over where I was before. Oh, I could burn it. That should work, no? Yeah. I didn't even think about it. Yep, just give it time. It'll do its job. Yep. Okay, they all lived.
The enemy is retreating.
Defeat the Cursed Knight.
You don't belong here. I like this. Have you ever done this before?
Sorry excuse for a fighter.
Purple key.
You thought this would be easy.
I don't see it anywhere. Not gonna worry about it.
Thought I heard rats scurrying about. So you've come here to meet your end? I'll be happy to oblige!
Oh!
The weaklings like well. This is a righteous revolution! Order is forged only by the strong! And none are stronger than General Garcia! Order! I was granted the Blackwood blessing! Granted solely to fulfill his will! To its power!
Oh shit, I couldn't see him.
Isn't over yet!
Greymane! I can hardly believe it. I owe you a great debt. Would you give us a moment?
Yes, of course.
Thanks to you, the fortress is ours again. You've been a great help. Now, it would be dishonorable of me not to help you, after all you've done for me. So, is there anything I can assist you with?
More like someone.
I hear Myrddin is hiding in Demonis.
Myrddin? The leader of the Black Bears?
Aye. Have you any idea where he might be?
I barely escaped Duke Caliburn's bloody coronation. But I did see a huge fellow there, and I'm certain it was Myrddin. If he is in Demonis, as you say, I'd bet he's teamed up with Caliburn.
I see. And do you know where Caliburn is?
He's quite the cautious man. Tracking his movements is no easy task. But his old study at the castle would be a good place to start.
Have you noticed a change in how games are reported on? You might not have, especially if you don't really pay attention to that stuff, which you shouldn't. Now me, I've been gaming for 15 plus years, which basically makes me a fossil on the modern internet. I remember the dial-up noise. I had an AIM account. I played Neopets, and Club Penguin, and Old School RuneScape, back before it was Old School RuneScape, when it was just RuneScape. So I've been around the block a time or two, and I've watched gaming turn from a niche hobby into a global phenomenon. With that, of course, came investment. It's crazy to see how far things have come in a short time. The most expensive video game made in the 2000s was Modern Warfare 2, which cost $200 million to make. That was an unprecedented scale for a game at the time. Now in 2026 comes the release of GTA 6, and the budget for that game's production and marketing is in the billions. Gaming is a business. That's not some revelation, it's just the reality of the world these days. And honestly, I think that's the simplest explanation for the core premise of this video, which is that mainstream games journalism in 2026 is complete slop and should be taken with a grain of salt or disregarded entirely. So let's look at Marathon. Marathon is a recent sci-fi extraction shooter released by Bungie. Now, I don't want this video to drag on, so we're going to keep this part brief. Bungie are OG devs behind the Halo franchise and Destiny. They were acquired by Sony in January of 2022 for a whopping $3.7 billion. The acquisition was specifically noted to be due to Bungie's experience with live service games, specifically the, at the time, successful Destiny 2. Marathon is Bungie's first big post-Destiny project, and was hyped up to be the next serious PvP extraction shooter. Where Arc Raiders found success in its casual-friendly gameplay, Marathon was for real PvP gamers. Time for Sony to get some of that money back, eh? Well, not exactly. Before I go any further, I want to say that this is not a Marathon hate video. I don't hate Marathon at all, and in fact, I think it's a pretty neat game that just isn't really quite my thing. But personal feelings aside, it turns out that hyper-competitive extraction shooters are not the most casual-friendly games. Marathon didn't flop by any means, but the launch especially had people worried when player numbers were lower than expected and there was a very real hate train that formed. Burnt Peanut, by far the most popular gaming streamer, barely played the game on stream despite really liking it because of the amount of hate he would get from chatters when he would play it. Side note, I hate this aspect of the modern gaming community. I can't stand how negative sentiment towards a game will snowball almost at the drop of the hat, pushed largely by people that do not play the game itself and just want to hate on something. But back to Marathon's launch, there was one curious thing that I feel went undernoticed by the community at large. The scores weren't in and wouldn't be for a while. Bungie had asked reviewers to withhold their rating of the game until the next month when their 4th map and big event dropped. Now, a lot of reviewers did write in-progress reviews, which were mostly very positive, but withheld their final scores. This ended up being a very smart move on Bungie's part,
Look at
as
that.
it let them weather the initial wave of hatred that Marathon faced, and take care of some of the more glaring issues with the game. And here we are a month later. The map's released, the raid is out, and the scores are in. Marathon is a critical darling. And on its own, I don't really have an issue with that. I do think that companies should just finish the game before they release it if they want the best reviews, and I don't like how much Sony can seemingly control how and when the reviews come out. But all of that, unfortunately, is again to be expected, and unfortunately, mirrors the way journalism works in real life. Now, what I can't look past, and why I made this video, is to highlight the comical difference in how they review games that aren't made by companies that they are beholden to. This brings me to Crimson Desert. In the same way that Marathon is not my cup of tea, I will freely admit that Crimson Desert is right up my alley. I love open world RPGs, and the world Pearl Abyss created is a joy to exist in. Again, this is not a Crimson Desert Glaze video, nor is it a Marathon hate video. My personal opinions on both of these games are just that, subjective personal opinions. Objectively, there are flaws with Crimson Desert. The controls are clunky, the story is bland, the start of the game is very slow, and the game itself is plagued with performance issues on console. These are valid complaints. With all of that said, I was utterly shocked at how the big reviewers are treating this game. I saw one reviewer say that after 10 hours, the world had shown them nothing interesting whatsoever. I have 20 hours in Crimson Desert at the time of typing this, and I have seen more interesting random shit in the world than I could ever recount. IGN gave this game a 6 out of 10, lower than Concord, and the same as Forspoken. And this, I have a problem with, okay? And I think it highlights the core point I'm trying to make with this video. Marathon was given all the grace in the world by the big game journo outlets, while Crimson Desert was given none. And I believe the reason for this is pretty obviously corporate influence and nepotism. Now you'll notice, if you're savvy, that I have not mentioned Gamergate once, and I don't plan to, outside of to illustrate that this conversation has been going for a long time, and I would argue things have gotten significantly worse since Gamergate. Now, I'm not gonna make you guys listen to me go full Silverhand and rant against the corpos, but I'm truly sick of seeing how these dog shit reviewers influence the public perception of games. Now, I'm gonna end this video because it's already gone too long with a simple request. The next time you're interested in a game, don't go to the big reviewers. There's no reason to trust that they're giving you their honest opinion. Go to YouTube, see what real people are saying. Check out a small game reviewer and leave them a comment, ask them what they think. I'm sure they'd be thrilled to tell you. Or better yet, go play the game yourself. Form your own opinion. The only way we as a community can start the very gradual process of change is by making an effort. So if you're as tired of seeing corpo review slop as I am, then ignore every instance of it and don't engage with it. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed. Like, comment, and fucking, whatever. Who cares?
Okay, so 2 people did a video about this.
Well guys, this video probably won't be as highly edited as a lot of my previous videos, but due to time constraints with baseball life, dad life, and work and all that, I just wanted to throw this out here because this was too funny not to have a good laugh about. So for anybody who's been following the drama around Crimson Desert, it is shocking, although it shouldn't be shocking to anyone, what a massive divide there is between the critic scores and user scores. As you can see right here from InVen Global, it says Crimson Desert's Steam review rating shifts to very positive, and a lot of this has to do with the post-launch patches, a lot of the fixes to the game that Pearl Abyss is seeming to be pumping out there, due to the fact that a lot of people had early complaints and said, you know what, there's a lot of things about this game that could be
it's
better.
a one-handed
And
weapon.
Pearl
What
Abyss
the
responded
fuck?
and said, you're absolutely right, let's fix it, right? Now, of course, if you remember, right after the critic scores came out, the stock for Pearl Abyss tanked massively. I think it was like a 30% drop or something.
RB
Well,
and
you can see on
B.
Metacritic here, the meta score for the critics is still sitting around 77 due to a few very negative reviews. User score has gone all the way up to 8.8, so obviously people are having a great time with this game. It's only getting better as people continue to purchase the game. It's now sitting on Steam at around 80% positive, which is massive for a game that launched to very mixed reviews, right? Of course, you can see Pearl Abyss's stock has even recovered. In fact, it's almost at the highest point it's been at in months.
Good.
After this initial dip, after the critic scores came out. So clearly, they're doing something right.
Good.
Despite the fact that sites like IGN are giving them a 6 out of 10, saying the game is okay, an extremely ambitious open-world adventure, and that ambition is what makes it both incredibly cool and gobsmackingly infuriating in almost equal measure. Now, I am currently up to, I believe, the Reed Devil boss, who I just beat last night. And honestly,
You're
this game
so
gets
early
better
on.
and better the more I play it, and I've only played it for about 20 hours. So for these guys who had 100+ hours with this game to give it a 6 is just baffling to me. I get it. The game is not going to be for everybody, but this game is not a 6. It's at least an 8 out of 10, objectively. There's no way it's not. But of the opinions about this game, of people who have had critical things to say about Crimson Desert, none other is funnier than David Jaffe. Now, David Jaffe, kind of a lolcow these days, creator of God of War, is no stranger to having very strong, very strange opinions online. Some positive, some very negative, and some just flat out laughable. You can see this one from PSU.com. David Jaffe blasts God of War, Sons of Sparta, says what the F are they thinking? This was in response to the recent side-scrolling prequel game that came out for God of War. Now, God of War is not a franchise I have much use for. I've never played the games. I'm not a PlayStation fan per se, so I don't care about this whatsoever. He also criticized the God of War show that's coming out, saying Kratos looked like he's shitting in the woods, which is pretty funny. Actually, the pose they gave him was pretty laughable. So again, like I said, some decent takes once in a while. He's also had some very cringe things to say, and I cannot believe how retarded some of his takes have been. But maybe the worst take he has ever had, dogpiling on top of Crimson Desert, a game that is seemingly doing exceptionally well because it's delivering something that the fans, the gamers actually want, is this take right here. David says on Twitter, loving Crimson Desert, but come on, Crimson Desert. This is some anti-Semitic shit, or at least it sure feels as such. Which, hey, that's your right. I support your right, but I don't gotta like it. The nose, the job, the mission name, and
Hang on a
gold
second,
leaf
I'll be right
may
back.
as well be.
Was that up there the whole time? Holy shit.
Goldberg. Now, he's talking about this right here. I believe the boss's name was Shakatu, the Goblin King guy, King of the Merchants. And this is the guy that you help in the quest. Of course, you know, spoiler alert for anybody who isn't at this point in the game, he ends up taking over and basically fixing all the wrongs of his predecessor. So once again, the quest is called Flames of Greed. These are goblins. It's at the Goldleaf Trading Post. Apparently, David looked at this and saw anti-Semitism because big nose and greedy equals Jews, apparently. Of course, this is not a news story. You can see articles like this from Wired, basically saying how orcs are black people, right? There's this entire misconception around fantasy races saying if you see a fantasy race, you have to attribute whatever that race's innate tendencies and their proclivities are to real-life groups of people. Says here, D&D must grapple with the racism in fantasy. Now again, racism in fantasy is nothing new. In fact, racism in fantasy is great because it actually gives compelling stories to a lot of the races that exist. If all the races get along just fine and wonderful and everything's hunky-dory, that's a very boring story. But of course, if you go to the replies, this video is pretty much going to focus on the replies and the quote tweets because people absolutely destroyed David in the replies here. Top one saying, LOL, nice reach. Of course, the Halo meme's fantastic. David responded and said, you not having any historical context is a lack of education on your part. That's a you problem, sadly. And the guy just responded, LOL, love you, Jaffe. I said, sees a goblin, thinks it's a Jew. Not gonna lie, man, sounds like you're the anti-Semitic one. Decembro saying, sees a goblin-type character with big nose, ears, and skin. Sees name of quest, Flames of Greed. Context is a merchant guild usurped by a greedy leader that has ruined their own reputation by working with bandits to install chaos. Your job is to defeat the usurper. Literally everyone is happy afterwards. The same merchants celebrate the death of the scumbag usurper and hail the new leader of the Merchants Guild, which is just another goblin dude. David Jaffe, oh, the goblins are the Jews! Oh my god, anti-Semitismus. How could the developers have done this? What's next? The orcs in the Lord of the Rings are black people too. If streaming doesn't work out, you really would fit right into Kotaku. No, I mean, honestly, he needs to have a regular spot on Locale Live, although I'm pretty sure he got fired from them. Another guy here says, blame Israel, man. Y'all can't catch a break right now. That said, the Goldleaf Merchants Guilds are your allies in this game. You gonna call Shakespeare anti-Semitic for creating Shylock? David Jaffe says, yes. Also, I'm not Jewish, and I have the same response, even if this was anti-Muslim or black or anything like that. Even anti-Christian, even though that, again, he's going to make an exception because you can shit on Christians because we're the majority, apparently, in the U.S. Another person says, this post reads like a woman wrote it. And Demion, come on, man, seriously, it's a goblin, for God's sake. TC Pool, if you see a large nose, the word greed in a fantasy game and automatically think, oh, this is about the Jews, then you're the racist one. But the quote tweets are even better, guys. Some of these are absolutely brutal. Red Dragon saying, sees goblin mission about greed, long hook nose, assumes it must be about Jews. Weekend Warrior, I'm calling it the most insane self-report of all time. Kalina Ann, the imbecile creator of God of War, saw a big-nosed goblin and went out there calling the developers of Crimson Desert anti-Semites. Epic Mike saw big-nosed gold-loving goblins and thought, this must mean Jewish folk. Talk about your self-reports. Brador saying, the first thing Shakatu does when you put him in charge is set things right. They hate to see Korean and Chinese studios win. It's crazy. I guess, yeah, Shakatu's the guy that you help, if I remember correctly. Manlet Thorin, David Jaffe, when he sees a greedy hook-nosed goblin, this dirty liar is a Jew. Oh my god. This guy Xenon saying, as a Jew, stuff like this is so funny because this dude's like, this fictional goblin character is greedy, likes gold, and has a big nose. He's just like a Jew. Oh my god, like, bro. And it just goes on and on. So, once again, these guys are going to find any excuse they can to attack this game, which is crazy, especially for somebody like David who's like, oh, I'm loving the game, but that damn dirty Jew you guys put in the game makes us look bad. It's like, dude, the only person seeing Jews is you. Now, I understand there are going to be some similar tropes, like, okay, the goblins in Harry Potter, they're the bankers and they're greedy and they have big noses, so they must be the Jews. People are going to make those comparisons until the end of time. It's just, it's unavoidable at this point. But if you go into everything in life seeing racism or bigotry or homophobia or transphobia or anti-Semitism in every type of media you consume, then you're just going to see it whether it's there or not. You're looking to play the victim. You're just looking for something even if it's not even there. And this is once again one of these examples of David making himself a lolcow. So share your thoughts down below, guys. I'm curious to hear what you all have to say about this, and I will catch you guys on the next one.
Alright, and if you made it this far, thank you so much for watching the video. Thank you for being here. I do have two channels, Minimal Effort Podcast as well as my gaming channel. I do have a Twitch and Kickforma gaming channel. We do live streams over there occasionally, maybe once a week. And then if you are in the market for a new PC, make sure to check out Meta PCs. Click the link I have down below. Use code TBO at checkout for a special discount. Thanks again for watching, and I'll see you next time.
Wide minimum wage hike for fast food workers is now set at $20 an hour. It was designed to help struggling employees, but a new study from UC Santa Cruz suggests it may be doing the complete opposite.
So a new study just dropped, and it has reported what we all suspected it was going to prove out, that California's $20 fast food wage has been an abject disaster for the state of California's fast food industry. And not only that, it's also had really bad impacts on the rest of the state, which, by the way, has something like a $16.90 minimum wage statewide. And the reason for this is absolutely obvious. When you try to increase the price of labor, that ends up getting passed on to the consumer. A lot of restaurants have, again, low profit margins, and in addition to that, a lack of consumption of the product, this being a more expensive fast food, ends up leading to lower revenues that has to go more and more to those higher wages. But it's actually significantly worse than that, and I think this is worthy of a discussion because, again, we see these policies being pushed across the nation, and what the data shows us time and time again is that if you want to help these workers, you should actually do the exact opposite of what California did. So this is what we're going to talk about. This is what we're going to discuss. But before we do, I want to thank everybody who supports this channel via actualjusticewarrior.com/join.
Give me the money. Give me the money. Okay?
If they had stopped paying the rent here and all that, I wish they had notified us then.
Employees at Mod Pizza in Clovis are now saying corporate shut the store without notice, and they say the timing is suspect.
Yeah, Monty and Liz, both the employees who I spoke to actually wanted to remain anonymous, but they did tell me that if they knew that the minimum raise for fast food workers were going to come out like this, that they probably wouldn't have voted for the law.
So before we get into the study, I wanted to cut back to this report because it's nearly 2 years old, coming out on April 3rd of 2024, right as the $20 minimum wage was coming into effect, and it actually has a reporter featured, as you just heard right there, saying that the employees who were laid off suddenly, basically overnight, ended up telling her, well, if we knew the minimum wage increase on fast food jobs was going to result in us being fired, we likely would not have voted for that particular initiative because obviously it backfired in our faces. And the thing is, this is a perfect example of the lack of education on economics in our society, because everybody will tell you that obviously this is going to have negative consequences, at least on the margins. No studies except for fake ones from activist universities end up rejecting this, yet these people thought they were just going to be able to vote themselves into higher pay without any negative consequences. And this is what happens when people don't believe in economics, don't understand what trade-offs actually are, and think vote for things that sound good will produce good results. I'm against bad things bad, good things be good, so if I vote for the gooder sounding things will be much gooder for me and my life, and now I don't have a job and I'm so confused by it.
Kind of seemed, you know, the right timing 2 weeks before all of the fast food locations in California got that increase that was closed.
That's what the former assistant manager of Mod Pizza is saying after its Clovis location is now closed, empty and stripped.
Personally, if they would have gone about it in a better way, I feel like I would feel better about it. But just the lack of notice and all of a sudden just, you know, the axe for everybody is just really disheartening.
Both employees I spoke with wanted to remain anonymous because they say Mod Pizza made them sign a non-disclosure agreement. Both tell me they were completely in the dark until 2 days before their final shift.
So first of all, you guys know how I feel about the non-disclosure agreements. It seems rather weird for a fast food pizza chain in order to do that, and that precludes you from talking about you being fired and how upset you are for being fired. So I don't like that at all whatsoever. But again, this guy's like upset. He's like, oh, I wish it would have shook out differently. I wish things would have worked out better. And by the way, this was one of 27 stores that closed in the state of California all around the the same time, again, right before the minimum wage ended up kicking in. And this is because restaurants typically have low profit margins. Even though you're part of a big franchise like McDonald's or Burger King or whatever, a lot of times these are owned by franchise owners, so they don't have the big corporate profits of big corporate McDonald's. Stay corporate a lot, and then it makes it okay to pass these stupid policies that actually negatively impact the workers that are supposed to benefit from them. And yeah, this was totally predictable. It was totally understandable that this was likely to happen. People were warned about this time and time again, but it actually ends up proving out to be significantly worse when we have this new study. But just for a moment, I want to throw out this thought experiment for you guys out there in the audience so you could really understand how everybody understands, at least at a certain point, that the minimum wage being raised to a certain level will obviously have negative consequences, because this one was $20 for fast food workers, and we're seeing all this backlash. But a lot of people don't think that sounds like a lot. They're like, California's really expensive, that wage is definitely worth it. But what if it were $100? What if it were $1,000? Like, obviously you gotta get at some point in time that if you're raising the cost of the minimum wage, you're going to end up with less employment, because people are not going to be able to afford to pay that. Usually we understand that, usually we can get on board with that, but for whatever reason, this is really confusing, especially on what people think is on the margins in terms of this policy, as minimum wage increases, whenever they're put on a ballot initiative, almost always pass, again, no matter what state essentially that it's put in.
Before the wage increase, they had a certain amount of hours. They're going to end up with the same check because their hours are severely decreased.
It's survival mode. We continue to read and see in real time, you know, owners that are upgrading, they're getting kiosks, they're not having people work as many hours, people aren't getting overtime. People aren't expanding in the state of California.
Now, again, I told you that there were warnings well in advance of the minimum wage increase, where people talked about reduction in hours, raises in prices, stores closing, a switch to automation, and it turns out all of those warnings that were given before the minimum wage increase, that again, California Democrats were oh so proud of, ended up coming to fruition. They ended up happening exactly as predicted, and by the way, even some other consequences that were predicted but not as well advertised also ended up happening. Because what ends up happening in a state where you take a job that pretty much anyone can do, I'm not saying that it can't be difficult or people who are in fast food don't work hard, but it is considered low skilled work because you can easily teach the skills for a reason. I mean, again, most of these fast food places are essentially fast food assembly lines, not actually restaurants, is that you get an increase in applications when you artificially increase the wages. So what we end up seeing is not only that there are fewer positions, and by the way, there's reduced hours in those positions, but the higher wage ends up drawing in significantly more applicants. So people who used to get this as their first job because it wasn't very competitive in order to do so are now competing with a huge portion of the population that otherwise would not be interested in this. And by the way, many of those people have significantly more experience. So what ends up happening is people who would use this as their first job, their stepping stone to get in the labor market, to prove that they have skills, to prove that they could show up on time, to prove that they're reliable in order to get other jobs, are actually being priced out of the market by their wage, and they're being outcompeted for fewer and fewer positions. In addition to that, because the statewide minimum wage is $16.90, there's a bunch of places that are having trouble hiring people due to the fact that the fast food work, which is much easier in a lot of regards, is paying significantly more as prescribed by law. So essentially, you're in a situation where it's artificially forcing up wages and thus prices in other areas. And by the way, this is not surprising. Again, unions advocate for an increase in the minimum wage, and the reason they do this, even though their workers make well above the minimum wage because they negotiate their own contracts via the union, is if they can increase the floor on wages, that can help them better leverage their power in order to get higher wages for their union members. So yeah, the whole point of this policy by the people who are actually backing it, that are not the useful idiots who vote for something and then get shocked when they lose their job, even though every single warning about this policy is that you will lose your job, is to actually cut off these jobs and again raise the wages of a different set of workers, the union workers, because you're like, look, how can you pay me $25 an hour when over at McDonald's they're paying $20 an hour by law? And by the way, California also instituted one of these boards on their minimum wage, that automatically will increase it 3.5% unless the board votes otherwise, and they can also increase the wage in a similar way that the Rent Stabilization and Rent Control Board can, to higher rates, again depending on political pressure and circumstances.
Yeah, Fox 26 News reporter Myra Franco breaks down the findings for us and what it reveals. Myra.
The study shows more people are applying for fast food jobs, but many are not seeing increased hours or even securing employment at all. It also finds businesses are cutting shifts, customers are paying higher prices, and more machines are replacing workers.
And once again, the question is being raised by another study, this one from UC Santa Cruz. The report shows many of the same trends still playing out. Researchers talk about how the $20 fast food minimum wage has created unintended consequences across the industry. We heard that then.
Now, the numbers are even more devastating than you can possibly imagine, because California has reportedly lost between 16 and 19,000 jobs, some estimates putting that number closer to 25,000 jobs since the implementation of this minimum wage law. And by the way, with more losses coming each and every year, they've actually seen a contraction in their fast food employment, which ranges from negative 2.7% to negative 3.8%. And this is while nationwide we're seeing a 5% increase in fast food labor force. So obviously something incredibly different is going on in the state of California, and this is due to the fact that they increased the wages of this specific industry. I mean, this is why we do studies. This is why we do comparative analysis. And when you see an industry that's growing everywhere across the country, by the way, that's seeing some natural wage increases due to the labor crunch, and then in California it's declining by 3% or 4%, which by the way is a negative 9% swing compared to the national average, which is an increase of 5% in this kind of employment. It's a disaster. Obviously they're going more towards automation, automatic kiosks for ordering. They're trying to use capital to substitute for labor, and in addition to that, prices in California are up 13% since this particular increase went into effect, and that's after we already saw significant jumps in fast food prices prior to this. Now, of course, this obviously creates what is known as a death spiral, because you can't perpetually increase prices in order to chase revenue. Obviously, the consumers are revolting, and while it might be good for the health of the United States of America that people are reducing their fast food consumption, in reality, it is not good for the very workers that you are trying to help, because once you have a decrease in consumption, that's lower revenues, which leads to more layoffs or more attempts at automation to keep prices down, which again, if prices still go up, then you have another situation where people stop consuming. So then you end up in this whole cycle where employment is on a downward trajectory. And again, this is very disproportionately in California's fast food industry. Now, there are a lot of not smarts out there. I believe the technical term is dumbasses that will tell you, well, it's not the minimum wage, because in reality, if you look at the restaurants that are closing, they also have poor sales, and then, you know, they just close after the minimum wage, therefore it's no big deal, as if, again, the minimum wage doesn't add to the cost of restaurants that may have already been struggling, and thus accelerates that process. Whether these places could have closed, some of them in the next 10 years or whatever, the next 5 years, makes no matter, because in reality, you're accelerating that process. And again, the people that you said you wanted to help, they're the ones suffering. They're the ones who reduce hours. They're the ones that don't have overtime available to them, and they're the ones getting laid off. But you know what? You ignored that. You'll probably vote for it again. We will see this experiment play out time and time again. Then you'll probably vote for more rent control like the absolute idiots that you are. See that fall apart, and we'll be in this cycle for absolutely forever until everybody has left California for a sensible state with sensible policies. But hey, those are just my thoughts. I happen to be 100% right about absolutely everything. And if you disagree with me, feel free to let me know your wrong opinion down in the comments below. As per usual, if you like this video, show them by leaving a like, subscribe for more content, follow me on my social media, support me via the support links.
Hey, what's up guys, Ref here. So today's video is going to be an absolute doozy, a true crossover event featuring Hollywood, multiple franchises, and even some YouTubers. And this collision of parties here is going to lead to boycotts, controversies, and even some apologies as well. So this is the relevant headline for today. Project Hail Mary author nukes modern Star Trek, including Starfleet Academy, and its producer Alex Kurtzman for producing shows that are absolute garbage. Now, this headline has received overwhelming amounts of support. However, some notable soy boy YouTubers have started boycotts against Project Hail Mary, not only for the comments by its writer, but also given the fact that this set of comments was made during a stream with The Critical Drinker, which that previous YouTuber describes as a notable chud. Now, at the end of the day, there's been apologies issued. The Project Hail Mary writer has said that they went too far with their comments about Starfleet Academy and its creator Alex Kurtzman. But how did we get to this point? Well, let's begin with the most recent set of news involving Starfleet Academy, which is going to end with its second season. It has been canceled. The second season was already in production, so they're just finishing that off. And for anyone who's been paying attention to this show right here, this is not surprising at all. This is the modern audience slop that we've been dealing with. It is a show that was far more interested in virtue signaling, inserting a modern agenda, and owning the chuds than it was actually producing entertaining content and achieving positive ratings. But the sort of blame coming from the shills of the show who will do anything to defend it, they're not doing anything about the creators, the actors. They're not to blame. It's everyone else, including right-wingers, MAGA, anti-woke people. They're blaming everyone but the show itself because, well, no one watched. But that's not surprising. This show appealed to the modern audience, and that's exactly what they got. And that is demonstrated by this petition. The modern audience is out in full force with 25,000 signatures on this petition to get a third season of Starfleet Academy. To give you an idea, The Acolyte received around 100,000 signatures. Despite being a very successful and relevant franchise for literally decades, Star Trek and Starfleet Academy only produced 25,000 for this petition. I mean, that just shows you how bad things are. Now, you would think this is a learning lesson for those involved with Starfleet Academy. We did too much ham-fisted agenda pushing. Maybe we should stop trying to own the chuds and actually produce stuff that people enjoy. No lessons were learned. In fact, the most recent headline comes from this, where an actor for the project came out and said that they want to make the second season gay as F and to go out in flames, promising to make his character even louder and more annoying when it comes to representation. Yup, they are going with own the chuds. They literally learn nothing. They will never learn, and this show is going to be a laughingstock once again. But you know what, people like myself, we're not complaining. If they're going to go through with this second season, at least make it some content for us to farm, you know? But of course, more blaming is taking place, even from actors like Robert Picardo, blaming the show getting canceled on a lack of advertising, which is very rich when it comes to an IP like Star Trek. That is the advertising. Being an IP of Star Trek is an advertisement. As long as you go out there and produce something decent, it will have some legs. But in this case, they cared more about virtue signaling than producing entertainment, and while they're paying for it. So while Picardo is blaming the show getting canceled on a lack of advertising, the Project Hail Mary author has a different theory, saying modern Star Trek, including Starfleet Academy and its producer, are creating garbage. Yes, plain and simple and very blunt, but he's right. I think anybody looking at this objectively realizes this author has a point, and the numbers are backing it up. Now, of course, let's pause for a second and talk about Project Hail Mary. This released about a week and a half ago. I had the pleasure of watching it. I would highly recommend it. It was a great experience, and one that I think pretty much anybody can enjoy, and the numbers are really proving that. It's already grossed over 300 million globally. It's doing really, really well, and well, they're getting a lot of favors from everyone involved, including Ryan Gosling, who told fans it's not their job to save movie theaters. Hollywood needs to make movies worth seeing, which is a very refreshing thing to hear from an actor. This has been received very well by people who are like, wow, this looks like accountability. Actors and people involved in these movies saying, we need to produce something good to fill up theaters. It's not our job to save theaters. We just need to make movies worth seeing in the first place. And he's absolutely right. Now let's focus on Andy Weir, who is the writer of Project Hail Mary. And, well, he definitely has a chip on his shoulder when it comes to Star Trek. Apparently, he pitched a Star Trek show to Paramount. And he was there with the showrunners and spent a lot of time talking with executive producer Alex Kurtzman. But, well, it didn't really work out. And his pitch was not accepted, and his attitude was, well, F him. Now, this comment would get a lot of controversy, especially given the fact that related comments were shared in a collaboration with The Critical Drinker, who has really gone mainstream because of this collaboration. And during it, the Project Hail Mary author said that the modern Star Trek shows, including Starfleet Academy and its producer, are garbage. And, well, that received overwhelming support for the honesty and for, well, speaking what a lot of people think is the truth. And if you look at these things objectively, yeah, he's right. And a lot of people in Hollywood are afraid to make any statements like this, but he is stating the obvious. Modern Star Trek, including Starfleet Academy, is garbage, and the ratings back that up. But some people are not happy about this, including Matt Jarbo, who, as I learn more about, he seems to be more and more of a lolcow that people have been farming for quite some time. But he had a lot to say, saying, I cannot in good conscience support Project Hail Mary after Andy Weir went on a stream with noted chud Critical Drinker. For years, this man has tried to destroy everything that you guys stand for, and to give him a pass like that is a bridge too far. Holy soy. The soy levels are off the charts, ladies and gentlemen. This guy
Mark is right. They added it.
Called Critical Drinker.
Oh my god, these devs.
Chud. That is crazy work. On top of that,
I just
he's
noticed
trying to say that Critical Drinker is responsible for destroying everything these people stand for. I mean, I'm glad you speak on behalf of all these people in the industry, but Matt Jarbo here would go on to explain his comments, and they're just as bad as it looks right here.
What I'm going to say is going to definitely not win me any friends, and I don't really care about that at this particular point in time, but I have to talk to you guys about Project Hail Mary and, well, my reasoning for not going to see it in theaters and my reasoning for telling you to not also go and see it in theaters. And if you have gone and seen it, don't go see it again. Okay. Now, you might be thinking to yourself, Matt, what the hell? Why are you talking about this? This movie is amazing. I've heard nothing but good things. How could it possibly be something worth boycotting and not seeing in the best possible screen available? And that, of course, has everything to do with this. So Andy Weir, the writer of the book as well as The Martian, went on a podcast with Will Jordan, aka The Critical Drinker, to yuck it up about science fiction, fantasy, YouTube, and everything else in between. And I just find that is a step too far. Will Jordan, Critical Drinker, and his acolytes are people who want to see Hollywood destroyed in order to then push their own manosphere message. If you listen to things that he says, he very much, winks and dog whistles to his audience in very sexist, bigoted, discriminatory, misogynistic, sexist. I think I already said
Jesus
that.
Christ, every fucking buzzword, bro.
That his audience is always angry about something.
It's truly fascinating that people like Matt Jarbo will just voluntarily share these awful opinions for people like myself to farm for content, because it's really that simple. I mean, this is an insane effort trying to start a boycott against Project Hail Mary because Andy Weir went on a stream with noted chud Critical Drinker. Like, it is absolutely one of the funniest things I have seen. But looking at this tweet, it's got to be a humiliation fetish at this point. I mean, look at this. 325,000 views on this tweet, 100 likes, and over 1,200 replies. Over 12 times as many replies as likes, and all of them are dunking on this guy. Here's just a few, right? Is this a parody post? Are you being serious right now? Are you using Chud unironically? Someone tell me this is a meme. I don't know who this guy is. Posted 20 hours ago, only has 11 likes with 19,000 followers. I don't think any more needs to be said. Matt Jarbo is a little bee. I'm gonna keep it real with you, Chief. They are bodying you in the comments and you deserve it. They live rent-free in your head, don't they? How will they ever recover from this? The Rock of Shame doesn't need likes. The Rock of Shame just sits here to tell you that it is smarter than you. And this last one right here, didn't know who you are, so I had to ask Grok who you are and why I should care about your opinion. You're gonna need to DoorDash some cream for this burn, where Grok, an AI system, literally says you probably shouldn't when asked whether or not you should care about this guy's opinion. I mean, it's absolutely insane. But this guy is also someone who quoted this: Star Trek is more full of social justice and progressive politics than a lot of other sci-fi. It chooses to have a world where money isn't an issue, where religion is something that is not important, and people actually work for the betterment of each other. And this post asks, does he know what he's talking about? Well, people in the chat, does Matt Jarbo know what he's talking about here? Whether you're a Star Trek fan or not, please comment below if this guy knows what he's talking about when it comes to Star Trek. But of course, some more trouble was a-brewing here. There's another angle to all this, where the author Don Winslow hit back at Project Hail Mary's author Andy Weir, saying this: congrats on the success of Project Hail Mary and The Martian. I'm a real fan. But when you have your moment, don't use it to crap on other writers' work. I disagree. I think this should happen more often. I think anyone involved with Starfleet Academy should be shamed. I think they should be put on blast for fumbling an IP like that, because they thought it was more important to virtue signal and to own the chud, so to speak, than it was to not only respect the IP, but to make something entertaining out of it. They completely dropped the ball. But we got sort of a bad twist here, where Andy Weir has apologized to Alex Kurtzman over these Star Trek remarks, basically saying it came off as more mean-spirited than he had hoped, which, again, I disagree with apologizing here. I think he did nothing wrong, and I think he was speaking on behalf of probably any sane person looking at the situation, and I think this sort of interaction that he started should be a more common one. We should not have to coddle these people driving IPs into the ground because they care more about the modern agenda or their own personal politics. But of course, we see Nerdrotic here quoting the related post, saying, you guys talk crap about each other all the time. More of it needs to be made public. Bring shame back to Hollywood. Starfleet Academy should be embarrassing for all involved, from the Paramount management down to the catering. A live stream of a Spock action figure was watched by more live concurrent viewers than Starfleet Academy's premiere on YouTube. No one who worked on this show should be allowed to write and produce a grocery list. And I cannot disagree with anything that was said here. That is how bad Starfleet Academy was, and we should not be, again, coddling these people who produced absolute slop. This was a very great headline. It has a little asterisk next to it now because he has apologized, but he was not wrong. Andy Weir was not wrong for making these comments. I think they're very agreeable on their face to begin with, and I think that this is a pattern of behavior and accountability that should be more active. We should not be pretending that something like Starfleet Academy is a respectable show. Anybody involved should be accountable. And if they want to blame right-wingers or a lack of advertising, they should be shamed even further. And I can't wait for the second season to come out, where there will be more attention from people making fun of it than positive attention towards the show. They've made that very clear. The actors have made that very clear. They're going to be as woke as possible. Bring it on. Your show is canceled. At least make entertainment out of it. I mean, we know you guys are not capable of creating entertainment in a positive way, so at least make something entertainment for people like myself and others to make fun of. But anyways, that's going to do it for today's video. As always, feel free to share your thoughts about today's topics in the comment section down below.